found you. Trampled by the one you trusted. Abandoned from your king. You thought you were a hero. Now, you are just one of us.
This is no ordinary ghost. You'll have to risk your life.
Let me tell you what you are missing, Dr. Jones. While you were playing your pointless game, I was playing you. You're wondering if maybe you should have built yourself a life of meaning instead of ending up here, dead and forgotten in the sense of Africa.
Myths. History. Just different ways to interpret the past. Thousands of years of humanity's thoughts and beliefs, scattered and buried. Just waiting to be found.
You can't just run away from your problems, Indiana.
Watch me. Throughout history, mankind has built sites of great spiritual significance. If you were to draw a line through these ancient sites around the globe, you get a perfectly aligned circle. I've had run-ins with these guys before. Trust me, it ain't a walk in the park.
Okay, then. Let's see if you can keep up.
What do you mean if I could keep up?
patron of the fallen angels, protector of the Churkulimani, the Great Circle. You have any idea how old that was?
Should've put up the red flag that you were gonna be a drag. You think you're funny, boy? I can tell. We'll see who's laughing when I see you in hell. See you in hell. Time to repent for the fear, the harassment, and the harm that you did, kid.
It's been 27 years, y'all. Why now? Because we made a promise.
Votre attention, le soleil est sur le point de se coucher. Tous les citoyens sont priés de se mettre à l'abri en intérieur jusqu'à l'aube. Attention, the sun is currently setting. All citizens are required to shelter indoors until dawn.
Turn that shit up. Relax, man. I don't bite. Lock up tight now. Night's just getting started. Je traque le code comme un braconnier.
Our world has a rhythm. We all sense it. But only a few truly feel it. It is found in the smallest moments. In every step of a perilous journey. In the symmetry of ritual. In the bonds we share. And in moments of stillness. It teaches us to look beyond the expected. To be a light in dark places. To seek answers. And to stand watch over our world. Our world has a rhythm. We all sense it. But only a few truly feel it.
Death don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy in this land. He'll come to your house and it won't stay long. You look in the bed and somebody'll be gone. Death don't have no mercy in this land.
Shaking bones. Been a while. So, you remember that favor you owe me? I'm looking for a creature. Huge, sneaky, teeth like knives. No? Well, hey, how about you guys? No? Nobody? Not helpful. Mm-hmm. Sneaky.
Well, they come to your house and it won't stay long. Well, you look in the bed and somebody'll be gone. Hell won't give you time to get ready.
Play it day one with Game Pass. We begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. Suddenly, and for no reason, people running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything seem cool and should bolster pre-sale numbers. That wah sound can mean only one thing. We must gaze over an epic shot of a world, and there should be lens flares. Now we see our hero, but only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact, the only thing they have finished is the title.
I remember when everything changed. The floods, the storms, the fires, people dying in the streets. The corporations gave us solutions. A better world. And we welcome them into our lives. But the laws of nature aren't meant to be broken. We need to know what they're hiding.
Cruel world.
Did you find the answers you were looking for, Agent Dark?
Not yet. This is just the beginning.
People don't like you very much, do they? Sent here to the living lands by an emperor who couldn't bother to come himself. To investigate some plague that seems to be corrupting our very souls. You want us to trust you. But the truth is, you scare us. The way you fight. The power you wield. The secrets you keep. You're either here to save us or destroy us. So now that you have all this power, what are you gonna do with it?
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Every year in our showcase, there's one game that kind of pops for me, something I'm very interested in. This year, we got to announce 33 Immortals from Thunder Lotus. And I'm here now with Stefan and Will to walk through a demo of the game, which I've never played before, first time. We have 33 people online, incredibly excited about this. So we're gonna jump in?
All right, let's jump in and start playing.
33 Immortals is a co-op action roguelike for 33 players. You play a damned soul who must rebel against God's final judgment. So there are 3 of us here today on stage, 3 upstairs, and 27 people joining us from Montreal in the studio. Hi, everyone.
And we are ready. That's us. Everybody's spawning in.
That's us.
This is 33-player multiplayer.
Yeah.
Not a normal number of characters for a multiplayer game.
Yeah.
How did you come up with 33 players?
We were searching for a significant number where we can all play on the screen.
Yeah.
We stay together on the screen, so 33 felt good. 32 felt good. But as the game is inspired by the Divine Comedy, the medieval poem from Dante Alighieri, written in the 14th century. And this poem has 3 sections: Inferno, Purgatorio, Paradiso. Each section has 33 chapters. And so we say, oh, let's do 33 players.
I love it.
33 Immortals.
And I love what you said, Will, that when you guys started this game, there weren't even 33 people at the studio, so you didn't have enough people in the studio to fill out the full roster of the game.
Yeah.
It's just such an awesome point.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge when you're trying to do that.
I love it.
Okay, so no 2 runs are the same. We're actually spawning in a different position, a different situation. We are in the cemetery. If you hold the left trigger, the world map is going to show up. And we can see that we are 33 right now, actually, in Inferno, but we are scattered around the world.
Oh, we're not all in the same place.
Yeah, because we all have to complete torture chambers.
Got it.
To make the game progress.
Okay.
And we are located at the southwest of Inferno.
Yeah.
And so the closest torture chambers is to the east.
Okay.
So let's go there.
Got it.
Okay, let's continue down south towards the first torture chambers. This one, I have a good feeling for it.
The soundtrack, what's going on? The music's kind of cool.
Thank you. This is Max LL, who's actually done the music on all of our games.
And you're in Montreal?
We are in Montreal, yes.
Close to one of our XGS studios in Compulsion.
Yes.
It's also in Showcase.
Yes.
I love the community of game creators in Montreal.
Absolutely. It's always important to be well surrounded and all that, so.
We didn't talk about your first game, Spiritfarer.
Yeah.
I thought it was fantastic.
Thank you,
It
yeah.
was great.
Now, as you can see, this is not Spirit Fair.
No, but like, how do you think about that from a studio standpoint, having such, I mean,
Well,
I would say they're stylized games, but
Yeah,
outside
absolutely.
of that, very different games.
We're not worried about, genre. Our goal is really to just try and make unique, immersive, creative experiences that players love and that they want to play for.
Awesome, I love that.
Yeah.
This guy is getting out of my comfort zone sometimes.
Okay.
All right.
What do we do?
So we have completed a torture chamber, so we have achieved a first step in
I got left behind. That's what you're saying.
defying God, yeah.
Oh, they're back on us.
Whoa.
Well, we gotta
Okay.
face the wrath of God.
Careful.
Oh
no.
Dash, dash, dash. Dash.
Run away.
Oh, I can't. I have like 0 health. New torture. No, I got to get out of here.
Where are you?
Well, why weren't they in the torture chamber
Oh.
trying to help us?
Okay.
Okay, these range.
God is getting angry.
Yeah,
Whoa.
we're getting hammered right now. Okay.
Come on.
Okay, here's a guy. Can you revive me? Revive me.
Yeah. Just stop moving. That's good. One up.
Yeah, I'm up.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh no.
Oh.
Run. This is the holy fire.
What is this?
Oh, one
The holy
nurse.
fire.
One nurse.
Now we're in holy fire?
The wrath of God.
Okay, I'm ahead of it.
Okay, so we unlock the Ascension battle. So that's the last battle.
Here, can we
before
get this? Can people jump in my heels?
Yeah. I'm in. Oh.
I tried to do the
needs-
heal. Don't mind me, the wandering soul.
Save me, please.
I'm like a zombie.
Maybe someone.
Did I mention I'd never played before?
Oh no, I died too. Oh my.
Okay, hopefully the team can carry us.
But we are not alone.
There's a lot of enemies in this small
Yeah.
space.
Gonna try to not move.
Okay.
Don't move, and hopefully someone is going to be able to revive you. Okay, good.
Oh, I'm in.
I'm up.
I'm in. Okay.
Back.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is the last step.
I think it's my last.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
We did it?
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we've ascended.
Yeah.
That was first chapter of first book. Is that how I should think about it?
Yeah.
It's the first world, so it's Inferno.
Yeah.
Each region has its whole big set of challenges and everything,
And this is all on the map.
and its final boss fight.
That's what this is. Well, since we've basically come through unscathed so far, this should be easy. Okay. Yeah, it's easy. You saved us from having to kill the final boss.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a tease.
I like it. I like it. Well, best of luck to you and the team and everything that's going on. Can't wait for this game to come out. I won't ask for the date because I know that's unfair. But it was great to have in the show and great for you to come down and we got the opportunity to play. So thank you for that.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks for watching Showcase Extended. I love these opportunities to show more about everything that you saw in the showcase itself. Thanks to everybody that supported us and have a great week. Thanks, everybody.
You asked me about my good luck charm. Remember? It's an empty shell.
Decided to play soldier with me? Dimitri and I were just discussing a certain puzzle we found in the zone. But we can't quite seem to get all the pieces to fit. Maybe you can figure it out.
It reminded me that we used to be puppets.
I took just one
awkward step, and my whole world plunged into darkness. I'm sorry, Strider.
That was the day the psi fields were turned off. Suddenly, the voice of Monolith was gone. I felt as if I was awakening from a years-long coma. And through the scope, I saw the body of an unknown soldier fall.
We had a simple choice. Sit back and just wait for another super emission, or take a chance and get control of the anomalous energy.
Only I didn't choose that path. Unlike you.
It's time to go. so, old friend?
This city is a miracle of progress. A finely tuned, delicately balanced machine. But it only takes one rebellious little gear to ruin everything. If you resist my rule, if you alter our past, if you threaten what I have built, there is nowhere in space or time where I will not destroy you.
Oh no. What did I do?
Any last words before my friend puts one in your scalp?
Oh, we're finally doing this, are we? Because I was going to make a sandwich. Okay. Let's do it. What do I think about heroes? Well, we've all seen them, haven't we? Swanning about the place with their disproportionately high cheekbones and comically massive weapons.
Wanker.
Roughing up bandits, because they like to rough up bandits, don't they? Living it up with the common folk every single night. On a day-to-day basis, I'd say the true hero is me, someone who's breaking new ground with fruit, with veg, on the agricultural side of things.
Just look at them.
Not wafting around mythical creatures. And that's what they are. Wafters.
Yeah, well done.
You see, I'm not here to slay legendary beasts. I'm here to conquer the vegetable, not a euphemism. Let's face it, the age of heroes is over. This is the age of innovation. This, if you will, is the age of death. One moment. This is awkward.
Yeah. Oh.
I've dreamt of this. This place of fear and fury. Do you hear it? The heartbeat of the lost ones. I can feel them on my skin. Each death, inked in blood. I won't stop fighting for them. Until the very last beat fades away. You want the truth? All the lives inside me tell me to let go. The shadow will always hang over me. What will I become?
Test gone wrong leads to thousands of American lives lost in the last 2 months alone.
Estimate the spread of radiation. After the abolishment of nuclear power, old mining complexes were reopened across
To reduce our international affairs and focus on our own country.
Phoenix Corporation representatives assure the walls were built for our own safety.
Within this cage, inhale its rise. I'm dying twice. Never-ending nightmares screaming, counting down while you're still breathing. You'll save myself, killing me, turn flash, with the wall, pushing me till I fall by myself. In my head, counting clicks till I'm dead. What a wonderful
Hello, and welcome to Oxide Games. We founded the studio in 2013 with our decades of personal experience building some of the most beloved strategy games of all time, like Civilization V. We came together to create something new and innovative in a genre we all love. Our History Untold is the game we've dreamt of making.
Ara is an homage to historical gamers, strategy gamers, 4X gamers. It features all the depth and gameplay fans of this genre love, where you'll explore the world, expand your nation, govern your people, and engage with your rivals on the international stage. But it isn't just more of the same. With Ara, we wanted to challenge some of the preconceived notions about the genre, push it forward in a modern, empowering, and truly compelling and approachable way.
For example, we have over 100 instruments on display in the office, which are all things that we purchased in order to add to the soundtrack and expand the game and make it really good. Hi, Dan. That's Dan. We started in his basement. It's been an amazing process to see from concept to completion. We started small, building a robust game engine, questioning our design assumptions, and prototyping out features, rediscovering what made us fall in love with strategy games in the first place.
The end result is Ara, the historical grand strategy game that presents a living world where you can rule how you want to rule and chart your own path to becoming the most prestigious nation on the planet.
For Ara, we knew we needed deep systems with outcomes that encourage exploration and give players the power to experiment and make meaningful strategic choices while still having agency over their playstyle.
We also wanted to explore more in different parts of history and give players from around the world the chance to see the game reflect their unique perspective and not just ours.
And finally, we knew that for players to feel the impact of their decisions, they would need to see their choices reflected in the game world itself, not just through numbers on a menu. One of the first differences you'll see when you dive into Ara is what we call the living world. It's a procedurally generated alternate Earth, bursting with life, an intuitive, authentic, and immersive space, a blank canvas for players to paint the society of their dreams.
The living world isn't just a map. It reflects the choices players make over the course of the game. They can see everything from the settling of the wilderness to cultural influence on architecture over time to the thousands of citizens living their lives and reacting to the changes. We want players to feel like they're truly occupying the world, leading their people as they thrive and grow. Core to the vision of Ara is our philosophy of rule how you want to rule. And no feature better exemplifies this than the prestige system.
To win a game of Ara, players will compete with their rivals to build the most influential, impressive, and important nation the world has ever known. This is measured by prestige, the player's score that proves their worth as a leader.
The prestige system gives players the chance to decide what kind of leader they want to be. Do they want to pursue great works of arts and culture? Military might? Scientific advancement? The choice is theirs. In Ara, there are no set victory conditions. Players get to decide what is most important to them and focus and prioritize on those goals while still being able to win the game.
Personally, when I play Ara, I like to build triumphs. Triumphs are our collection of incredible monuments and architectural achievements from throughout human history. Like the Great Pyramid of Giza. They're hard to build, but worth it, giving huge prestige bonuses and game-changing abilities to the nation that constructs them.
Another aspect of Ara that I'm personally excited about is our crafting system.
The crafting system offers a unique challenge to the player that they generally won't see often in the 4X genre. Succeeding at balancing, gathering the right things, turning them into the tools that you need, and then finally getting to the outcome or reward of something like an important improvement or triumph just changes the challenge that exists in Ara compared to other 4X games.
Crafting plays out in Ara at a national scale, with players honing and combining the natural resources they harvest into all manner of goods and components. Those are the foundation for everything, from international trade to improving their cities' and citizens' lives, and even manufacturing the weapons necessary to draft military units. The crafting system in Ara encourages thoughtful, advanced planning. It rewards players who can see the strategic outcome of all their collective decisions, and not just the individual ones.
I'm proud of the work that's gone into our simultaneous turn system. Many strategy games have players alternate taking turns and reacting to their opponent's moves. In Ara, all players' actions are resolved at the same time. This rewards players' ability to navigate uncertainty, to predict and strategically plan for a variety of scenarios in the moment. This system makes Ara just feel more real. In a typical strategy game, once your turn is finished, you have to wait for a long time. With simultaneous turns, generally speaking, those times are very low. You get to keep playing the game and stay engaged rather than having those periods of downtime where you're not doing anything.
It's not easy sifting through all of history and picking what to include. For Ara, we wanted to offer a fresh perspective, so we looked at cultures and societies throughout the millennia with the broadest lens possible.
Where this approach really shines is in our leaders. Leaders are so often seen as military personnel or prominent government figures, but leaders come in so many different forms. They're thought leaders, scientific and cultural prodigies, and many more.
Each leader in Aura has a number of special abilities determined by their personality traits, as well as a powerful and unique leader trait informed by their contributions to world history.
With a diverse global roster, we know players will find leaders that they will want to play. And even a few that may surprise them with how fun it is when those leaders are handed the reins of power.
For us at Oxide, player feedback is the only way to really understand what you're making. It gives us that priceless perspective from the people we're making Aura for, you.
Building the game alongside real players has given us that critical player feedback. In the end, we believe this makes for a deeper connection between the players and the game.
One of my favorite examples is when we first introduced the concept of dangerous wildlife to the game. It turns out, in our first iteration, it was maybe a little bit too aggressive or disruptive. We knew we should probably make a change when one of our insiders made a forum post that was just,
"Cougars, cougars,
cougars, I hate cougars!
Someone get these feline demons away from me." I'm happy to report, based on more recent feedback, that I think we ended up in a good place with the overall threat level of mountain lions to a player's citizenry.
It's been years of hard work to bring you a strategy experience like no other. And we're so excited that we can finally see the finish line. We can't wait for players to get their hands on the game later this year.
But the launch of Aura is only the beginning. We are going to maintain our insider program after the release date and continue to listen to players and support the game into the future.
On behalf of everyone at Oxide Games, thank you for joining us today. We can't wait for you to play Aura and to create your own history.
It's no secret that Square Enix's Mana series has impacted the JRPG genre immensely since it debuted in 1991. It's a franchise rich with deep stories and memorable combat that has stood the test of time. Despite the last mainline game releasing 18 years ago, fanfare has yet to die down as seen with the success of the 2020 remake of Trials of Mana. The question is, can a brand new Mana game replicate the same success as a remake? From the 2 hours I played of it at PAX East, Visions of Mana's fresh take on battle and class systems not only gives it the potential to meet the success of the originals, but it might even end up surpassing them. From the moment I started playing Visions of Mana, my expectations of it changed. Gone are the days of sprite-drawn, top-down 2D combat. Here are the days of fast-paced, flashy, and vibrant 3D semi-open field battles. Gameplay puts a heavy focus on the action part of the action JRPG genre, including aspects like aerial combat to help open up the tag-based sword slashing and magic system already in place. During each encounter, I could swap between the three heroes with a push of a button, using their unique abilities and strengths in accordance with specific enemies that were in the battle. Val's heavy attacks were useful for fighting big enemies one-on-one, while Morley's speed is perfect for encounters made up of a higher number of enemies. Karina serves as the ideal support role, not only providing healing but dishing out powerful magic attacks like Thunderbolt that deal area of effect damage that is both powerful and far-reaching. Whenever I wasn't using the other two characters in combat, the AI takes over seamlessly. Having all three heroes participate in the battle all at once results in a variety of combo moves that deal significant damage, especially when adding elemental vessels into the mix. These mystical artifacts play a huge role in Visions of Mana's combat. Depending on who has which element attached to them, their skill sets, stats, and weapon types will change drastically. I loved how different the trio felt while experimenting with switching classes for specific battles. In this preview, there were two different elemental vessels, Moon and Wind. The first manipulates the flow of time, while the second controls air currents, lofting enemies off their feet while dealing damage. Playing as Val's Aegis class using the Vessel of the Moon is a completely different experience than when it's equipped to either of the other party members. In this state, he uses a lance and shield while also having the ability to manipulate the flow of time, making for a terrifying 1-2 punch of slowing any enemy down to be able to dish out both quality and quantity with his damage. Nothing was more satisfying than using this on the Gem Valley Ochoro in the first area of the preview. This sturdy and fast enemy, who felt like a beefy Sonic the Hedgehog, was an absolute menace, featuring crazy speed and high defense that made for a long and drawn-out battle. That battle became much easier after switching Val over to the Aegis class. Thanks to the Luna Globe, a time bubble is created that slows every enemy trapped within it to a crawl, which is perfect for speed demons like the Achoro. While it still takes a few attempts, trapping the hedgehog in the bubble and wailing on it with a barrage of melee and magic spells resulted in a satisfying fight. Being able to approach battles by equipping different vessels to different characters beforehand makes for an interesting rock, paper, scissors combat mechanic. The longer each battle progresses, the more every character's special meter grows. Depending on what vessel is equipped, building this up to 100% results in a powerful onslaught that works on individual bosses and large crowds alike to deal some serious damage and inflict. This ability makes Visions of Mana's more challenging fights, like the time trial side mission, feel more manageable while maintaining its interesting degree of difficulty. The 2 hours I spent with Visions of Mana painted an image of how exciting it can be. While it may seem like a scary change, the action-focused combat and the introduction of gameplay elements such as elemental vessels might be what the series needs to bring it back into the modern-day limelight. For more on Visions of Mana, check out our game overview trailer and an introduction to the newest, cutest dog companion that'll help you travel through the world quickly and adorably. And for everything else in the world of video games, you're already in the right place, right here at IGN.
Abandoned from your king. thought you were a hero. Now, you are just one of us.
This is no ordinary ghost. You'll have to risk your life.
Let me tell you what you are missing, Dr. Jones. While you were playing your pointless game, I was playing you. You're wondering if maybe you should have built yourself a life of meaning instead of ending up here, dead and forgotten in the sense of Africa.
Myths. History. Just different ways to interpret the past. Thousands of years of humanity's thoughts and beliefs, scattered and buried. Just waiting to be found.
You can't just run away from your problems, Indiana.
Watch me. Throughout history, mankind has built sites of great spiritual significance. If you were to draw a line through these ancient sites around the globe, you get a perfectly aligned circle. I've had run-ins with these guys before. Trust me, it ain't a walk in the park.
Okay, then. Let's see if you can keep up.
What do you mean if I could keep up? Patron of the fallen angels. Protector of the Churkulimani. The Great Circle. You have any idea how old that was?
Should've put up the red flag that you were gonna be a drag. You think you're funny, boy? I can tell. We'll see who's laughing when I see you in hell. See you in hell. Time to repent for the beautiful harassment and the harm that you did, kid.
It's been 27 years, y'all. Why now? Because we made a promise.
Votre attention, le soleil est sur le point de se coucher. Tous les citoyens sont priés de se mettre à l'abri en intérieur jusqu'à l'aube. Attention, the sun is currently setting. All citizens are required to shelter indoors.
Turn that shit up. Relax, man. I don't bite. Lock up tight now. Night's just getting started. Je traque le code comme un braconnier.
Our world has a rhythm. We all sense it. But only a few truly feel it. It is found in the smallest moments. In every step of a perilous journey. In the symmetry of ritual. In the bonds we share. And in moments of stillness, it teaches us to look beyond the expected. To be a light in dark places. To seek answers. And to stand watch over our world. Our world has a rhythm. We all sense it. But only a few truly feel it.
Death don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy in this land. He'll come to your house and it won't stay long. You look in the bed and somebody'll be gone. Death don't have no mercy in this land.
Shaking bones. Been a while. So, you remember that favor you owe me? I'm looking for a creature. Huge, sneaky, teeth like knives. No? Well, hey, how about you guys? No? Nobody? Not helpful. Mm-hmm. Sneaky.
Well, they come to your house and it won't stay long. Well, you look in the bed and somebody'll be gone. Hell won't give you time to get ready.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
We begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. Suddenly, and for no reason, people running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything seem cool and should bolster pre-sale numbers. That wah sound can mean only one thing. We must gaze over an epic shot of a world, and there should be lens flares. Now we see our hero, but only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact, the only thing they have finished is the title.
I remember when everything changed. The floods, the storms, the fires, people dying in the streets. The corporations gave us solutions. A better world. And we welcome them into our lives. But the laws of nature aren't meant to be broken. We need to know what they're hiding.
Cruel world.
Did you find the answers you were looking for, Agent Dark?
Not yet. This is just the beginning.
People don't like you very much, do they? Sent here to the living lands by an emperor who couldn't bother to come himself. To investigate some plague that seems to be corrupting our very souls. You want us to trust you. But the truth is, you scare us. The way you fight. The power you wield. The secrets you keep. You're either here to save us or destroy us. So now that you have all this power, what are you gonna do with it?
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Every year in our showcase, there's one game that kind of pops for me, something I'm very interested in. This year, we got to announce 33 Immortals from Thunder Lotus. And I'm here now with Stefan and Will to walk through a demo of the game, which I've never played before, first time. We have 33 people online, incredibly excited about this. So we're gonna jump in?
All right, let's jump in and start playing.
33 Immortals is a co-op action roguelike for 33 players. You play a damned soul who must rebel against God's final judgment. So there are 3 of us here today on stage, 3 upstairs, and 27 people joining us from Montreal in the studio. Hi, everyone.
And we are ready. That's us. Everybody's spawning in.
That's us.
This is 33-player multiplayer.
Yeah.
Not a normal number of characters for a multiplayer game.
Yeah.
How did you come up with 33 players?
We were searching for a significant number where we can all play on the screen.
Yeah.
We stay together on the screen, so 33 felt good. 32 felt good. But as the game is inspired by the Divine Comedy, the medieval poem from Dante Alighieri, written in the 14th century. And this poem has 3 sections: Inferno, Purgatorio, Paradiso. Each section has 33 chapters. And so we say, oh, let's do 33 players.
I love it.
33 Immortals.
And I love what you said, Will, that when you guys started this game, there weren't even 33 people at the studio, so you didn't have enough people in the studio to fill out the full roster of the game.
Yeah.
It's just such an awesome point.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge when you're trying to do that.
I love it.
Okay, so no 2 runs are the same. We're actually spawning in a different position, a different situation. We are in the cemetery. If you hold the left trigger, the world map is going to show up. And we can see that we are 33 right now, actually, in Inferno, but we are scattered around the world.
Oh, we're not all in the same place.
Yeah, because we all have to complete torture chambers.
Got it.
To make the game progress.
Okay.
And we are located at the southwest of Inferno.
Yeah.
And so the closest torture chambers is to the east.
Okay.
So let's go there.
Got it.
Okay, let's continue down south towards the first torture chambers. This one, I have a good feeling for it.
The soundtrack, what's going on? The music's kind of cool.
Oh, thank you. This is Max LL, who's actually done the music on all of our games.
And you're in Montreal?
We are in Montreal, yes.
Close to one of our XGS studios in Compulsion.
Yes.
It's also in Showcase.
Yes.
I love the community of game creators in Montreal.
Absolutely. It's always important to be well surrounded and all that, so.
We didn't talk about your first game, Spiritfarer.
Yeah.
I thought it was fantastic.
Thank you, yeah.
It was great.
Now, as you can see, this is not Spiritfarer.
No, but like, how do you think about that from a studio standpoint, having such, I mean, I would say they're stylized games, but outside of that, very different games.
We're not worried about, genre. Our goal is really to just try and make unique, immersive, creative experiences that players love and that they want to play for.
Awesome, I love that.
Yeah.
This guy who's getting out of my comfort zone sometimes.
Okay.
All right.
What do we do?
So we have completed a torture chamber, so we have achieved a first step in...
I got left behind, is what you're saying.
Defying God, yeah.
Oh, they're back on us.
Whoa.
Well, we gotta face the wrath of God.
Careful. Oh, no.
Dash, dash, dash. Dash.
Run away.
Oh, I can't. I have like 0 health. New torture. No, I gotta get out of here.
Where are you?
Well, why weren't they in the torture chamber trying to help us?
Okay.
Okay, these range...
God is getting angry.
Yeah.
Whoa.
We're getting hammered right now. Okay.
Come on.
Okay, here's a guy. Can you revive me?
Yeah. Just stop moving. That's good. One up.
Yeah, I'm up.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Run. This is the holy fire.
What is this?
One
holy fire.
One nurse.
Now we're in holy fire?
The wrath of God.
Okay, I'm ahead of it.
Okay, so we unlock the Ascension battle. So that's the last battle.
Here, can we get this? Can people jump in my heels?
Yeah. I'm in. Oh.
I tried to do the heal. Don't mind me, the wandering soul.
Save me, please.
I'm like a zombie.
Maybe someone...
Did I mention I'd never played before?
Oh, no, I died too. Oh, my.
Oh.
Okay, hopefully the team can carry us.
But we are not alone.
There's a lot of enemies in this small
Yeah.
space.
Gonna try to not move.
Okay.
Don't move, and hopefully someone is going to be able to revive you. Okay, good.
Oh, I'm in.
I'm up.
I'm in.
Okay.
Okay.
Back.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is the last step.
I think it's my last.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
We did it?
But yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we've ascended.
Yeah.
That was first chapter of first book. Is that how I should think about it?
Yeah.
It's the first world, so it's Inferno.
Yeah.
Each region has its whole big set of challenges and everything.
And this is all on the map.
And its final boss fight.
That's what this is. Well, since we've basically come through unscathed so far, this should be easy. Okay. Yeah, it's easy. You saved us from having to kill the final boss.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a tease.
I like it. I like it. Well, best of luck to you and the team and everything that's going on. Can't wait for this game to come out. I won't ask for the date because I know that's unfair. But it was great to have in the show and great for you to come down and we got the opportunity to play. So thank you for that.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks for watching Showcase Extended. I love these opportunities to show more about everything that you saw in the showcase itself. Thanks to everybody that supported us and have a great week. Thanks, everybody.
You asked me about my good luck charm. Remember? It's an empty shell.
Decided to play soldier with me? Dimitri and I were just discussing a certain puzzle we found in the zone. But we can't quite seem to get all the pieces to fit. Maybe you can figure it out.
It reminded me that we used to be puppets.
I took just one awkward step, and my whole world plunged into darkness. I'm sorry, Strider.
That was the day the perceived fields were turned off. Suddenly, the voice of Monolith was gone. I felt as if I was awakening from a years-long coma. And through the scope, I saw the body of an unknown soldier fall.
We had a simple choice. Sit back and just wait for another super emission, or take a chance and get control of the anomalous energy.
Only I didn't choose that path. Unlike you.
It's time to go.
What's up, old friend?
This city is a miracle of progress. A finely tuned, delicately balanced machine. But it only takes one rebellious little gear to ruin everything. If you resist my rule, if you alter our past, if you threaten what I have built, there is nowhere in space or time where I will not destroy you.
Oh no. What did I do?
Any last words before my friend puts one in your scalp?
Oh, we're finally doing this, are we? Because I was going to make a sandwich. Okay. Let's do it. What do I think about heroes? Well, we've all seen them, haven't we? Swanning about the place with their disproportionately high cheekbones and comically massive weapons.
Wanker.
Roughing up bandits, because they like to rough up bandits, don't they? Living it up with the common folk every single night. On a day-to-day basis, I'd say the true hero is me, someone who's breaking new ground with fruit, with veg, on the agricultural side of things.
Just look at them.
Not wafting around mythical creatures. And that's what they are. Wafters.
Yeah, well done.
You see, I'm not here to slay legendary beasts. I'm here to conquer the vegetable, not a euphemism. Let's face it, the age of heroes is over. This is the age of innovation. This, if you will, is the age of death. One moment. This is awkward.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've dreamt of this. This place of fear and fury. Do you hear it? The heartbeat of the lost ones. I can feel them on my skin. Each death, inked in blood. I won't stop fighting for them. Until the very last beat fades away. You want the truth? All the lives inside me tell me to let go. The shadow will always hang over me. What will I become?
Test gone wrong leads to thousands of American lives lost in the last 2 months alone.
Cannot estimate the spread of radiation.
After the abolishment of nuclear power, old mining complexes were reopened across
to reduce our international affairs and focus on our own country.
Phoenix Corporation representatives assure the walls were built for our own safety.
Within this cage, inhale its rise, and dying twice. Never-ending nightmares screaming, counting down while you're still breathing. You'll see myself killing me, turn flash, then the wall, pushing me till I fall by myself in my head, counting clicks till I'm dead. What a wonderful
Hello, and welcome to Oxide Games. We founded the studio in 2013 with our decades of personal experience building some of the most beloved strategy games of all time, like Civilization V. We came together to create something new and innovative in a genre we all love. Ara History Untold is the game we've dreamt of making.
Ara is an homage to historical gamers, strategy gamers, 4X gamers. It features all the depth and gameplay fans of this genre love, where you'll explore the world, expand your nation, govern your people, and engage with your rivals on the international stage. But it isn't just more of the same. With Ara, we wanted to challenge some of the preconceived notions about the genre, push it forward in a modern, empowering, and truly compelling and approachable way.
For example, we have over 100 instruments on display in the office, which are all things that we purchased in order to add to the soundtrack and expand the game and make it really good. Hi, Dan. That's Dan. We started in his basement. It's been an amazing process to see from concept to completion. We started small, building a robust game engine, questioning our design assumptions, and prototyping out features, rediscovering what made us fall in love with strategy games in the first place.
The end result is Ara, the historical grand strategy game that presents a living world where you can rule how you want to rule and chart your own path to becoming the most prestigious nation on the planet.
For Ara, we knew we needed deep systems with outcomes that encourage exploration and give players the power to experiment and make meaningful strategic choices while still having agency over their playstyle.
We also wanted to explore more in different parts of history and give players from around the world the chance to see the game reflect their unique perspective and not just ours.
And finally, we knew that for players to feel the impact of their decisions, they would need to see their choices reflected in the game world itself, not just through numbers on a menu. One of the first differences you'll see when you dive into Ara is what we call the living world. It's a procedurally generated alternate Earth, bursting with life, an intuitive, authentic, and immersive space, a blank canvas for players to paint the society of their dreams.
The living world isn't just a map. It reflects the choices players make over the course of the game. They can see everything from the settling of the wilderness to cultural influence on architecture over time to the thousands of citizens living their lives and reacting to the changes. We want players to feel like they're truly occupying the world, leading their people as they thrive and grow. Core to the vision of Ara is our philosophy of rule how you want to rule. And no feature better exemplifies this than the prestige system.
To win a game of Ara, players will compete with their rivals to build the most influential, impressive, and important nation the world has ever known. This is measured by prestige, the player's score that proves their worth as a leader.
The prestige system gives players the chance to decide what kind of leader they want to be. Do they want to pursue great works of arts and culture? Military might. Scientific advancement? The choice is theirs. In Ara, there are no set victory conditions. Players get to decide what is most important to them and focus and prioritize on those goals while still being able to win the game.
Personally, when I play Ara, I like to build triumphs. Triumphs are our collection of incredible monuments and architectural achievements from throughout human history. Like the Great Pyramid of Giza. They're hard to build, but worth it, giving huge prestige bonuses and game-changing abilities to the nation that constructs them.
Another aspect of Ara that I'm personally excited about is our crafting system.
The crafting system offers a unique challenge to the player that they generally won't see often in the 4X genre. Succeeding at balancing, gathering the right things, turning them into the tools that you need, and then finally getting to the outcome or reward of something like an important improvement or triumph just changes the challenge that exists in Ara compared to other 4X games.
Crafting plays out in Ara at a national scale, with players honing and combining the natural resources they harvest into all manner of goods and components. Those are the foundation for everything, from international trade to improving their cities' and citizens' lives, and even manufacturing the weapons necessary to draft military units. The crafting system in Ara encourages thoughtful, advanced planning. It rewards players who can see the strategic outcome of all their collective decisions, and not just the individual ones.
I'm proud of the work that's gone into our simultaneous turn system. Many strategy games have players alternate taking turns and reacting to their opponent's moves. In Ara, all players' actions are resolved at the same time. This rewards players' ability to navigate uncertainty, to predict and strategically plan for a variety of scenarios in the moment. This system makes Ara just feel more real. In a typical strategy game, once your turn is finished, you have to wait for a long time. With simultaneous turns, generally speaking, those times are very low. You get to keep playing the game and stay engaged rather than having those periods of downtime where you're not doing anything.
It's not easy sifting through all of history and picking what to include. For Ara, we wanted to offer a fresh perspective, so we looked at cultures and societies throughout the millennia with the broadest lens possible.
Where this approach really shines is in our leaders. Leaders are so often seen as military personnel or prominent government figures, but leaders come in so many different forms. They're thought leaders, scientific and cultural prodigies, and many more.
Each leader in Aura has a number of special abilities determined by their personality traits, as well as a powerful and unique leader trait, informed by their contributions to world history.
With a diverse global roster, we know players will find leaders that they will want to play. And even a few that may surprise them with how fun it is when those leaders are handed the reins of power.
For us at Oxide, player feedback is the only way to really understand what you're making. It gives us that priceless perspective from the people we're making Aura for, you.
Building the game alongside real players has given us that critical player feedback. In the end, we believe this makes for a deeper connection between the players and the game.
One of my favorite examples is when we first introduced the concept of dangerous wildlife to the game. It turns out, in our first iteration, it was maybe a little bit too aggressive or disruptive. We knew we should probably make a change when one of our insiders made a forum post that was just,
"Cougars, cougars,
cougars, I hate cougars!
Someone get these feline demons away from me." I'm happy to report, based on more recent feedback, that I think we ended up in a good place with the overall threat level of mountain lions to a player's citizenry.
It's been years of hard work to bring you a strategy experience like no other. And we're so excited that we can finally see the finish line. We can't wait for players to get their hands on the game later this year.
But the launch of Aura is only the beginning. We are going to maintain our insider program after the release date and continue to listen to players and support the game into the future.
On behalf of everyone at Oxide Games, thank you for joining us today. We can't wait for you to play Aura and to create your own history.
It's no secret that Square Enix's Mana series has impacted the JRPG genre immensely since it debuted in 1991. It's a franchise rich with deep stories and memorable combat that has stood the test of time. Despite the last mainline game releasing 18 years ago, fanfare has yet to die down as seen with the success of the 2020 remake of Trials of Mana. The question is, can a brand new Mana game replicate the same success as a remake? From the 2 hours I played of it at PAX East, Visions of Mana's fresh take on battle and class systems not only gives it the potential to meet the success of the originals, but it might even end up surpassing them. From the moment I started playing Visions of Mana, my expectations of it changed. Gone are the days of sprite-drawn, top-down 2D combat. Here are the days of fast-paced, flashy, and vibrant 3D semi-open field battles. Gameplay puts a heavy focus on the action part of the action JRPG genre, including aspects like aerial combat to help open up the tag-based sword slashing and magic system already in place. During each encounter, I could swap between the three heroes with a push of a button, using their unique abilities and strengths in accordance with specific enemies that were in the battle. Val's heavy attacks were useful for fighting big enemies one-on-one, while Morley's speed is perfect for encounters made up of a higher number of enemies. Karina serves as the ideal support role, not only providing healing but dishing out powerful magic attacks like Thunderbolt that deal area of effect damage that is both powerful and far-reaching. Whenever I wasn't using the other two characters in combat, the AI takes over seamlessly. Having all three heroes participate in the battle all at once results in a variety of combo moves that deal significant damage, especially when adding elemental vessels into the mix. These mystical artifacts play a huge role in Visions of Mana's combat. Depending on who has which element attached to them, their skill sets, stats, and weapon types will change drastically. I loved how different the trio felt while experimenting with switching classes for specific battles. In this preview, there were two different elemental vessels, Moon and Wind. The first manipulates the flow of time, while the second controls air currents, lofting enemies off their feet while dealing damage. Playing as Val's Aegis class using the Vessel of the Moon is a completely different experience than when it's equipped to either of the other party members. In this state, he uses a lance and shield while also having the ability to manipulate the flow of time, making for a terrifying 1-2 punch of slowing any enemy down to be able to dish out both quality and quantity with his damage. Nothing was more satisfying than using this on the Gem Valley Ochoro in the first area of the preview. This sturdy and fast enemy, who felt like a beefy Sonic the Hedgehog, was an absolute menace, featuring crazy speed and high defense that made for a long and drawn-out battle. That battle became much easier after switching Val over to the Aegis class. Thanks to the Luna Globe, a time bubble is created that slows every enemy trapped within it to a crawl, which is perfect for speed demons like the Ochoro. While it still takes a few attempts, trapping the hedgehog in the bubble and wailing on it with a barrage of melee and magic spells resulted in a satisfying fight. Being able to approach battles by equipping different vessels to different characters beforehand makes for an interesting rock, paper, scissors combat mechanic. The longer each battle progresses, the more every character's special meter grows. Depending on what vessel is equipped, building this up to 100% results in a powerful onslaught that works on individual bosses and large crowds alike to deal some serious damage and inflict. This ability makes Visions of Mana's more challenging fights, like the time trial side mission, feel more manageable while maintaining its interesting degree of difficulty. The 2 hours I spent with Visions of Mana painted an image of how exciting it can be. While it may seem like a scary change, the action-focused combat and the introduction of gameplay elements such as elemental vessels might be what the series needs to bring it back into the modern-day limelight. For more on Visions of Mana, check out our game overview trailer and an introduction to the newest, cutest dog companion that'll help you travel through the world quickly and adorably. And for everything else in the world of video games, you're already in the right place, right here at IGN.
to the Summer Xbox Game Showcase. In just a few minutes, we're getting a brand new presentation from Xbox that will surely be packed with new trailers, game reveals, and who knows, maybe even new Xbox hardware? We'll see. I'll be talking about everything that we expect and hope to see today. But I can't do it alone. I never do. I've got my crew. Please welcome my Podcast Unlocked co-hosts, Miranda Sanchez, Dessa Ligari, and Stella Chung. All right, we are getting an early start today with the pre-show, so people are still trickling in, but it's already super loud in here, and I love it. It's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazier. IGN Live's had a huge turnout these last 2 days. Here's a look at what it looked like yesterday. Now, if you want to join in the fun, if you're watching online, we're still here at the Magic Box in downtown LA until 6 p.m. You can grab your tickets at ign.com/live. All right, before we get started today, our friends at 3-0 are making some of the most impressive Fallout collectibles on Earth. I've seen them. They've got some on display here at IGN, including figures based on the T-51 Nuka-Cola Power Armor, the T-45 Hot Rod Shark Power Armor, and T-60 Camouflage Power Armor. They are extremely cool, so be sure to check them out. And if you're not here in person with us, head to store.ign.com to take a look and maybe snag one for yourself to protect your home or office from mutants and cockroaches. All right, now, Xbox time. My favorite time. It's Xbox Game Showcase predictions. This is an annual tradition. This year we decided to save it to do it live here with all of you. Let's break down some games that we think we are going to see today. There have been a few leaks and murmurings out there, so we'll kind of dance around that stuff as best we can. Miranda, we haven't seen you on Unlocked in so long. First of all, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Give me, Miranda, your first prediction for what you think we will see in the imminent Xbox showcase.
It's gotta be Gear 6, please! Please, it's time! Like, I will be happy with anything Gears, but it is time for at least a tease. I would love them to come out strong and have a tease with like gameplay and not just a cinematic, although I'd also be fine with the cinematic. Like, we got such a massive cliffhanger at the end of Gears 5. Like, please, my heart! Please, I need to know the drama. I need to know how certain people are feeling or not feeling. But so I'm very ready for us to finally get that reveal. And
do you want to reveal who you chose in Gears 5?
I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to
enough.
spoil it. But there's somebody new every time, and it's on Game Pass.
That's
so if
fair.
you guys haven't played Gears, please do yourself a treat and play all of Gears. Like, it's incredible. I actually took my twin sister through all of it recently, and I was like, you're coming with me, sister, and now she's a pro, so that's great. But yeah, I won't say.
Destin, you handle our performance previews, performance reviews. You're really a tech-focused guy, which everybody loves because you do those great analyses for us. All the Gears games have always been like A-plus technical showcases for Xbox platforms, going back from the first one all the way up through 5. We know that whenever Gears comes around, hopefully today, it's going to be on Unreal Engine 5, and the Coalition teamed up with Epic to do that Matrix Awakens tech demo, which looked insane. You could play it. There wasn't, all you could do was kind of run around, but like, what are you expecting visually from Gears 6, should we see it today?
Well, first of all, big shout out to Colin Penty, who tweeted out, wait until you see Gears 6. He works at the Coalition. He helped make the Matrix demo. And I am really, really excited to see whatever they end up bringing to the table. I think he took down that tweet, which maybe indicates that something could be shown at the showcase today.
I'm sorry, I'm going to try not to be super
I would love to see more Gears 6. I did it, but the first performance analysis that I did was on Gears 5 and how it really pushed the power of the Xbox Series X at the time. And it's really exciting about the potential that the Coalition has to develop a game that just knocks our socks off.
How are we feeling in the crowd about Gears 6? Right?
Agreed.
I hope Phil Spencer's watching this before he stops by here later, because the people want their Gears of War. And we are the people as well. We want our Gears of War.
I'm gonna cry. Okay, I'm ready.
Are you gonna be okay? Like, are we gonna have to?
I'm not gonna be okay. I'm gonna have to get my makeup artist back out. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I ruined what you did earlier. Like,
do we need him to do another co-op Hivebusters run to?
Yeah.
Later today, maybe just announcement or bust. We'll see. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm with that. I'm with that all the way. Stella, let me go to you now for your first. We've got 3 each. Hopefully we have time to get through everything we want to talk about. And if the X showcase starts, well, we'll shut up and we'll go to the showcase, of course. But Stella, what is something that you predict we will see, /hope that we will see today?
Okay, wait, I don't want to go through my first one now because I feel like, well, okay. First one seems kind of like we'll probably see it, right?
Okay.
But something that I'm personally wishing for is another Banjo-Kazooie.
Oh, Paris Lily approves if Paris is watching.
There are dozens of us, okay? There are dozens of us. Yeah, because Yooka-Laylee just got a remaster announcement. So I'm like, hey, listen, it's time for my favorite bear-bird duo to come back. That's all I'm saying. I want my childhood back.
Think about how good that could look on a Series X.
Yes.
Like what they could be capable of. I mean,
Also-
there's a high ceiling there, I think, from a technical perspective.
Also paired with one of your predictions, I feel like it would just go real perfect. You know what I mean? Which I try to lead you into your prediction.
I appreciate that. Well, yeah, I'm going to save that one for later, though, because
Fine.
It's, we'll just let it. We'll let it be for now. But no, I mean, what's your personal history with Banjo? Do you have you?
Oh my God. So I wasn't allowed to play games as a kid, right? Because I had really strict parents. So whenever I would go to my friend's house, we would break out their game machines and I'd be like, oh, what's that? And I would just see them playing this game, which, by the way, the adult jokes just flew over my head. But when I would play it, I was like, oh, I was into this? So we would always play that game, and it was just so interesting to me because I was really bad with the control. I was like, what am I doing? But I loved it so much. And so I just have this really fond childhood memory of it. And yeah, so for me, it means a lot to me because it was the one game that I could sneak off to play.
I mean, I am the resident old on the panel, and I have great memories of when Rare remade Conquer with Live and Reloaded, and going from N64 to original Xbox, they did the really cool fur shading, and that was 3 Xbox generations ago. What Banjo could look like now. And play are we gonna? We're gonna go to our resident Banjo hater.
Here's what I hope they do. I hope they bring out a Banjo silhouette and then Conquer chainsaws it in half. It's actually a Conquer game instead of Banjo.
I think we'd be okay with.
And then we would get the Banjo later. But yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, Destin, that brings us to you. We've each come up with 3 predictions for things we think or maybe want to see today. Give us your first one. Tell the people. See if the people agree with you.
All right. So for a long time, I have thought that they should remake the original Fallout. It was like a staple of the Fallout genre. Obviously, the original game, a remake from the ground up, probably using something newer than the Fallout 4 engine. I think that would be really compelling and introduce a lot of people to that excellent story that was told. And modernizing the mechanics would just bring it to another level, obviously.
I mean, Fallout's, of course, bigger than ever. Do we have any fans of the Fallout TV show out there? Yeah, it's so good. They did such a great job. And has anybody in the IGN Live crowd gotten back into the Fallout games because of the TV show? Yeah, it's hotter than ever in the wasteland. And Destin, I'm gonna roll with you on this because I know you've been on this train for a little while now. Give me the Fallout 1 remake, but I think it would be such a great project, especially now. And I know that the studio that I'm gonna propose would be great to do this is busy with one project, but I think they have another team, and I think there'd be nobody better than inXile to handle that, right? Because of course we know Bethesda Game Studios is busy with The Elder Scrolls 6, which. That I'm not predicting we will see today. I think that's going to be a ways off yet. But inXile, they've got connections going back to the original game. It would be a very poetic fit, would it not?
Yeah, I would actually just absolutely love that. And I think if we think back to whatever was in the FTC documents, I do know a lot of the games were mentioned at least, but just nothing official about it. Chances are they would more likely remake Fallout 3. But for me, I think they need to start at the beginning, modernize those original entries into the series.
Yeah.
And then by the time they get to 3, that game would need an update because they already have the free update. If you're playing on console, you already get the free update in terms of graphics and fidelity and everything. And if you're on PC, you already likely have access to all that stuff. So yeah, that's my take on how they should handle it.
All right, I will go next. We're kind of doing the reverse snake draft order thing here, which we like to do. So, who out there would want an Xbox handheld? I'm not the only one, right? Like,
yes.
I think it's going to happen,
Everyone.
and I think it's going to happen today. I don't know if we'll get a price. I don't know if we'll get a release date, but I think Phil and the team are going to come out and say, we are working on a handheld, so you will be able to take your games, your Game Pass, anywhere that you want to go. I love my Steam Deck. The handheld PC gaming market is blowing up right now. And yeah, there is clearly a lot of enthusiasm. Miranda, Xbox handheld, little Fusion Frenzy on the go for you, maybe?
Please. But I'm skeptical because they've never really shown a huge interest in handhelds, and it kind of does feel the larger market of handhelds have like come and gone in a way. But there's still, of course, opportunity for them to develop there. And I say that as someone who loves handheld devices. Like, I have owned almost every Nintendo handheld. I have my Steam Deck. I had the other companies' handheld. Like, I have all of them, and they're such a joy, and they're really important to me. So if they were to announce this, I'd want it to be more than just a Game Pass machine. Like, it has to have things that are developed specifically for it, and I think that's what makes it special. Otherwise, then it's just the same thing as a Steam Deck, right? It's just, well, now it has Game Pass specifically, which is great, but I already have a Steam Deck, so like, why couldn't you just work with them to make it work? You know, so that's the trade-off, right? It's like, how do you balance what makes this device special other than being another device for me to lug around? So that would be my challenge to them, of like making it something that does have a specific kind of attention to it being a handheld device, because there's a lot of really cool games you can have on there specifically for handheld, and I would like to challenge them to develop specifically for that, rather than just another thing to play a smaller screen of something you have, which we can do on our phones already too with cloud. So, you know.
Stella, an Xbox handheld, if such a thing were to be revealed today, it would be another platform that you could kick my ass in Halo Infinite on.
Oh, yeah, and that would be great. I could just bring it into work, and you have no excuse, right? Which is
I'd
great.
be on a full mouse keyboard setup, and you'd be just dominating right from the handheld.
Technically, to be fair, controllers where I'm a little bit weaker now because I did switch over to keyboard and mouse, so maybe you would have a chance.
Is there anybody here that thinks they could beat Stella in a one-on-one match of Halo Infinite? No, I'm seeing it. Yeah, there's maybe a couple of volunteers out there.
I saw one guy go.
Destin, Xbox handheld. How much would you use it? Like, what would you want out of it should it be a real thing?
Yeah, I mean, mainly a little bit more processing power probably than the Steam Deck currently has, because, you know, that's a few years old now, so like a little bit of a modernization there. But really where they could succeed is reducing some of the barriers that the Steam Deck has. Right now I have to like do a dual boot to get like a game like Destiny installed on it. Granted, it doesn't run great or anything like that. You have to like install Windows, then install those Windows games. Well, Microsoft could just make that organic. And if they're able to also allow you to utilize your Steam library on an Xbox handheld, that would be a huge selling point for me right away.
I agree. Yeah. If we got those launchers, like Genshin launcher on Steam Deck, the biggest pain. I just gave up. I was like, I can't keep doing this download stuff. Same with Destiny. It's like, I don't want to break it. So if they figure that out, that would be... I'm backing you, Destin. That would be the sell.
Who among us already has a handheld gaming PC? Anybody out there? Yeah, there's some cheers going on. But if Xbox did one, how many of you does that push over the top? Yeah, see, the desire is there. The market is there. I mean, I would love to see, whenever this thing comes out, like maybe it kind of replaces the Series S in a sense, where it's the lower, you know, you could still have a super powerful home console, but why not just make an Xbox handheld effectively be like the Switch, but for Xbox, where you could dock it, play it on your TV if you wanted to, or just grab it and take it with you. That's where I would love to see Microsoft go with this. So we'll see what happens. That's arguably my bold. I wanted to swing for the fences with my first prediction here. We've got another round of these to do. So let's do Miranda's next one real quick. I'm going to just come back to you. Miranda, Game Pass is great, but it could be better?
Yes, so we have heard about the Game Pass Friends and Family plan for a while now. They are doing it in testing for a while, and they ended it in last July, I believe, and had nothing since. And I think it's time for them, and it'd be just a kind of a nice announcement to bundle with their like Game Pass announcements. You know how they do the reel, and then like, and also we're working on this plan. That's a really important thing. Like honestly, like financially, I think Xbox tries to be considerate. Obviously, offering the Xbox Series S, like that's kind of a big deal. And them offering a family and friends specifically plan, like acknowledging, unlike Netflix and other places, it's like, you have accounts outside your house? How dare you? And Xbox is like, no, we're accounting for that because obviously, do you actually want to have 4 accounts in one house? No, I live across the country with my sister. Yeah, like we gotta do it like that. So them accounting for that, I think, would be really considerate and a great thing to just showcase with their reels that they usually do. Just a quick thing. That'd be really nice.
How many Game Pass subscribers do we have in the house? Everybody uses it. It's a great prediction, Miranda. I love it. We've got more predictions. We're going to take a quick break right now, but the Xbox Showcase is coming up very soon, less than 15 minutes. So don't go anywhere, IGN Live. We'll be right back.
Hunter x Hunter is a beloved manga written by Yoshihiro Togashi and has sold over 84 million copies to date. And now, Arc System Works and Bushiroad Games present the first ever Hunter x Hunter fighting game titled Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact. Compose a team of your favorite characters and battle against others in an exciting 3v3 tag team fighting system. Different team compositions unlock new possibilities, and they're the key to victory or defeat. So whether you're a Hisoka main or a Leorio fan, there's sure to be a team that fits your playstyle. Let's take a look.
やろうチーム戦受けて立つぜキルアが相手でも手は抜いてあげないよ負けた方がジュースおごりなクズめ死で償えこういう奴がいるからやめられない殺しはな試験の時からあなたとは戦ってみたかったんだやる気十分といったところかの一気にガンケン悪いなゲームオーバーだいい加減にしやがれ捕獲する死神クイズ回答者はいらない百式観音ネンインパクト目のはや目のはやっと逃げるオーラでなんかむちゃくちゃにしてやるたいな気分私が戦うんですの怖い。うわ可愛こぶってんじゃねえよババア切り札は隠すもんだろうほらよまだだバカだね私のが強いつってんだわよ
IGN Live is presented by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with Xfinity's blazing fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is... wow.
Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June... IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event. We are live. Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
IGN store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
And we're back. This is the last day of IGN Live, and we are kicking things off early by counting down to the Xbox Showcase. But there's tons more planned for later today. And if you want to join us here at the Magic Box in downtown LA, join the party. You can grab a ticket right now at ign.com/live. So let's continue with our final predictions for the Xbox Showcase. We're going to have to, I think, power through this last group, which is great. So we heard from Miranda about Game Pass Friends and Family, which I think would be awesome to see. Stella, give me something else here. There's a certain fantasy role-playing game that you'd like to see more of that's being developed in the UK by some racing game people.
I wonder what title that could be. Oh, right, Fable.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's about time we see some gameplay, right? I mean, we got a great cinematic trailer that shows story beats, but I want to see some gameplay, right? Yeah.
Miranda, I'm not sure there's a game other than Elder Scrolls 6 maybe that has a higher ceiling for both like quality potential and arguably sales potential than Fable if Playground can nail this reboot.
I want to see how pretty it's going to be. Honestly, like, just, it's Playground. So I was like, show me the weather. I know it's really, like, lame maybe, but I'm like, show me a nice rainy day in my cottage where I'm going to have 7 kids with the guy that I married, and we're going to run a kingdom, and then also, I don't know, murder some people, but it's fine.
Whoa, hold on. I would have assumed
Listen,
you would...
Fable is chaotic. Fable is chaotic, and we love it. And that was, like, my favorite thing in Fable 3. It was just like, I have my little homestead and my child, but then also, time to go murder. It's fine.
I thought for sure you'd have the halo over your head in Fable that you were like pure good. No? Are you with me on the dark side?
Because it's fun to be bad. Sometimes, like, hey, like just a little bit. It's like a little bit as a treat, you know. Sometimes you gotta kick the chickens.
Destin. Halo has high potential. We know that. We've seen it. Halo Infinite turned out great, and it's really been on a great road here with the live service roadmap. But do you think we're going to see anything new from Halo today, like in a big way?
Well, Halo has been constantly updated, at least Infinite has, and I just want to know, what are they going to do with that franchise going forward? Are we going to get any really compelling, interesting content for Halo Infinite in terms of storytelling? They've indicated that's not going to be the case, so are they going to do a separate thing with the Halo franchise? You know, they've done it before with Halo Wars and Halo Wars 2, so maybe we find out more about what they're going to do with this amazing universe that they have at their disposal.
Yep.
I love Halo. Yeah.
Spin-off game, maybe? Something, because we know it's mainline Halo is down the road. Like, what's the spin-off? What do you want to see?
Well, there was this rumor going around that they're going to remake the original from the ground up. And there's been this rumor going around that they're going to use Unreal Engine So maybe the original remade in Unreal 5 would be really, really interesting to me.
Anybody out there want to rock Halo 1 one more time? Yeah. I mean, it's without Halo Combat Evolved. I mean, you guys might be here, but we're not here talking about There is no Xbox if Halo Combat Evolved doesn't exist.
No, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
That's just. I'll never back down from that argument. I don't think anybody would argue with me. No. So, yeah, I mean, I know, Miranda, you had a great idea on an Unlocked many moons ago about a horror game, a first-person, with the flood, right?
Yes. I was thinking about this last night about how Microsoft does a really good job with its first-party properties of expanding beyond its primary characters. So even with Gears, you'll get Hivebusters. The main cast isn't there. It's just a different group. And with ODST, Chief isn't there,
Right.
Reach. It's a different story, and it makes these worlds that they have feel richer, and that there's something more important than just Master Chief. Oh, that's almost heinous to say, but it's no, but it's true. There is a world beyond him, and there's so much that they can do there, and I'd really like to see them continue to explore that with either Halo or Gears, of course, but specifically Halo, because I think that I'm concerned. I just want to know what they're doing. I'm is Chief okay? We got the end of Infinite, that was such a fantastic campaign. They're look at all the stuff we're going to do, and then nothing. Yeah. And then just, where are we going, basically?
That post-credit scene was a weird one, too. So I'm really curious to see where they go.
Where are we going? I'm concerned.
I am curious to see where Undead Labs goes with State of Decay 3. So I had that on my list of predictions. And then some probably very apologetic soul at Undead Labs accidentally flipped something live that they weren't supposed to flip yesterday. And the trailer didn't leak, but the confirmation that a trailer would be in the showcase today. So this isn't it was a prediction until yesterday, and when they confirmed it. So I guess I was right. I'll take that. But
you already won one
You
point?
nailed it, Ryan.
Perfect.
Yeah. How do we feel about State of Decay? Any fans in the audience?
Yeah.
I love this series.
It's so fun.
It's so good. It is the zombie game that I'd always wanted to play when it first dropped. The first one dropped, and then the second one, also launched a little kind of rough, but they've put so much work into State of Decay 2 over the years, and it's an absolute gem of a game now. If you haven't played it, go jump on Game Pass and do yourself a favor, and you will have. I promise you'll have fun with State of Decay 2. All right, we're going to power through this last round. We've each got one prediction left, I believe, here, if I've been keeping proper count. So, Destin, I'll go to you first on this one. Give me something. Whatever you think could be good.
Well,
or maybe perfect.
You brought up State of Decay, and it's been so long since we've seen anything about State of Decay 3, right? We got that intro trailer, and it's the same story for Perfect Dark. Yeah. Perfect Dark, we heard a lot about the turmoil behind the scenes and the turnover and how they're adjusting their strategies for getting the game developed. We need to see it. We need to see what that gameplay is going to look like. What is the gameplay loop that we're going to be experiencing going to be like? Because we haven't heard a lot about it. We've been reassured by Booty on live streams, Matt Booty over at Xbox, but we need to see it. He said it was ready a year or two ago. Let's see it today.
Do we have any Perfect Dark old school fans out there? Either the original or, dare I say, Perfect Dark Zero as well? I played the heck out of Perfect Dark Zero. Now, Miranda, we know that Crystal Dynamics, who'd done such a great job with those first couple Tomb Raider reboots, is co-developing Perfect Dark with the initiative. And it's apparently, per our own ace investigative reporter Rebecca Valentine's report last year, it's on a good path now. What do you want to see out of this long gestating Perfect Dark reboot?
Puzzles, which is very silly, but when I think Crystal Dynamics, I do think of Tomb Raider, and so I think a good time with puzzles, and I think that's, of course, a good way to mix up your gameplay if you're doing shooter or stealth. It's a second for puzzles and just kind of engage a different part of the brain for a second. So I'd like to see a little bit of that.
Stella, you got one more prediction in you?
I do, but also for Perfect Dark, I want some parkouring like Titanfall.
Oh, yeah.
Or...
Oh, yeah. Now you're talking.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Listen, I have to bring up Titanfall any chance I get, okay? Oh, they're all after my heart here. But I really want another Doom because I started playing Doom Eternal, and oh my god, yeah, especially in the medieval setting that they've been teasing or that I've been hearing about. I'm like, that would be really cool.
Yeah, I love Doom so darn much. We're 1 minute out, by the way. It is about time. It is about time. So, yeah, Doom. I might cry. Like if Miranda cries for Gears 6, Doom might break me. I love Doom so much. They've done such a great job with it.
There's one more thing that I would cry for. Fusion Frenzy. So I gotta throw it out there before we end. I have to do it.
All
It's
right.
my thing.
It looks like the Xbox Showcase is about to begin. We'll see you on the other side with our live post show, and I'll be talking later to Phil Spencer, who will be right here on IGN Live. Let's watch the Xbox Showcase.
Wolves came in through the back door. Don't trust anyone.
Good evening. The Soviet Union is no more. Despite a potential for instability and chaos, these events clearly serve our national interest. Free from the specter of global conflict.
Today we celebrate the mystery of American renewal.
Something's going on. Something big.
I'm a fire starter, terrific fire starter.
I figured if I stuck around hell long enough, I'd see the devil. How's he look?
I'm a fire starter, terrific fire starter.
The agency is compromised. We're being hunted from the inside.
I'm a fire starter, terrific fire starter.
You don't have to trust me, Marshal. But it might be better if you do. Hey! It's something you should see. What the hell are we getting into? Don't trust anyone.
To a CIA black site. Are you out of your mind?
Things got complicated.
May God continue to bless the United States of America.
You just got a first look at the campaign for Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Set in the 1990s after the Cold War ends, where the truth isn't what it seems. It's an honor to stand here representing the creative teams at Activision. And please stay tuned after the showcase, where we will take you inside the studios to hear directly from Treyarch and Raven, who are working on Call of Duty Black Ops 6. You'll get a 25-minute deep dive into the story and a sneak peek at multiplayer and zombies. It's been 10 years since Call of Duty has been in our show. It's been even longer since all Call of Duty players got the same game at the same time. Going forward, everyone will experience the game, including the Black Ops 6 beta, the season expansions, and the updates at launch. There are currently over 100 million people who play Call of Duty every month. We hope to grow that community by making Black Ops 6 the first Call of Duty game that will be available in Game Pass day one. So no matter where you choose to play, everyone is welcome to experience Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th. I'm incredibly excited for today's show. I'm standing here thinking about all the passion that has gone in to making this show what it is. It's an honor to share the latest efforts from our partners around the world and from our own creative teams at Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard, and Xbox Game Studios, who are doing what I believe is some of their best work ever. And now I get to introduce something that is special to me. As someone who has played games for as long as I have, it's amazing that I get to set up this world premiere. So thank you all for joining us, and please enjoy the show.
World premiere.
Who were you before? Who did you love? What did you believe? It's too late to ask now. We all knew the risks when we ventured out beyond the gates. But you helped us make something greater than the fear and death that surrounded us. We found hope in each other.
Help! I'm surrounded. They're everywhere. There's way more than I was expecting.
And even if we bought the other survivors just one more day, the sacrifice would be worth it. It would always be worth it. And that helped us find the courage to keep going, to fight on. When we needed it the most. well. But we'll keep your memory alive. Every sacrifice we make matters and will never be forgotten. No one is forgotten. We live on.
Not looking good, old friend. This'll take more than you and me.
What are you thinking?
We need someone to be our eyes and ears in the shadows.
And someone to bring a little darkness to the daylight.
We're going into the Fade, aren't we?
And digging up a lot of buried secrets.
What about Darkspawn?
Yeah. Someone who will stand between us and a pack of demons.
You know there will be dragons.
Right. We'll need someone with fire in their blood. One more thing. This crew needs a leader. Someone we can count on. Someone that the world can count on. But where are we gonna find her?
We have received a distress call of unknown origin. There is no record of a star station in this orbit. Something is not right.
This is the serpent's will.
Coming aboard was a mistake. We need to run.
Hold very still and choose your words carefully. They will determine how long you live. You trespass in the home of House Varoon. Your fate will be decided by the Great Serpent.
Can you feel its embrace encircling your heart? Constricting until there is no more you. Only us.
I'm from the Trackers Alliance. We have a proposal for you.
I wish you the best of luck.
Vaultathon 76 is sponsored in part by Sugar Bombs Breakfast Cereal. Bombs away. Folks, if you're just joining us, we're coming to you live in the 10th consecutive hour of our Vaultathon 76 drive. We've got operators standing by and, oh, it looks like we've got one.
Harry's on from Skyline Valley. He's sending the whole family to Vault 76.
How about that? Skyline Valley, beautiful country, right in the heart of Shenandoah.
Oh, Shenandoah, I hear you calling.
Call now to join Harry and the over 17 million vault dwellers already on board. And let's keep those numbers climbing.
Got 4 on the line from AVR Medical Center.
Wheeling.
Twins, congrats.
Vault 76 is a growing community, and strong community can weather any storm. Why, just take a look at our Skyline Valley neighbors in Vault 63. The greatest scientific minds are hard at work, cooking up shocking new ways to protect and preserve this Appalachian Eden. Yes, Skyline Valley is a stunning portrait of Mother Nature in repose. From the picturesque Shenandoah National Park to its majestic wildlife and friendly local residents, Skyline Valley is a welcome home to all. And don't forget to bring home a souvenir or two. When the bombs started dropping, don't come a-knocking. Call now to reserve your place in Vault 76. Still not sold? Well, I suppose having skin is not for everyone. Best of luck out there.
Cross the wide Missouri.
World premiere.
Soon she'll wake and paint again. Paint a new number, ticking down every year. One stroke, and everyone of that age vanishes into nothingness. Every year she paints again, and every year an expedition departs for the continent with one hopeless mission: destroy the paintress so she can never paint death again. We'll break the cycle so she can't steal anyone else's future.
This world is full of wonders.
Yet everywhere we go, we walk with death.
Do you mean we're the only ones left?
Even if we fail, we lay the trail for those who will come after. Right? We are Expedition 33.
Do you think there's a chance my mom's still alive?
If your ma's anything like you have, she'll keep fighting till we find her.
I hope so. It's just hard to believe this is all really happening.
You mean to tell me your mama never told you stories about critters and weavers? Oh, you're lucky I come along.
What?
Shh. That's two-toed tall. Big gator. I gotta drop you off fast.
After I got you out of that tree, you said you helped me find my mama.
I ain't of a disposition to be gator snacks.
Well, me neither.
If we're gonna go on, we gotta get rid of him.
I'm all ears.
There's a church up a ways with a big bell. Go on and ring it.
You want to make him come running?
Tom can't abide the sound of bells. Some church folks once tried to dynamite him, and he didn't take that too kind. If you ring that bell, he might skedaddle.
You better not skedaddle.
Go on now, scoot. I'll pick you up yonder after to go find your mom.
Trifling ass mudcat.
Hey, I heard that.
Gotta move quickly now. Wait, that floating island is the gator? Oh, hell no. All right, time to find that church. There it is. Now to get over there. What the hell?
Hurry up! Jump!
A boat and a church are just meals for Tom, they say. For Tom.
In darkness, slumbers and dreams. And for countless generations, mortal heroes have risen to defend her. They faced monsters, tyrants, and beasts of primordial horror. Though they fought amongst themselves, their enmity following them to the most distant shores. And even across time and space, their courage never faltered. Even upon the very threshold of death. While new hope blooms on the horizon, the final battle draws near. Now, in the darkness, at the very heart of the world, the drums of war thunder once again. And Azeroth at last awakens. The world's soul, so long denied me, shall be mine.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. Your codename for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. The clock is ticking. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army. Freeze. Speak. Commencing virtuous mission now.
How is it that you know all of this?
Because I am a god too.
If you're a god, you're one of them. Why would I do anything to help someone I've sworn to kill?
If it's vengeance you want, I'll give it to you.
We return to you now as the gods of mankind.
Rulers of the Greeks and the Norse.
The Egyptians and the Atlanteans.
We created mankind to fight for our glory. So rise and wield my wrath.
Command beastly chaos.
Rain down destruction.
And unleash our fury.
Worship me. Claim my power. And legend will be yours.
Your target is in possession of a radioactive device. Stop Carrington's attack at all costs. Good luck, Agent.
I always knew I had an instinct. I could see the world differently. I thought it would be like any other mission. I was wrong.
Welcome to Garden City, where it's a pleasant 23 degrees all day, every day.
How far to his last known location?
Local forces are also tracking his whereabouts. You need to find him before they do.
I'll have to improvise.
Generating voice print.
افتح ارسل واحدا آخر.
اختبر البوابة بحسب.
What readings are you getting?
We are getting odd readings from your monitor. Can you confirm?
I'm looking at the screen right now.
Our intel places Carrington on the second floor.
And the life we think we know turns out to be a lie. There's only one way forward. Find the truth. Scan's clear. I'm going in blind.
Carrington! Damn it!
Analyze. What am I looking at here?
Carrington appears to be targeting a research facility. If he attacks it, the casualties could be astronomical.
Agent Stark, it's a pleasure to meet you. I could use someone with your skills.
To lose everything before I could see. What this world was really hiding.
I hope you're ready, Agent Dark.
Are you all seeing this?
Once you open this door, there's no going back.
Agent Joanna Dark is caught in the middle of a near-future war over advanced technology that threatens the lives of millions. We hope you enjoyed the first look at gameplay, and we can't wait to share more from the developers at The Initiative and Crystal Dynamics as the game progresses. The creativity and talent of game creators are what make our industry unique, and I'm incredibly proud of our games and our teams. They are building a diverse lineup of titles, which includes new installments in beloved franchises like Doom, The Dark Ages from id Software, updates and expansions to our ongoing games like World of Warcraft, The War Within from Blizzard, handcrafted original concepts like South of Midnight from Compulsion Games, and blockbuster games with massive audiences like Call of Duty, Black Ops 6 from Activision. On behalf of our creative teams at Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard, King, and Xbox Game Studios, we thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to getting their ambitious games in your hands. Diablo is one of the most enduring and beloved series in all of gaming. We're thrilled to have Diablo 4 in Game Pass, where millions of you made it your favorite way to play. This October, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred expands the demon-slaying experience with an all-new character class, a new region, and of course, the next chapter in the acclaimed story. Here is the opening cinematic for the game. Let's take a look.
Cheers, chicham. Mini de cheese. Mini de Zukudo. Mart Solan. Akra. Cheers, chicham. Mini de cheese. Mini.
Boy, young one. Are you all right?
Akra. Cheers, chicham. Mini de cheese. Mini de
Nerel?
Zukudo. Mart.
Oh, you're not well. Please, please, my child, let me help you.
Stay away from me!
Nerel! Is that how I raised you?
No, Mother. But I must carry this burden alone. I must get to Akarat's tomb.
But look at you. I don't know how much longer I can... I'm here, little magpie. I missed you so much. I'm so proud of you. But now, I need you to give up.
No. Of course it's you! You monster! Let go of me!
Let go. No. You made a choice. And I warned you, little magpie. There would be consequences.
Surrender.
No! I control the stone!
You hold the stone. You control nothing.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I could use some help.
Oh, right, you. So, you want to know all about heroes, do you? Well, you have come to the right place. Because who better to tell you all about them than perhaps the greatest hero of them all? Yeah? There he is, in all his finery. Cheers. I mean, sure, you get your mega fans,
You are like literally my favourite person.
your haters,
It's like a fan club, but we hate you.
your chancers, and the occasional giant toad, for some reason. But it's more than that. It's about the choices you make.
I'm a hero. I should do what I want. We thought you could save her.
You know, it's your life and death stuff. That's what defines you, isn't it? Really stays with you. I knew this one hero. I took her in when she had nowhere else to go. Welcome to the most exclusive club in all of Albion. Thought I'd get her out there, make the most of her gift. But you know what it's like when you're young and you have a point to prove. I tell you, this kid, she had it all. The skill, the talent, the power. She was something else, all right. She was terrifying. So, yeah, I knew this girl once who made all the wrong choices.
Humphrey. She's back. I'm going to fix it. This place.
and no one is going to stand in my way.
World premiere.
Use this! Make your own rules!
It's my turn.
World premiere.
There is nothing left for me in the city. So, I have traveled back to where I grew up. Here, I found my childhood home in ruins. Why hasn't my aunt taken good care of it? The bridge to her house is broken, so I can't even ask her. I will make the tree stump a cozy home again, no matter what it takes. And no matter how hard it gets. I will fight. And find meaning and beauty out here. Some will say that in the dead of winter, a small city mouse doesn't stand a chance. Maybe so. But I must keep believing that every winter leads to spring. Auntie! Finally! No!
World premiere.
My mixtapes bend others to my will. It's a strange, almost cosmic talent.
Go back to a time where summers lasted forever, when friendships were unbreakable, and any trouble was good trouble.
This year, I want to ride a flaming stallion of delinquency.
Yes!
What's your name again?
From Beethoven and Dinosaur comes an adventure a lifetime in the making. Experience the freedom of the teenage wasteland, sneaking out, making out, avoiding the law, and maybe something a little more.
Hey, can I stand up?
Yeah, little Rockford, go nuts!
Set to the soundtrack of a generation.
What are we gonna think of ourselves in 10 years?
I'll just remember to tell myself it felt important at the time.
Your greatest memories are stored in music. You're invited to go back in mixtape.
There have been noise complaints.
Okay.
I swore I'd never use my power again. But 2 nights ago, I found my friend's body in the woods. I don't know who I can trust, or who trusts me. But my friend Safi is dead. So why can I still hear her voice? Focusing my power, I somehow shifted into a parallel timeline. Here, Sophie is still alive. The danger stalks our every step. And only I can investigate both realities.
Hang on. Parallel world?
It's the same as this one, except you're dead. I can still save Sophie. If I can solve and prevent the same murder across 2 timelines.
Are you sure you want to investigate these fiendly?
I can't let this go. It could be the best kept secret in history.
What are you going to do, Indiana?
These artifacts have a deep connection to something in the past. Boss believes they hold a kind of power. A discovery that could change the world.
What were you doing out there?
Fresh air! We have to find the stones, Gina. Or they will. If you were to draw a line through these ancient sites around the globe, you'd get a perfectly aligned circle.
The Great Circle.
Exactly.
I intercepted the Morse code coming from the Himalayas.
Where Voss is sending all of his men.
Is that a...
Battleship? Yep. Let's get a closer look. Gotta find the stone and get off this ship.
What's that in his hands?
What does it say?
Earth something. What was that?
We'd better hide. Ciao.
Hands behind your head.
Where's the stone, you American rat?
What stone?
Have you ever heard of Höhenangst?
Fear of heights?
Yes! And I have it. I endured this dreadful mountain even if my mind was screaming every step of the way. Because of a concept you narrow-minded Americans will never understand! Devotion. Total and absolute devotion to the fatherland. You have no purpose. What you have is your stupid American cartoons. Choo-choo, choo-choo. Ha 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 ha. You laugh and dance, celebrating your own idiocy and drinking the piss you call beer. I will walk through fire for the devoted men of the Reich. Give me that stone. Now!
Can't give you what I don't have.
I shall search your corpse to make sure!
Wait! Please wait.
Give me the stone.
Gina.
We gotta get out of here. Help me!
The stone! The stone!
You never know you are a monster until someone comes to slay you. The first signs are really subtle, but over time, it becomes clear. The gift changes you, slowly consuming every little part of your humanity. I should know. It runs in my blood.
Your Emperor has chosen you as our envoy to the living lands. That wild frontier suffers from the dream scourge. Find the root of this terrible plague and put an end to it.
He is wrong. The dream scourge is but a symptom of a deeper, more dangerous rot. Go. Tame the chaos that plagues the living lands, so that those who remain standing can shape its future.
They both deceive you. There is more wonder in this world than eyes alone can see. You must open yourself to its mysteries. Tend to its purpose, no matter how wild. And become what the living lands truly needs. Its protector.
Emergency at Wind-scale atom plant. It's not emergency, but disaster. Now the worst seems to be over. Wiring target.
Did your father ever tell you why my bones ache in the weather? War. Their soldiers killed everyone.
I do not fear our enemy. They talk of peace and dream of war. Our people deserve to be freed of the oppressor's grasp.
Vengeance is a lonely path now, Believe me, there are other ways to heal.
People so quick to abuse their power do not deserve to keep it.
There is much we will learn from each other, Yasuke.
You can see when two people fit, when they will be better together.
There is no honor in preying on the weak.
Together, we will bring justice back to the people.
Скіфе, радий тебе бачити, друже. Валимо звідси. Ви тільки погляньте на це. Край, чарівний край черемоша і прута. Ти моя любов. Ти рідна матінко моя. Жива.
Координати закинув. Поквапся.
Зараз час такий. Час можливостей.
Усі ці жертви, усі ці смерті. Який в них сенс?
Зона така, якою бачиш її ти. Я ж показав тобі, якою я її бачу. Іди своїм шляхом, і тоді ти зможеш побачити зону по-своєму.
We've been honored to partner with GSC Game World, the Ukrainian studio behind Stalker 2. We can't wait for you to experience their game yourselves on September 5th. Today, you've seen amazing games from creators around the world, from both our partners and our own studios, from the biggest blockbusters to original independent games. I hope you enjoy the breadth of titles coming to Xbox. In addition to all these great games, we're introducing a new all-digital Series X and expanding color and storage options across the Series X and S lineup. They'll be coming to select markets this holiday. These new X and S consoles, alongside the many other devices in our Xbox gaming family, offer you more choices. It's our mission to make Xbox the best place for you to play by including the titles from our own studios in Game Pass at launch, by bringing your games into the future with our commitment to game preservation, by pushing the technical boundaries in our future hardware, and empowering you to play your games anywhere you want on Xbox consoles, PC, and cloud. This is what defines Xbox today and in the future, and we're hard at work on the next generation. Immediately after Showcase ends, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Direct begins. We're taking you inside Treyarch and Raven for an extended look at what's next in Black Ops. But before we dive into the Direct, we've saved one more thing.
World premiere.
Hello and welcome to Treyarch in Los Angeles, and thanks for joining us today. We're excited to share what we've been working on for the past few years. For Black Ops 6, we really wanted to give ourselves the time to craft something truly great. This means we're delivering a new level of polish and innovation across all parts of the game. I've been working here for over 20 years, and I can tell you that we have something special on our hands with Black Ops 6. And I know that the team are excited to give you a deep dive into our campaign and global innovations across the entire game.
With Black Ops 6, we're taking players to a new but familiar era, the early 90s. In true signature Black Ops fashion, our story builds on real history, thrusting players into a conspiracy where a shadowy force has infiltrated the highest levels of the US government, branding anyone who resists as traitors and forcing players to go rogue for the first time to fight the very machine that created them. The team has been meticulously crafting every aspect of this game to deliver the fun and attitude players expect from the Black Ops franchise.
Multiplayer is of course here and brings the Black Ops style and provides a playground for the brand new Omni movement system. New way to push beyond your limits and move like an action hero. You'll see a sneak peek of that later today. Round-based zombies is absolutely back and better than ever, and you can be sure it's full of surprises. With that, let's step into the mind-bending campaign experience we've been crafting with our partners at Raven.
No turning back now.
Every Call of Duty player has a favorite campaign mission. When we set out to make Black Ops 6, we were focused on delivering missions so iconic that they stick in your memory long after. We are bringing that action-packed blockbuster feel to every step of the narrative. We are giving you more variety, more dynamic moment-to-moment gameplay, and more options to finish each mission.
We can do this loud or quiet.
The game is packed with unexpected moments of Black Ops mystery. It's a high-octane spy thriller where you're never sure who to trust and what's real. And it's all set against the backdrop of the early 90s. The Soviet Union was crumbling after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War. The US is the only remaining superpower. The Gulf War was dominating headlines everywhere, and there was a growing mistrust in government, reflected everywhere across the music, television, and pop culture of the time. When we talk about the Black Ops timeline, Black Ops 6 comes after the events of the Cold War, but is directly tied to the 1986 flashbacks in Black Ops 2, the aftermath of which has left our heroes in dire circumstances.
Something you should see.
Black Ops 6 blends the rich and gritty history of previous franchise titles with bold new characters, with veteran Frank Woods as our through line in our story. In this new chapter, we see a different side of Woods following his traumatic injury at the hands of Raul Menendez. He's been pulled from the field as he adjusts to a new role within the CIA, often behind a desk or on the other end of a radio. His protege is Troy Marshall, who's been making a name for himself in the field. Marshall is a reluctant leader driven by a strong moral compass. Marshall and Woods are working with another new face in Black Ops 6, CIA handler Jane Harrow. She's a born leader, fearless and brilliant, and helps manage their relationships within the agency. Woods' ability to operate in the shadows has always been hugely valuable to the CIA, whether they want to admit it or not. And Marshall has the ability to make tough calls in the field, ones that Harrow trusts him to make. But when an operation goes wrong, Woods and Marshall are suspended and ultimately forced to go rogue. They soon realize they have to trust each other to get to the bottom of what's going on. Without any of their usual resources, they have to build their own team, recruiting two exciting new characters in Felix Newman, a technical genius, and Savati Dumas, a mysterious assassin. With the end of the Cold War, these former enemies have become new allies. And with the sudden return of notorious operative Russell Adler, who'd gone missing for months, a former ally may have become a new enemy.
For the Black Ops single-player campaign, we prioritized mission variety and unique experiences. Our goal was to offer players a wide variety of mission types, each crafted from the ground up. One moment, you'll be storming a palace. The next, you'll be pulling off a heist at a casino. We aim to take players all over the world and immerse them in vastly different experiences. Within these missions, we wanted gameplay to unfold in multiple ways, giving players the freedom to navigate through them as they see fit. Where we have different combat styles, we also have conversation opportunities where you can talk, barter, and manipulate your way into different experiences. And we think you'll want to replay levels to see them all.
we are excited to offer a variety of different enemy types in the campaign. The goal was to provide different challenges for the player. So whether they choose to go in guns blazing or take a stealthier approach.
Line them up right, you can take them both out with one shot. Nice and quiet.
We've continued to push on what's possible in terms of how our enemy combatants behave. Your enemies will be relentless, constantly seeking to outmaneuver you throughout the levels. They'll cut off escape routes, push on players' location, and force them to think on their feet. We've created certain missions where we give you a high-level objective and a variety of ways to approach that objective. One mission in particular takes place in a vast desert in Iraq. You and your team are hunting down missile launchers with the SAS. It's one of the largest campaign maps that we've ever created.
Look alive, people! They know we're coming!
You'll find that some of our destinations have a startling contrast in look and feel as well. We have a mission that takes place in an opulent casino in Southern Europe. It's unlike any past mission in Call of Duty. And what the player does in this space is totally unexpected. And another one of our missions we have set in the harsh tundra of northern Russia.
We are excited to offer an array of brand new equipment, as well as some favorites from the Black Ops universe. RCXD, Tranquilizer Trap, Adrenaline Stim, Homing Knife, Disruptor,
The campaign is grounded within an expanded campaign hub called the Safe House. You might remember we also had that in Black Ops Cold War. But this time, we wanted to think a little bit more broadly about the environment. We chose to have our team's hub located in a more naturalistic setting. So, it's in an abandoned manor by an ocean cliffside. What's most unique is that it used to be a KGB black site, which was operational during the 50s and 60s. This brings a lot of intrigue to the Safe House and will allow players to explore and discover secrets from the past. The team is also bringing back the evidence board, which is still the centerpiece of the Safe House experience, but with brand new upgrades. Players can view the campaign outline, gain deeper insights into missions, and analyze evidence collected throughout missions.
Quiet on the side, please. Okay.
Capture.
Okay, the attacker comes in. I'll go. 3, 2, 1, go! That was sick.
Great.
I think we got it.
With Black Ops 6, our goal is to create a more connected experience that keeps players immersed across every single mode. We've pushed ourselves at every corner to innovate and craft the most signature Black Ops experience for our players. Movement has been a consistent area of focus and innovation for Call of Duty. And with Black Ops 6, we're redefining movement across the entire game. For the first time ever, players can sprint in any direction and move like a true Black Ops action hero with an entirely new global system we call Omni Movement. This unlocks the ability to move like never before and seamlessly chain combat maneuvers like slide, dive, and our enhanced supine prone in full 360 degrees range of motion.
From the beginning, we started with, you can't do this thing, why? And then realized people actually move that way. What happens if we get rid of that construct? And then instantly it opened up like, oh, if you can sprint in any direction, then you can dive in any direction, you could slide in any direction, which then led to all the on-the-ground movement and everything else chaining together.
It's really been something that changes how you think and play the game, whether it's campaign, MP, or zombies. We truly believe that once you experience Omni Movement, there's no going back. We also have what we're calling intelligent movement, which is a set of features that drastically reduces how many buttons or keys you're pressing to perform various movements. These can be enabled in player options, and they're broken down into 3 categories: sprint assist, mantle assist, and crouch assist. And each of these settings will allow for fine-tuning. Intelligent movement really started with this idea that we want all players to focus on what they want to do and not how to do it. We want every player, regardless of skill level or input or experience with Call of Duty, to be able to engage with Omni movement and live out their own action hero fantasy in Black Ops 6. We looked at other genres like racing games, where they have these great assist settings that can be turned on and off. Things like traction control or assisted braking, and we really love the idea of taking that thinking and applying it to our own movement options. I don't think this is a one-size-fits-all thing, and I encourage players to play around with combos of these settings to really dial in their preferred setup. Hit zones are regions on a character that react when taking damage or dying. In past games, we've only had 4 regions. For Black Ops 6, we've actually increased that to 9 regions, so now we can determine if that enemy was shot in their left leg or right leg, and then we'll play a bespoke death animation depending on that location that they were hit. So world connectivity is this concept that players' movement and reactions are connected to the world based on their choices. A great example that really shines is a global feature we call corner slicing, where as you round a corner or go through a doorway, your weapon's gonna dynamically rotate in the direction that you're rounding that corner. And since it's dynamic, it'll be a bit more dramatic if you're slowly clearing a room, but won't affect you at all if you're barreling full speed around that same corner. We are constantly looking for opportunities to set the bar with movement and animations in Black Ops 6.
Take cover!
Our team is super thrilled to show you the best looking characters that we've done. Through our process of photogrammetry, gear was acquired, scanned, and incorporated onto each of our operatives. For our faces, a dynamic real-time analysis of spontaneous performances was captured and processed to make every emotional, impactful moment true to actual life. We made sure to have special attention to the cuticles and make sure that they don't look like they're just freshly cut. There's dirt in between their nails, the oils on their palms as they're sweaty and running through situations that they're in. We're paying attention to every detail.
The thing that I'm most excited about is the number of new weapons from the era that we've added, which includes many that are brand new to the franchise. Our heroes are rogue operatives, and they operate outside the normal playbook. That means they're procuring gear by any means necessary, and it allowed us to pull a unique mix of weapons. We made sure to deliver dozens of unique attachments for every gun, and this allows the players to create a weapon to match any playstyle that you can imagine, all while maintaining the feel and tone of the era.
In Black Ops 6, we really strive for striking that balance between real and hyper-real, but we want to ground our effects in realism. We find real-world reference so that we can match that motion, the weight, the timing, then riff off of that and create that hyper-real look that everybody has come to know and love from Call of Duty.
The Black Ops 6 user experience is all about focusing players on what they need when they need it, and our in-game HUD is no different. From the mini-map to the ammo widget to in-game notifications, the Black Ops 6 HUD combines some of our best designs in a clean, streamlined experience. For the first time in Call of Duty, players will be able to change their HUD in dramatic ways to suit their needs. For instance, streamers can choose a layout optimized for their setup, or maybe you want your HUD centered so you don't have to look away. Want to play hardcore anywhere, or finally put the minimap in the bottom left? Those are options as well. Not only does the HUD give players important status, it connects them to the world and helps them feel rewarded for being awesome. As players track that elusive challenge or target their next level unlock, Black Ops 6 delivers an end-to-end experience from the lobby into combat and back, where player progress and achievement are celebrated in a big way.
Lawrence Method.
Early on in Black Ops 6's development, we set a goal to make leveling and XP matter more than ever. Looking back through the Call of Duty and Black Ops catalog, there's a lot of love, both internally at Treyarch and that we see in our community, for how we used to handle prestige. Traditional prestige is back in Call of Duty with Black Ops 6. We've pulled the best of the best from past Call of Duty prestige systems and are going bigger and more rewarding than ever. Players who reach max player level will have the choice to enter prestige, start fresh with relocked gear, and go through the leveling journey again. Black Ops 6 will have 10 prestiges, each with a valuable set of rewards to earn and equip to peacock your status. Players who make it through Prestige 10 aren't done. Instead, they'll graduate into Prestige Master with 1,000 additional levels to climb through and a classified reward to uncover for anyone dedicated enough to make it all the way to the end. The full Prestige system is available on day one in Black Ops 6.
We know how many of our players look forward to multiplayer, and we will be providing a deep dive on it later in the year. For now, here's some insight into our development of Black Ops 6 multiplayer. Our vision since day one has been to craft an approachable and engaging step change of that signature Black Ops multiplayer experience. We've focused on supporting 3 core playstyles for launch. Enforcers are the slayers who like to kill and stay on the move. Recon is all about intel and counter-intel play. And strategists are support players who throw their bodies at objectives for the win or focus on taking out enemy score streaks for the team. All of our weapons, gear, and gadgets in multiplayer have been intentionally designed through that lens of supporting these play styles. And of course, it wouldn't be a Black Ops game if you can't relive those action hero moments in theater mode, which we're happy to announce is returning with Black Ops 6. Now, I said we're only getting a taste of MP today, but of course that means you're going to get some early details on maps.
We're happy to announce that we will be launching with 16 all-new MP maps. We've got 12 core 6v6 and 4 strike maps, which can be played as 6v6 or 2v2. What do players like? What do we know that they want? So we're back to our classic 3-lane maps. We've got fast, frenetic experiences, and we have that balance with more medium size, like better for hardcore pacing to keep the action flowing, but still have meaningful decisions for the player to make. The maps have their own stories, and we have multiplayer taking place after the campaign, after you finish it. So don't want to get into too many spoilers there, but you'll experience some of those locations through the multiplayer lens.
We've covered a lot today, but couldn't leave you without giving you just one more thing. Round-based Zombies is back, and we're picking up the Dark Aether storyline where we left it. We're excited to announce that there will be 2 brand new maps available at launch, with a curated mix of fan-favorite features and new elements to discover. For those new to Zombies, it's our unique take on the cooperative horde mode, where every map is packed full of powerful weapons and upgrades, deadly enemies, and tons of secrets to uncover. The legacy of Zombies is incredibly important to Treyarch, and we are so proud of what the mode is bringing to players in Black Ops 6. As you've heard today, the innovations in movement systems will also be coming to Zombies. Plus, there are many additional zombie-specific features, both new and returning. This is going to be a truly epic return for round-based Zombies. Be on the lookout for more intel coming later this year.
Steph interviewed AB. Mark?
Now, we know we only gave you a little taste of multiplayer here today, so make sure to mark your calendars for our worldwide multiplayer reveal event at Call of Duty Next on August 28th. Make sure to stay tuned for details and watch your favorite streamers get hands-on Black Ops 6 so you can be prepped and ready to jump into our MP beta and feel Omni movement for yourself. We'll be sharing so much more about Black Ops 6 in the coming months and look forward to seeing your reactions and your feedback from our open beta coming up this fall and into launch. And it's not just about launch, because the team is already focused on delivering a ton of content in the live seasons, which we'll be sharing more about. Am I allowed to talk about Warzone yet?
No.
Our goal on Black Ops 6 was, and still is, to make something that is the best work we've ever done, and frankly, the most fun to play. To do that, we deconstructed all of our gameplay, our systems, and content plans, and repeatedly asked how something could be better. In some cases, that led us to huge innovations like Omni Movement, where we're now allowing players to move how real people and operators move. In other cases, it led us back to some of our classic systems like Prestige, then taking that classic system through the ringer and making updates and improvements. Across our weapons, gear, operators, maps, and more, a huge push has been to hit the highest visual and audio fidelity possible. The campaign tells an all-new Black Ops story where you're forced to go rogue and are being hunted by the teams that trained you. On top of that, the team is really focused on mission and engagement variety. Multiplayer is a key ingredient in the DNA of Black Ops, and hopefully, in this sneak peek, it was clear that every single part of the MP game loop will be improved and better than ever, from movement, to shooting, to footsteps, to engagement systems, to death. And last but definitely not least, the triumphant return of round-based zombies. There is so much more to share across all 3 game modes before the game officially launches on October 25th. On behalf of the entire team, we can't wait for you to play Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
just wrapped up. We are here to break down everything that was shown off right here at IGN Live. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, longtime host of IGN's weekly Xbox show, Podcast Unlocked. And here with me are my Unlocked co-hosts, Destin Legary, Stella Chung, and Miranda Sanchez.
Bam!
Hello, IGN Live. I'm going to start right here. I've been covering Xbox for a long time. A lot of you have been watching me and us on covering Xbox for a long time. That was the greatest Xbox showcase they've ever done.
It was fire.
The crowd agrees. They nailed it, and there's so much to get to, and we have not enough time. I could do this all day, and I wish I could. Miranda, I'm going to start with you because the one more thing after Sarah Bond, started to wrap us up was the very thing that you hoped and desired for, and I should have been filming her, so I could have posted that, but Miranda, Gears of War, you got it. But not how you thought you were going to get Gears of War. Talk to me, please.
When it was announced, when I saw like the TV with logos we know from Gears, I just slammed my hands down on the table. I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody who's working near me. But I was like, is that Marcus? Is he a baby? Is that a baby Marcus Phoenix? Whose hand? Is that Dom? Baby Dom? Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. At first, I was a little disappointed and a little worried. I was like, what if they just drop Kate's story? Because I love Kate. I love Kate and Marcus as a duo. Like, obviously, the cliffhanger from Gears 5 was, like, huge and really important. And I'm like, are you guys leaving this behind? And Microsoft put up a post on Xbox Wire kind of going in-depth a little bit more on why E-Day and why they chose to go back to this. And it's like, for fans of the mainline series, which very clearly states that this is in addition to what they do. So Kate's story will continue as far as I've read into this, which I'm like, yes. Then I was like, I'm not trying to get up because I don't want to disturb camera settings, but it's like, I'm sold. I'm just giving you
We'll have to wait a number of years longer to find out which branch, the cliffhanger resolution
I think
it's going to be a while.
That means to me that storyline's going to pay off in like a really cool way because I trust them to get that right. So
I mean, the idea of the E-Day prequel has been floated for a long time. And I love that they're actually doing it because it means Dom is back. The return of our buddy Dom.
Okay, I have to ask, who cried? Who cried when Dom? Yeah. I like every time. I'm just like.
Well,
anyway.
And I love John DiMaggio back to the forefront as, of course, our fearless leader in Marcus Phoenix.
Baby Phoenix, he's so little.
It's awesome. Stella, your thoughts on going back to the beginning here with Gears?
I think that's great, especially for new players, right? They're going to be like, ooh, I can enter in now. It's the perfect time. Also, I hope this means they bring back their esports because I want to see some competitive Gears, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's about time. So I'm personally very stoked on so many different levels. Yeah.
Destin, you've been on the ride with the Gears crew, with the Delta Squad for a long time. Were you surprised that it wasn't Gears 6 continuation?
I got to be honest, I was just losing it while the trailer was going. I was like, it's Gears! They showed it! I was so freaking hyped. This whole showcase was basically Xbox saying, we're going to do E3. They had reveals from across the industry.
Yeah.
It was just awesome. And capping it off with that Gears reveal, heck yes. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah. We didn't get a year. We don't know when yet, but we know they've been working on it for a long time. So, I mean, I think it's maybe safe to extrapolate that it won't be next year, because otherwise they probably would have said 2025 like they did for a number of other games. But yeah, maybe, 26. Yeah. If all goes well, hopefully that's going to be the time that we're all playing Gears of War. They brought back the Of War.
Of War!
Of War to come back for a long time. Thank goodness. There can be two GOW franchises. It doesn't matter. They're both great.
Yep.
It's fantastic. So, I'm thrilled. I love, and Coalition's going to bring it on Unreal Engine 5.
Oh gosh, it's going to look gorgeous.
It's going to be insane looking.
Yeah.
So that was huge. So, a little quick inside baseball for the people watching at home. We had a watch-along upstairs in our panel room at this venue, and we were in our editorial area across the way, kind of hiding in a corner, and we could hear the crowd erupting.
Losing.
Oh, yeah, they're going
rightfully so.
And the thing that had the most raucous reaction in that entire phenomenal showcase was Perfect Dark. That was the game that everybody was going nuts for, including myself. Now, Destin, I believe you had made that one of your predictions on the way in here was Perfect Dark. So I'm going to start with you. What was your reaction to seeing gameplay of Perfect Dark?
It looks freaking awesome.
Yeah.
It looks exactly like you were talking about parkour elements.
Yes.
They introduced parkour elements. The gameplay looks interesting in that Perfect Dark way where you're using like stealth mechanics. You can go loud when you need to go loud. There's some puzzle mechanics in there. I'm really, really interested to see how this plays out when you have the controller in your hands. But man, what a reveal.
Well, everybody knows how much I love Mirror's Edge.
Yeah.
I'm a massive Mirror's Edge fan.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there is some Mirror's Edge mixed
Absolutely.
in
Oh, yeah.
to Perfect Dark with the first-person parkour. That part made me really happy. I saw some comments from some people online. That little Deus Ex, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
In there?
Little bit.
I can see a little of that.
Also makes me happy. Stella, tell me, what was your reaction to seeing gameplay of Perfect Dark?
I saw a ton of things I can't repeat on this stage, but I am so excited. It looks really good. Also, the HUD, I want to say it's so not invasive that
Yeah.
it really looks so immersive. I love that so much. Also, the fact that it actually looks like you're wearing a visor, right? Because you're a super spy, you're helping, you're getting aided by tech now in this age. It's so good. And I know that some people aren't going to focus on like HUD, but it really does impact your gameplay, and it looks so minimal. I'm so excited for this.
So, I mean, it's clear after this showcase, in case there was any doubt, Xbox is reclaiming the title of we have the most cool first-person games on our platform.
Yeah.
Like, Sony might have the third-person thing,
Yeah.
but Xbox has first-person on lock. Miranda, what did you think of Perfect Dark?
I think it looks really cool. Like, I was not really sure what to expect. I've mentioned this a few times. I was a little too young to play it whenever it came out, so I just missed it entirely. And so I was like, I have no expectations for this other than to be impressed because this is supposed to be a quadruple A game, quadruple A studio. And it looks pretty dang cool. Quadruple A? I don't know. But cool. Absolutely. So I think it's going to be a pretty neat one to explore. I love that there's just, as you said, the parkour elements looked awesome. And so I'm interested to see like the hacking elements, like the overlays when you're on the screen. Obviously a little bit scripted there, but I'm excited to see how more of that expands in the future.
Yeah, I
Very
was
pretty.
not expecting. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to see Perfect Dark at all.
No,
today,
yeah.
Let alone a gameplay trailer. So I'm on cloud nine after that trailer. That was phenomenal. So sticking to first-person greatness.
Yeah.
Doom: The Dark Ages.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That was
sick.
That was so good. It was so good. Miranda, as our resident Gears of War superfan,
Yeah.
were you thinking Chain Shield as I was? Because like that was.
I was like fanning myself like, oh, that and like the shotgun with the skull in it that shoots bones.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, say less. But yeah, no, it looks cool and a different color palette for Doom too.
Yeah.
And it's
Are
cool.
you guys hyped to get back into Doom next year? That game looks so good. That team is so talented.
Mm-hmm.
Doom 2016, Doom Eternal. I have no doubt they're going to absolutely just crush this. Destin, talk to me about Doom: The Dark Ages and your response to it.
Yeah, that was like one of their opening assets too. So like to see that as the first thing, you're like, okay, are they gonna have more stuff? They did. But this just looks awesome. It's exactly what you want from a Doom game. It's got over-the-top violence, all the crazy weapons that we're just remembering from this very short trailer. I cannot wait to get the shotgun and start killing some demons.
Yeah, the unfortunate part of our job is I haven't had a chance to watch any of these trailers more than once.
Right.
So I want to go back and study the Doom trailer and a lot of these trailers. But Stella, you're just now making your way at my insistence on
Yes.
Unlocked through Doom Eternal. What was your reaction as somebody currently playing Doom Eternal to seeing the Dark Ages?
Again, I said a lot of things I can't repeat, but it is so cool. My favorite thing about Doom is the weapons actually feel so heavy, right? Like you feel just how big of a guy you are as Doom guy, like using these incredibly heavy weapons. I love it so much. Chain shield is awesome. Also, I saw us climb into a mech or something, which looks incredible at the end.
Oh yeah, the mech.
Yeah.
Not to mention,
And the
I want to know
dragon.
more about that.
there's a mount. You can ride
Yeah,
a
the mount.
Yeah,
You get a
Oh my God.
buddy.
It's being able to fight like a colossus-sized monster. I'm like, yes, I am all in. I am so excited. Also, I'm happy to see my husband Doom guy again. So.
I mean, yeah, anybody that's gotten really deep into Doom and Doom Eternal and has read all the lore in the text log things knows that we're going back to the beginning of the Doomslayer's time before he was on ice for thousands of years or whatever until you'll keep finding all the journals.
No, but is this going to be? So this is going to be. Do you think they're going to show Daisy, his little bunny?
We'll see, but they're definitely we're going back in time here for sure. So yeah, Doom is going to be very high on my shopping list in 2025. All right, there are 5. See, this was this good of a showcase. Everybody's still fired up, as am I. A game I gotta admit, I was not expecting to see today because we did get that teaser last year, but I believe I think it was Miranda that called it in the pre-show. Fable.
Oh,
We'll get
yeah.
to Indy.
I did not expect
I was yours. Maybe last year I called it though, but you did. I'm surprised. I was actually surprised that was just baked in the middle. Like that seemed like an end or a like hard beginning.
Yeah.
So I was like, dang, like that Perfect Dark 2 was like just a solid show.
How insane visually did Fable look when they're going around the town stuff and the out? I mean, so this is on Forza Tech. That's what they're using for this. So you are going to get the weather effects, the whole. I mean, it's wild what is going on.
I also like that this was giving What We Do in the Shadows vibes.
Yeah.
Like it really had that just goofy to Cam. Like, yeah, so I'm a hero. I guess we're going on doing something. You know?
And again, I'm going on memory, which is not a good idea. It wasn't Fable? Didn't they say 2025 at the end of that one? Or am I crazy? I can't remember now. No, the crowd's quiet. So
because I made a joke with Sam about it being the same time as GTA. So it was.
So I think you could pretty much pencil that in for fall 2025. I can't imagine we'd see it before that. Maybe Doom in spring and Fable in the fall would be already a nice year for Xbox. Destin, thoughts on Fable?
I mean, it looks freaking phenomenal. Seeing the interactions between the different characters that your protagonist is talking to, I was like, I cannot wait to see what kind of stories they're going to tell here. Clearly, you brought up What We Do in the Shadows. There's been a lot of references to the style of humor that they're going to be implementing in this particular version of Fable. We had, I don't remember how to say his name from IT Crowd, but in the previous trailer, and they just keep going to those fan favorite actors. Very, very excited about the new Fable.
Do we have some hype for Fable in the crowd out there? I think we do. I mean, I sure do. I love this game, this series. Fable 2 is my favorite so far, but like we were saying in the pre-show, I just can't think of a more talented team to take this on than Playground.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't make 9s, they make 10s. Those guys make 10 out of 10 video games.
Insane.
And so, Fable is just going to be very high on my wish list. So hopefully that means we'll get to play it for the first time and share that with you on IGN at some point next year. But for now, we got some gameplay. So we've got a lot more to discuss from the Xbox showcase. Right now, we're going to take a quick break. And when we return, we've got more highlights from that amazing Xbox showcase. Stay tuned for more IGN Live in just a minute.
Since 1999, Futurama has captured the hearts and minds of countless fans. And now the hilarious sci-fi series from Matt Groening and David X. Kellen is set to return with another all-new season on July 29th. That's right, 10 new episodes featuring our lovable and occasionally heroic crew are back on Hulu. This time around, the Planet Express ship is taking us on new adventures involving birthday party games to the death, Bender's ancestral robot village, and the 5 million-year-old story behind the mind-altering substance known as coffee. And yes, the next chapter in Fry and Leela's romance. Let's check it out.
Good news, everyone. We're back, baby.
We're back.
Who did this?
Leash!
We're back, and I will destroy you. All right.
This is the best day of my life.
Good times. Good times.
IGN Live is presented by 5 Hour Energy.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account and a region selection tool that lets you cruise around the biggest maps with ease. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the games you are playing for free at IGN Maps today. Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Covering that fantastic Xbox showcase right here on IGN Live. Let's keep this recap going and talk about another huge one from today. We'll dip into third party for a minute here. Metal Gear Solid Delta. That looked awesome. That looked awesome. Destin, I know you love this series. I want to go to you first on Metal Gear Delta. This is an Unreal Engine 5 remake of MGS3, Snake Eater. What'd you think?
Yeah, well, they actually showed a lot more of the introductory sequences and how they've remastered them. So we have a few comparisons on IGN that I have done based off the assets that have been released already. So just getting to see these scenes that I've captured like 5 times remastered, it looks so good. And it's really faithful to how the original was, with some interesting mechanics like being able to climb on the rafters. But Snake looks great, right? Yeah, I'm 100% sold on this one. I'm down to see what Konami does with it. Very excited.
Miranda, any love for Snake? You gonna choke some guys out in that game?
I can do that in real life.
Oh yeah,
I know. I took judo for a while, but I don't know Snake personally. Like, we're not pals yet, but I'm excited to be introduced to him in this when he gets to be in the mud and disguised a lot. that's kind of what I've taken a lot. It's like, oh yeah, do you like disguises? Do you like the mud? That's just what I remember from this. But yeah, I'm interested.
Stella, you diving into the mud with Snake on this one?
Well, everyone knows I'm bad at stealth, but I would try it for this. But it's so funny because when he jumped out of the plane, I was like, oh, it's like Tom Cruise doing his own stunts, and he's doing like the survival and everything. The survival aspect is so interesting. He has to find his own guns. He has to find his own food, which I felt so bad when he popped up in front of that deer. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, guys.
Your lunch.
Yeah, but it looks really interesting. I'm so curious to see how that works out in Metal Gear.
Well, like the camouflage plays a huge part. So seeing him, the mud scene in question, is like really, really interesting because that'll up your camouflage rating, and the CQC stuff has changed. I could go on about Metal Gear.
Well, a game I want to go on was one I heard it called out from the crowd earlier, and we'll go back to first party here. I cannot wait. We didn't get a date, interestingly, so we'll see when in 2024. But this year, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Yeah.
That is Machine Games. Those guys have never missed, not once. Even when before they were Machine Games, that group of developers made The Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay one of the greatest original Xbox games ever made.
Phenomenal game.
Then they leave and start Machine Games, and they do the excellent Wolfenstein games that we've had since. And now, again, the home of awesome first-person games on Xbox, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, a first-person game. Miranda, how, like, it clearly looks like Machine Games is going to have an awesome story here. There was a lot to chew on in this trailer.
I wanted popcorn to chew on while watching the trailer because it was so cinematic, right? Like, I think they're trying to, and they've said that they're trying to like walk the line of having that cinematic enjoyment experience because it is Indy's adventure, but you get to be part of it. So balancing that out. And I think it had exactly the kind of humor and tone to it that I would have expected. And so it was almost like a confirmation check on that. Like, hey, this is exactly what you're probably expecting from the story. And that's a good thing. We do like throwing Nazis off ships, and into pits. So that's great.
Stella, how'd you feel about first-person whipping?
Amazing.
It was,
I can't wait to slap
some cool
people
gameplay mechanics
around.
with that, yeah.
It looks so fun. I can't wait to slap some people around. I am very curious about the platforming and everything because I'm really bad at that. But also the puzzles. I mean, Miranda, we're gonna be doing so much in Guys, just figuring out like all the different puzzles and secrets.
I'm stoked.
So yeah, I'm really excited.
Destin, Harrison Ford making some money just for his face off of this game, which great. But Troy Baker is doing a really good job on the VO side for this. Like, it's right. Don't you think he sounds pretty young Harrison Fordy in this?
Yeah, he's nailing that Harrison Ford vibe, and this really focused on the storytelling and interactions between the characters and their mannerisms and how the one actor is making fun of American cartoons. I really like that, and I like how they sort of vilify that character, but also add a little bit of that campy humor in there. It's really feeling like Indy. I'm going to be curious how they implement puzzles and gameplay on top of that, the storytelling, and how that all comes together. I'm really still intrigued about.
And again, like this is a AAA top shelf Indiana Jones game. It's day one on Game Pass. Like I know that's like almost a meme at this point, like a cliche, but you don't even have to do anything. You just download it and you pay that monthly subscription and you're good to go. But man, yeah, I am so pumped. I have probably more confidence that Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is going to be good than anything else. Like, there was a lot that was great, but given Machine Games' track record, there's just nothing. I have less than zero doubt that they're going to knock it out of the park.
And the pitch comes from somebody that loves the franchise and loves Indiana.
Yeah, Todd Howard executive producing this game, too.
Yep.
So that is, they're bringing it in for the home stretch. If I had to guess, just having done this for a long time, I'll bet Gamescom we get a release date trailer. That would be my guess. If they didn't give us that date, they still reaffirmed 2024.
Right, I was
going
to say, I mean, there's a lot of games in the showcase that didn't have a date. It's just 2024. So I think it's kind of continuing with the trend we've seen since the pandemic kicked up, with that people, instead of just declaring a release date, they just wait until they're ready to actually announce it and stick with it instead of having to keep pushing stuff back.
Yeah,
so I think that's safe.
Nothing's out until it's out anymore, but I think Gamescom is a pretty safe bet to get a release date trailer for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. So a game that has been highly anticipated for, at this point, many years, and we finally got a pretty cool look at it, was Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Yeah, what a surprise.
That looked great.
It did.
That looked great. I mean, Destin, you're a big BioWare fan. It has been, actually, this year is 10 years since the last Dragon Age, which was, by the way, IGN's 2014 Game of the Year.
Wow.
Sunset Overdrive got robbed that year, by the way. I voted for Sunset Overdrive. Yeah, I see some support out there for it. But what'd you think, Destin, of Dragon Age? You know, long hiatus. This game it got announced forever ago. It's already had a name change, but now we get a pretty good look at kind of, or a good idea at least, of just what it is. What'd you think?
Yeah, I'm still intrigued by whatever Dragon Age is going to wind up being, but what I felt was more important was Xbox showcasing this on their stage as opposed to EA doing something separately or with Summer Games Fest. Yeah. Because it shows their commitment to the partnerships that they've been working to establish, and to see Dragon Age on their stage, it's a huge win for Microsoft and Xbox. And that wasn't just Dragon Age, there were a bunch of games like that. And it really made the showcase feel special.
Yeah. Now, Miranda, you love your video game relationships, games where you can establish relationships with your characters.
Yeah.
And this seems like apparently there's going to be a lot of that going on with the companions.
Yeah, it's BioWare. We got it.
Yeah, exactly,
we're gonna have those romance guides. What I liked about this trailer too is that we had so many like quick looks at new characters that are coming. So like we see Varric and other people that we've seen before, but then it's just like here's a name flash, a very quick look at like almost a taste of their personality before we actually get to know them. So it's like I'm already plotting who I'm gonna romance first. So, you know.
Stella, any thoughts on what we saw from Dragon Age the Veilguard?
Yeah, I loved Inquisition. That was actually my first entry into the Dragon Age games. Yeah. And I loved it so much, and also loved the romance. There's so many good scenes in there. Yeah, romance. But I'm really curious to see where the story's going to go, because it left off, especially with the DLC, there were some pretty hard feelings there. So I'm very curious to see how that's going to pan out. But it looks great. I love that the trailer was kind of formatted like it's a heist. Oh, we're getting a crew together, you know? So very curious to see what the story beats are.
Yeah, is anybody else pleasantly surprised that had a 2024 date on it? Like, that means in the next few months.
I'm a little bummed we didn't see gameplay because it is a 2024. Like, we still got perfect dark gameplay, but we couldn't get Dragon Age gameplay. Like, I'm guessing, well, they're going to do some more stuff later, though, so I'm sure that's when we'll get that, and then hopefully release date soon after, too.
Yeah, suddenly the back half of 2024 is looking pretty packed.
We're going to be really busy.
There's going to be no shortage of video games to play, and hopefully what seems like really, really good video games. There's so much on the list. How about, let's go back to another first-person game and another first-party Xbox game. Avowed was in there. We didn't get a release date for that, which I found a little surprising at this point. But we did get a pretty variety-filled gameplay trailer. Destin, we've talked on Unlocked a lot over, like, that game has... it hasn't always won everybody over, right? We had that initial CG trailer that
it gave a certain impression, right? Yeah. That initial CG trailer, and then they had the follow-up, which was the more recent reveal. But I'm really intrigued by the story that is teased within every reveal so far. Gameplay is looking like it's starting to come together, and it's coming out this year, so we'll know very soon for sure. But the story is what's going to really win people over, I think, with Avowed.
And Obsidian has an incredible track record with delivering great stories and games. Obsidian, by the way, they're like about an hour and a half south of here, down in Irvine. Anybody from Irvine in the house? We got this. I'm not sure, but yeah, Avowed still on track for 2024. We don't know an exact date yet, so I suspect they're probably trying to get confident about it before they tell us exactly what it's going to be. But another one that you can play on your Xbox and in Game Pass this year. That is coming this year. So we've just got a couple minutes left. I want to get through a couple of more games. I'm going to skip down, again, because this is a game that we got a very cinematic, non-gameplay reveal of it last year's Xbox Showcase. But we got to see some gameplay of South of Midnight.
Yeah,
from yes, from Compulsion Games. The art style on this is stunning.
Yeah.
The art style is beautiful on this game. Yeah, Stella, what would you think of watching that South of Midnight trailer?
Well, also, the voice acting was great. Everything about it was just so perfectly done. The movement is what really caught my eye. The movement looks so fluid, and I love the different ability effects that you see when she was fighting that one monster. But the movement thing is going to be huge, because I saw her walking, and I was like, oh, great, we're going to have another running simulator, but it's not. You have so many different powers. So I'm really interested to see what exactly her backstory is, what we're doing here, why we're like in Florida because it's got this giant gator. I'm like, no, I'm good. But yeah, I'm very excited.
Miranda, thoughts on Avowed now that we've gotten a South of Midnight, now that we've gotten a proper look at it?
Yeah, I love the catfish friends. Like, I'm very curious to see what other kind of critters that we get from down south and featured in this in like a really cool way. And very imaginative too. Like, you kind of feel like the magic of it. And I really liked, as Stella, you were saying with the combat, like I like the white highlights, and it contrasts so nice against like this blight that's obviously starting to infest areas and infect the critters around too, it seems. So I'm curious to see a little bit more of the story as well and see where we go with it. But I'm definitely looking forward to this one. It looks great.
I'm not sure. Go ahead, Destin.
Yes, props to Compulsion, like love South of Midnight. I really just want to make sure we get time for 33, Expedition 33. And give
you're
them
just hijacking
major
the final
props.
segment, I see. Typical Destin move if you watch Unlocked on a regular basis. Go ahead.
I saw a teleprompter. I'm like, I really have to mention Expedition 33.
Oh, no.
Go for it.
Yeah, so obviously, South of Midnight looks great, but there were a lot of games like that that really subverted expectations, right? And one of them was Expedition 33. And it seems to be like a turn-based RPG. Very, very beautiful looking, available on Game Pass Day 1, new IP. So, like, we got a bunch of that, and that's another thing that really had me excited.
Quickly, let's do everybody's game of the show. Everybody's game of the show. No, because I know what you're going to say.
Oh, well, yeah.
Destin, I'll start with you.
Oh, man, putting me on the spot.
I am putting you on the spot because you just hijacked the segment from me. No, I'm kidding.
Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
Perfect Dark. I think
Solid
it's
pick.
easily the game of the show.
Solid pick.
Yeah.
Stella, I see you reviewing your notes, trying to make a decision.
They're all
on your
so
game
good.
of the show.
You know what? It's Doom.
Doom?
Yeah.
Doom. Yeah.
I was torn
Hell
between.
yeah. Hell yes.
Yes.
Literally, hell yes. All right, Miranda. Just go ahead and say it.
It's Gears of War Edict, obviously. But I also liked what it's called, something 33. I also really like that. That seems cool.
For me, I went in probably expecting Doom to be my game of the show, but I have to say, for me, Perfect Dark stole it for me.
Yeah.
Perfect Dark stole it for me. What a phenomenal showing. That game is, we know it's been in development for so long. Like, it's been through a lot. And it is really coming together based on that gameplay trailer. So I'm going with Perfect Dark. But this showcase was so great. You could have easily picked 10 games and been right.
Yeah.
There was no real wrong answer to game of the show on this phenomenal Xbox showcase.
We didn't even mention Call of Duty.
Well, the Call of Duty Direct that felt like Black Ops 6 looks great.
Yeah.
Black Ops 6 looks awesome this year. I'm really stoked to get back into the campaign for Call. I've skipped the last couple Call of Duties, but this one, not going to be skipping this one. Black Ops 6 looking great. So that'll do it, everybody, for our post-show wrap-up of the Xbox Showcase. Thank you all so much, but we're just getting started today here at IGN Live. In just a little bit, I will be back in this chair talking to Xbox boss Phil Spencer for an exclusive interview later on today. We've also got Star Wars Outlaws, xDefiant, Assassin's Creed Shadows, and a live episode of IGN's Game Scoop podcast. But right now, it's time for the IGN Expo, a brand new showcase packed with tons of awesome game trailers right here on IGN Live. Check it out.
Thank you, everybody.
IGN Live is presented by
Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with Xfinity's blazing fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one.
This is incredible. I mean, this is wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event.
We are live.
Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Hello and welcome to IGN Live, which you're watching live on IGN. Though I guess that part was pretty self-explanatory. It's the dawn of the final day of IGN's first ever in-person fan event. And whether you're here watching in person or you're hanging out at home, we've got plenty of cool stuff in store. Today is the IGN Live Sunday Showcase, and we'll be checking out more awesome upcoming games, movies, and shows, giving you brand new trailers and inside looks. Well, are you ready? Oh, you are. All right, let's hit it.
I realise it is tradition to drink, but I believe if the stag gets too drunk the night before its wedding, it runs the risk of being shot.
Then keep up with me, so there might be other, slower targets.
I do not think any of us can keep up with you tonight.
I thought you were not much of a drinker, Lord Kilmartin.
No, I am not. But in my defence, your mother does not like me.
But our mother does not like you.
I shall handle this. Lord Kilmartin, our mother adores you. But our mother also has an obsession with great love stories.
What should he do? Give the man some practical advice.
Frankly, you might consider doing something foolish. So something bold. Declare yourself. Throw rocks at Francesca's window tonight. No. Your problem is that you're trying much too hard to be respectful.
Bold. Well, if I am to be bold, I shall need some time to think about it.
Hey, this is Jeffrey Dean Morgan. I am super excited to be joining the cast of The Boys this season.
What's your code name again?
The Boys.
Oof.
Who came up with that shit? A lot of people have been asking me, Jeff, tell us about the role you're doing on this show. I'm playing a guy named me and Butcher. They go way back. They're old buddies from their days doing some real at this. Butcher has discovered that he's only got months to live, and my character shows up to take him on one last full of diabolical. After all, up soups like. Are you fucking joking? All right, can I at least tell them that me and Butcher is who's trying to make a that is all the can I say that I try to help to get him? Fine. Here's what I'm going to tell you. The Boys season 4 is going to be insane. And I can promise you this, you are not ready for it.
And that was a look at some awesome stuff coming to your television this year. You want even more? Well, here's a little bit more.
Hola, and welcome to the wonderful world of Little Lands. Little Lands is a place filled with lush forests, rugged mountains, mysterious caves, and occasionally gigantic mushrooms. The residents of Little Lands are by and large a friendly bunch, and they like to greet each other with a cheerful wave. Robin lives at home with her abuela in a quaint little settlement called Clay Jar Village, named, of course, for the large and mysterious clay jars you'll find around town. Now, Robin enters the local museum, where rocks and fossils will soon be on display. It seems Robin has decided to break one of the curator's pots. They are then quickly kicked out of the museum. Let's follow along now as Robin ventures outside of the village. It appears that Robin has discovered a robust tree branch, a very useful item in the world of Little Lands. And now we see Robin defending themselves in combat. Well done, mi amor. Robin has just learned that mischievous goblinettes have raided the farm of local resident Stuart Farmer and stolen his favorite hat. They appear to have left a trail of droppings in their wake. Now we see Robin walking through a mysterious cave. If Robin could solve this puzzle, they might discover a sword. Perfect for an adventure. We see now that Robin has discovered the goblinettes' hideout and begins to battle them. When they are defeated, they disappear into a charming puff of smoke, teleporting back to their homes unharmed. Well, except for their pride. The residents of Little Lands love farming, where they will clear their fields, dig a plot of soil, and sow seeds for whatever berries or vegetables they want to grow. The giant Wandia berries are considered a local delicacy. The residents of Little Lands also love to fish and catch bugs. And for this purpose, they've created a very handy multi-purpose tool called the catching rod. You can cast it into the water to catch fish, or you can cast it into the bushes and catch bugs. One tool for bugs and fish. What will they think of next? We hope you've enjoyed this sneak peek into the wonderful world of Little Lands. We hope you'll come visit, adventure around, meet the locals, and embark on a cozy quest. You can wishlist Little Lands today on Steam.
Ciao a tutti, sono Andrea, il produttore esecutivo di On Your Tail.
E io sono Ramona, associate producer.
Tutto il team di Memorable Games sta lavorando duramente sul gioco, cercando di portare l'esperienza di vacanza investigativa più coinvolgente di sempre a tutti voi.
Non ci credete? Potrete provare voi stessi On Your Tail, dato che la demo è disponibile su Steam e Nintendo Switch.
Ma come? È già disponibile?
Sì, la potete scaricare e giocare già da ora.
Nella demo potrete esplorare una piccola parte di Borgo Marina nei panni di Diana, la nostra intrepida protagonista.
Preparatevi a risolvere qualche mistero, Mamma Luce ha bisogno d'aiuto.
Ogni personaggio, ogni luogo, ogni oggetto sono rappresentati da una carta nel gioco. Ecco la lente magica di Diana. Attraverso la lente puoi vedere il passato ed analizzare l'ambiente per cercare di capire cosa è cambiato dal momento del furto ad adesso. La fase di deduzione è rappresentata come un gioco da tavolo. Ora devo scegliere l'ordine in cui, secondo me, gli eventi collegati agli indizi che abbiamo trovato sono successi. Ma posso anche andare a pesca?
Certo, dai un'occhiata alle spiagge di Borgo Marina.
Voglio provare a tirare su un gigantesco pesce.
Puoi anche farti una divertente partita a biglie sulle spiagge della città.
Bene, fammi vedere questa pista di biglie. E posso anche conoscere un nuovo amico e andare in giro con lui?
Certamente, e non dimenticarti di parlare con gli abitanti di Borgo Marina, perché potrebbero avere cose molto interessanti da dirti. Ogni abitante ha una sua personalità e le sue storie da raccontare, quindi assicuratevi di esplorare ogni angolo e parlare con tutti.
Non vediamo l'ora di sentire i vostri feedback e di condividere con voi ulteriori aggiornamenti man mano che ci avviciniamo al lancio del gioco.
Continuate a seguirci sui nostri social per tutte le novità e le sorprese che abbiamo in serbo per voi.
Grazie per il vostro supporto e ci vediamo a Borgo Marina.
Scaricate la demo di Undertale e non dimenticate di aggiungere il gioco alla vostra wishlist. Ciao!
Welcome to Crabguard, an atmospheric underwater strategy game where you must take a journey to hatch the egg of the new Crabguard. Crablings are your enthusiastic followers guided by you to create thriving ecosystems. See how they form personalities as you complete levels and they gain traits. You can grow a variety of sea plants and coral to attract all kinds of weird and wonderful aquatic life. Learn about them to create even better strategies and produce more food for your colony. As you explore deeper into the depths, levels become more complex, the needs of your colony growing with every step. Your time playing will allow you to make a real impact on our own oceans. Protect your colony's supplies and structures from invasive deep-sea threats by arming your crablings with spears and planting traps. Their faith in you can give you the power to help them survive. So start your great migration and become the Crab God.
That guy could use a sandwich. Okay, the plan is simple, so try to keep up. Step 1. Forage up some blueberries in the mountains, plus a few extras for flair. Stick the landing by going to Breezy Bay to bake some bread. Use the money you made from selling berry smoothies to upgrade the kitchen. It was part of the plan all along. Go to the mill. Forage some wheat. Make the dough. And bake the bread. Step 2. Admire your masterpiece. Step 3 is getting there, and getting there in style. Start off with a paint job. Any color will do. Nice. And then, step on it. Take the shortcut over the east side to avoid traffic. Do a sharp turn. Go off-road if you have to. And there you have it. I told you it was simple. Okay, seems like we attracted some more hungry customers. But I think I have a plan.
You're watching the IGN Live Sunday Expo. Coming up, a whole block of brand new game trailers. But first, a quick break. IGN Live will be right back after this, so don't go anywhere.
IGN Live is presented by PlayStation. Days of Play are happening now until June 12th.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it. This June, IGN Summer of Gaming
We are live. Welcome back to IGN Live.
Is back.
Let's do it.
Welcome back. This is IGN Live right here on, well, IGN. You already knew that. But did you know that up next we have some new game trailers to check out? Wait, you knew that too? Are you psychic? Do you have like superpowers or something? Well, I bet even you won't be able to predict the lineup of games we're about to show you. On with the show.
Excellent. Who needs those who aren't afraid to ask? But even more so, it needs those who find answers themselves.
Fuck! What's this for?
Oh, are you finally awake? Good. Get up. It's time to get to work.
So I got the job?
The job will be yours if you make it through the night. Let's go. I still have a lot to show you.
I'm coming for you.
understand the life-changing benefits of this technological wonder? Call this number now to reach our customer service team that are waiting to assist you with your order.
Your newborn social ID is 8490.
Begin roam.
3, 2, 1. Synchronization complete.
If I serve.
War, famine, destruction, death. Years 20XX. Welcome to the future. The Forever Winter is a 4-player sci-fi tactical survival horror shooter that takes place in a future where massive armies are skinning the bones of our once beautiful Earth. You are a scavenger, lovingly referred to as a scav. Within this combat ecosystem, you assume the role of looter and survivor. Trapped between two warring military factions of the future, each with their own objectives. Outgunned, undersupplied, and constantly under attack, you must rely on cooperation and cunning to survive even minor enemy contact. Situational awareness is key in this world. Stop, look, and listen. Trigger discipline will save your life. A target missed is a bullet wasted, and not every battle is one worth fighting. Only kill what you can loot and get away with. Every time you open fire, you are ringing the dinner bell. Make it worth it. Welcome home, deep down in the guts of the city. Refugees seek shelter here, and they choose your level because you have one of the few things that matter. Water. H2O brings traders, shops, and allied mercenaries that have your six. If you want to survive, you'll need to pick up jobs from the two warring factions. Be smart about the jobs you take. The more a faction controls a sector, the more heavy units they will deploy, and the more dangerous it becomes. The more jobs you do, the more jobs you'll get, and the longer you'll keep everyone alive. No one gets by in this world all on their own. So don't be afraid to help others when you can. Donation stations are made available where high-level vets can share gear with low-level baby scavs. You were in their shoes once too. Here you can customize your rig, an innovative modular platform that grants you advanced abilities. Pneumatic jump allows you to quickly traverse rough terrain and reach hard-to-get drops. Turrets allow you to shred, at least for a short time. And scanners allow you to scout ahead to plan your route. You want guns? You've got them. Modify and upgrade your firearms for the jobs you take. Always remember, the more gear and ammo you bring in, the less you can carry out. So spec accordingly. Once you're kitted up, it's time to enter the macro city of Lost Angels. Megastructures meant to house millions lie vacant, while automated underground factories churn out war machines by the minute. As the war rages and destroys the world by day, AI-driven machines nicknamed the Night Shift rebuild by night. Recovery units stalk the streets, dragging the wounded and the dead to be harvested for their organs. Learn your surroundings, avoid patrols, and maybe you can make it out alive. Every job has rewards and consequences. The details matter. Make sure to dig into the intel thoroughly before heading out. Missions may include sabotaging faction facilities, collecting debts, and good old-fashioned MDKs. No matter how easy you think the job is, don't get complacent. Things can change at the drop of a casing. If by some chance you find something of real value, you will be hunted, and the factions will send bosses that far exceed your fire team's capabilities. Take note of their weaknesses and plan your strategy to take them down. even fully geared, it will require coordination, teamwork, and a bit of luck. There are only 3 types of scavs: the fast, the smart, and the dead. So don't be ashamed to retreat if the fighting gets too hot. Remember, there are no heroes here. Just a few men and women running around in the dark with half-empty magazines. Forever.
You're watching the IGN Live Sunday Showcase. We hope you enjoyed all the trailers we just showed you, and since they're being so nice today, here's even more.
The lonely heart cries out to be heard, careless of the ear it finds. And she who listens hears your call. And seeks new friends to take away. Away awaits love. And love is to have. To have is to chase. And chase you she shall, through stones made of scorn, and the bricks of old pain, through dark tunnels, dogged on paper-thin wings, till shelter is sealed absolutely around you. Fly in amber, dog in tomb. Love eternal.
Product not yet rated.
In the heart of the sleeping forest, a murmur spreads. The first rays of sunlight awaken a community ready for action. The ants. With the end of hibernation comes a new set of challenges. Collect resources, secure outposts, fortify our queen's territory, and follow her plans for this new season. Welcome to the fascinating empire of the ants. Play as 103683, an inquisitive ant in a world of unsuspected dangers. Your mission? Defend your colony against rival kingdoms and expand the borders of our queen's empire beyond known lands. But remember, the strength of your people lies in unity and strategy. In this exciting strategy game, every decision counts. Research technologies, train the right legions, and choose which one to send into battle first. New threat is on the way. Gather your forces, plan your strategies, and defy the dangers that threaten your home. So, prepare to embark on an epic adventure like no other, in a world never seen, where the fate of millions lies in your sole hands.
live in a mansion like this. Right, Jennifer? Where did everyone go? Is anyone here?
Clock Tower Rewind. Coming soon on PC, Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox.
I was only young when the Conquerors came. They seized our worlds, made outcasts of us all. And although only a few of us remain, and our enemy's might is overwhelming, I know that together, through cunning and shared resolve, and by turning our enemy's tools against them, we shall take back our homes.
Emmy, you read me? How goes the mission?
Dig into the server room, install the dongle, then get out.
You got it. Good luck.
Wow. Bio had downloaded. Bio was embodied? Like my body? Goodbye, you robot.
Was that enough trailers for you? Well, I hope so, because I'm fresh out. But there's a lot of other very fun stuff coming up right here on IGN Live. And if you want even more live coverage of the biggest upcoming games, movies, and shows, IGN will be live all summer long covering things like Comic-Con in San Diego, Gamescom in Germany, and so much more. We hope to see you there, or just to see you hanging out at home on the other side of the screen. Thanks for watching.
IGN Live is presented by 5 Hour Energy.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account and a region selection tool that lets you cruise around the biggest maps with ease. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the games you are playing for free at IGN Maps today. Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
This is IGN Live. Today,
IGN's having me on.
We'll be chatting with Xbox head Phil Spencer.
It's awesome to be here.
And getting some more insight on what Microsoft revealed during the big summer showcase.
What's the sort of overall philosophy for those guys? What's the goal?
And we'll also have some deeper dives on Ubisoft's major upcoming games ahead of their event next week. Plus, Marvel Snap, League of Legends, and so much more. It's here, it's live, and it starts right now.
Yes, what is up, IGN Live? The dawn of the final day is upon us. Now who's ready for this?
The last 2 days have been a blur of energy and excitement, but it is time to bring it all home for day 3 of IGN Live. Are you excited? That's what I like to hear. IGN Live is the biggest gaming party of the summer. We've got tons and tons of giveaways, incredible guests, a huge room full of playable games, and so much more.
And if you're in the area, you still have time to get here. Head to ign.com/live. Use the coupon code IGNHOST, one word, and get a free ticket to IGN Live. And if you're already here, get ready for a jam-packed day and a ton of giveaways.
That's right. All right, so day 3 of IGN Live is about to kick off. We may have mentioned that, but today we have a ton of cool stuff planned. We've got a John Wick anniversary panel. We have Star Wars Outlaws. We have live episodes of Podcast Unlocked with Phil Spencer. Are you excited for today?
Well, we'll be streaming everything for the people watching at home, but if you're here in person, there are over 100 gaming stations to check out, plus a ton of fun, crazy things to do. But right now, it's time to check in on the IGN Live show floor. How are things going over there?
What's up, y'all? I'm over here at the Playdate booth at IGN Live, and I have in my hand a console that not only fits in the palm of your hand, but also has a little crank, so all the games work off of that gimmick. And Root Beer, the one that I liked the most, you actually have to get the perfect pour of beer, and it's a lot harder than you think. So That's super fun. There's also 24 other great games that came in Season 1. And apparently, if you order it now, which is only $1.99, it ships immediately. So that's super cool. But if you like your full-size games, don't worry. We're still covering those. Alan Wheeler actually got to talk to the League of Legends developers over at Riot. So actually, let's go ahead and check it out right now.
How is it going, IGN Live? Yeah! All right. My name is Alan, and I am joined by none other than Eduardo Cortejoso, Modes product lead at Riot, and Matthew Long Harrison, the lead gameplay designer on League of Legends. Get over here, guys. Welcome to the stage. Hello. All right. So, first of all, I need you guys to do some quick intros. What do your roles mean? What do you guys do on sort of a day-to-day basis?
Sure thing. Hello, my name is Eduardo. I am the modes product lead in League of Legends. So essentially, we're responsible for creating these new game modes and novel experiences in League, everything ranging from things like Earth or Summoner Spellbook, all the way to things like Arena and our upcoming PvE game mode that we'll be releasing this summer.
Cool. I'm Matthew Long Harrison. I'm the lead gameplay designer for League. I've been at Riot almost 10 years, and I've worked on everything from Summoner's Rift map changes to item changes, champion changes, you name it. Yeah.
Amazing. Now, talk to me about sort of your day-to-day workflow. What do you guys do on a daily basis, and how does the game modes team sort of work?
Sure thing. So essentially, we're responsible for always incubating and looking to create new ideas that could excite our League of Legends players. This answer has actually changed a lot over the years. This most recent iteration of the team is very much focused on creating very drastically different departures from what you're used to in League of Legends. Arena was our first example of this, where you can see these 2v2 round-based combat that doesn't quite look like a MOBA, and that's exactly what we're trying to look to do. So again, the team is responsible for mostly incubating these ideas, doing a lot of R&D compared to most of the other League teams, and trying to cook up some weird and zany things for players to enjoy.
Yeah, so Modes is a place where we try and bring players' dreams to life, right? You know, as Eduardo said, we're trying to push the boundaries on things that we can experiment with in gameplay, and Arena is a perfect example of that. We try and, from the design perspective, start with a set of goals of things that we're trying to achieve. So, for example, for Arena, you know, the previous runs had gotten pretty stale, and so we'd start with a set of design goals like, hey, we really want to focus on replayability and what it means to embrace the wacky, zany combos that you can get in Arena. And every day, the designers and the team will be putting in iterations to try and achieve those goals, and we'll approach it iteratively, and we'll regroup with the team every so often, be like, hey, is this working? Is this not working? Maybe we need to change some goals. And every day, we'll iterate towards trying to achieve those goals as we're moving forward. Yeah.
Amazing. Now, we're talking about Arena. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of the reflections that you've had around the development about it? Are there any lessons that you've learned since the first iteration?
Yeah, I think the big one is creating not League of Legends is tough in League of Legends, and our players have very clear expectations about what that is and isn't. So Arena has introduced a lot of things like randomization, kind of these zany, wacky combos that might feel particularly broken. In a game where players care so much about balance, that can prove a very challenging line to try to strive for. So one of the big things that we're trying to look for is looking for that balance between a healthy meta and a good variety of picks and things of the sort, but also really trying to strive for just have fun and really explore League of Legends and look forward to Arena as something where you can always look forward to a new emergent experience that you've never really seen before. You might see a Master Yi spam Q endlessly, or you might see a Garen one-shot you in a full crit build, which might not be as fun for someone on the receiving end, but are the type of combos that we really want to have players explore and have fun with. So players have responded pretty positively to it, and one of our big learnings is to really try to find ways to continue to give them these very different experiences than what they've normally been able to expect out of League.
Yeah, one of the things for Arena is we've historically, throughout the course of League of Legends, just heavily catered to the competitive-oriented player. And what we noticed was that Arena, given its 2v2 theming and the whole idea of you're in the arena and you're fighting an opponent, it's a very competitive, kind of gritty feeling mode and motivation. And so with this run, we wanted to try and see what it looked like to branch out a little more to serving some of that casual audience, serving some of the motivations where you're just getting a build that clicks together and works and honestly doesn't really have that much gameplay, right? You picked an on-hit combo and you had crazy on-hits and it was resulting in very fast combat times, but that felt great for that player. And that's something that we wanted to take a risk with this run and experiment and see what player tolerances were going to be for that type of gameplay. Because we've tended to cater towards the competitive audience very heavily in League of Legends, and we really feel that we wanted to find some ways to serve those novelty, more casual-oriented player audiences this time around.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like I can really sort of play out my League fantasies in Arena, so that's super fun. We've talked about Arena. We've talked about modes like Earth. There's been obviously a ton like Doombots, Odyssey. We've had PvE modes. We've had PvP modes. We got a little sneak peek about a Bullet Heaven mode coming to League. Can you tell me any teasers about future game modes?
Sure thing. So I'll start with that. Definitely. In the summer, we're reintroducing PvE into League of Legends, but unlike previous iterations, we're exploring it through a new genre, which is going to be a Bullet Heaven Survivor PvE co-op game mode. So if you've played other games like a Vampire Survivors or Survivor.io, you'll know a little bit behind what the inspiration behind something like this is. Our goal here is very much to create this type of experience that is particularly different from League, and we really want to start setting the expectation with players that League isn't only a game in which you're going to be coming in and trying to try hard and compete and look at the esports experience, which, don't get me wrong, are very exciting, but it would be really cool if League of Legends can do more and really cater to a more diverse and wide array of what players want to get out of League of Legends moving forward, and hopefully people who have not been thinking about League for a long time, I mean, we're a 15-year-old game, can start to see these new modes that we want to develop, both in our upcoming PvE summer beat and with everything we're really planning out for the next 18 months, trying to see these very divergent and new experiences that they would have never expected out of League of Legends.
So you mentioned, new players, and the game has been around for 15 years. Was the primary sort of goal for this PvE mode to sort of attract a new player base, or was it to sort of hook the player base that has been around for a long time with something new and exciting?
I think new players is definitely something we're always looking at, and having different ways to get into the experience is definitely something we really want to reinforce. But it's not just about that. We have players who've been playing this game for 15 years, 10 plus years, like very dedicated fans. We owe them, honestly, a little bit more than what we've given them. And that's a little bit where this is coming from, that we really want to pour our passion into these big, exciting beats as well. So whether you're a new player who's looking to maybe check out what the League ecosystem has to offer, you've watched Arcane and are like, hey, what's kind of happening here? Or you've been someone who's been playing League of Legends for 10 plus years, we think that not only does this upcoming mode, but a lot of the work that's going to be coming up soon for League of Legends should be able to find a home for a lot of our players.
Well, hey, as somebody that's been playing for 14 years, that sounds like music to my ears. Speaking about new audiences coming to League, what does this new PvE mode mean for League's future?
Yeah, so again, on the PvE side of things, it's very much us being intentional about, hey, we are not just that competitive game. We are not just go grind out rank, play 100 plus games per season. Again, I do that and unfortunately can only hit gold and platinum, but not everyone's really up for that anymore. And in this day and age, a lot of motivations and expectations that players have behind how they want to spend their gaming time has changed. So we're being very intentional about recognizing that reality and making sure that League can adapt to kind of that new future and a lot of these built up expectations that these audiences had for a long period of time, and find a new home in League of Legends as well. I think we can do that, and we're really striving to do that.
Yeah, one thing I would kind of say is that modes is almost a great entryway for new players to get into the game, right? Like they don't need to know 167 champions and all of the items and all of those types of things. And it's a way for players to bring their friends into the League ecosystem and to kind of experience some of the fun and hopefully try and find ways to branch out into other experiences that League offers. So.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how many friends I've gotten into the game just by being like, hey, let's hop on some ARAMs. And they're like, oh, but I don't know this champion. I'm like, it's all good. It's just for fun. Like, no need to be competitive. Nobody's going to get mad at you if you're not doing well.
Low stakes.
Exactly. And that's one of the things that I love about League is there's always a different thing to jump into, whether that's, League itself, TFT, ARAMs, new game modes. There's always something to check out. You were talking about item changes, balancing, things like that. We just went through some pretty big changes with items, keystones. To you, what does a perfectly balanced League look like, and how do we get there?
Yeah, I would say, perfect balance as a concept, I think, is pretty hard to define. I don't think it really exists in the sense of the word, because players are always discovering something new, and if we've done our job well, that's always going to be happening, right? And so, is the ideal state of balance, we nerfed Heimerdinger because nobody was playing Heimerdinger, but he was secretly OP, right? Like, is that what a balanced game means, right? And in many ways, balance itself is the perception of balance and not necessarily what we strictly think is, the ideal 50-50, everything is numbers balanced, right? And if we're also doing our job well, we're releasing a lot of new content over time. And content takes some time to master, right? Like even if we release a new champion tomorrow, even for Faker or for Chovy or even the best players in the world, they're not going to master it on day one. And so there's always going to be some amount of learning and adaptation and development and strategies and counter strategies being developed. So I would say it's pretty hard to strive for this perfect state of balance. But we try and make sure that as many viable playstyles are possible at a time. We really think that variety is the thing that keeps League of Legends spinning and keeps players coming back again and again, because that you're not playing against Trundle top every game, for example. And that's the type of thing that we strive to do every patch, right? Like we try and look at the classes and the player audiences and make sure that they're served well.
But then how am I going to grind my LP? I need my OP picks.
We could buff your favorite champion. I don't know.
Now, we talked about different game modes, the casual, the competitive sort of side of the fan base. When adding in new components, whether that's a champion, items, runes, whatever it may be, how do you sort of go about checking out the balance between, the fun side of the sort of game modes like, Arena, ARAMs, versus the more competitive side of Summoner's Rift, Ranked, and then the actual pro scene? Like, what do you sort of look at first? How do you find that balance?
Yeah, I'll talk first about just the overall strategy of how we add content to the game. So, we'll add content into the game and we'll try and make sure that it's serving these different player audiences. Like I mentioned before, we have the casual audiences, we have pro. We tend to balance for 4 main audiences. So we have pro, we have the elite players, which is, on the cusp streamers, the ones that are playing in Master, Grandmaster Challenger. We have the skilled player base, which we consider to be, roughly around Emerald to that Master tier. And then we have average play. So like this is the vast majority of players are playing an average play, right?
Me.
And so we want to make sure that at any given skill bracket, there's nothing that feels strictly overpowered, right? Like a Garen, for example, is going to be running over regular play, but he's not necessarily going to be super good in pro play or elite play. And we need to make sure that we're not making Garen super powerful in pro play at the expense of the average player's game, right? So we try and make sure that we are doing these comprehensive passes to make sure that these champions and items and runes and what have you are all serving their purpose and viable at different skill levels.
Yeah, and to add on to that, like when we're considering a lot of these champions kits for game modes, you may notice for things like Arena, hey, maybe not everyone loves a 2v2 fight where you can't escape, and that's okay. Part of the approach that we're going to have and have been having for a while now is to rethink how we're approaching rebalancing or maybe even changing champions kits to fit a particular game mode in particular. So for an example, in our upcoming summer game, you're going to see some pretty drastic departures based off of the champion kits that you might not have expected. And it's mostly because we're trying to make sure that what these characters can do makes sense within the context of what we're playing. So Summoner's Rift is one thing, but as we continue to expand and build out new experiences, we're really taking a close look at what does good look like for a lot of our characters and champions.
Fantastic. Guys, that's about all the time and all the questions that I have. Matthew, Eduardo, thank you so much for coming out to IGN Live and answering our questions about League of Legends. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
IGN Live is presented by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with Xfinity's blazing fast speeds and smooth low lag connection.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is, wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event. We are live. Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Okay, I know it's a really long weekend full of lots of fun and games, but if you ever need a break, you can just come to this little couch area where there's a cozy little fire. It's not real, but you know, it looks real. And just hang out, play some co-op games, just relax on the couch, maybe watch some movies, but if you're really interested in movies, we actually have the director of John Wick, Chad Stahelski here, who's gonna break down what makes that epic action film so epic. Let's check it out.
It was crazy. Thanks, sir.
Here at IGN, and 10 years ago, I found myself in a movie theater with an afternoon to kill. I'd been hearing about this movie, something about an assassin played by Keanu Reeves, something about an IGN review that was pretty good at the time, and something about a dog. We've all seen the movie plenty of times, you guys. We know how it goes. Settle down. In the decades since, John Wick has become a global phenomenon, and I am so excited to be celebrating the 10-year anniversary of this franchise today with the man who sits above the high table. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chad Stahelski.
Hi.
Chad, how you doing today?
Good, good. Thanks. Thanks, everybody, for coming.
Yes, thank you guys very much. Now, before we get started, we do have a treat for you guys. We are going to be breaking down a scene from the John Wick franchise in a little bit. And we're going to let you guys pick which one we're going to watch. So, can we pull up that graphic? We're going to be voting on one scene from each of the 4 John Wick movies, and we are doing this by acclamation, loud noise. So here we go. I'm going to run you down your choices, and whatever I decide was the loudest reaction is going to be the clip we react to. The clip from John Wick 1 we are going to be voting on is Wick hunts Yosef. I'm going to call for it, bro. The scene from John Wick Chapter 2 we're going to be voting on is the mirror room scene. I'm sitting right in front of it here, but as you can see, The Siege Part 1 is the scene from John Wick Chapter 3 hyphen Parabellum that we're going to be voting on, and the scene from Chapter 4 we're going to be voting on. You get a little bit of a twofer for this one. It is Enter Kane. You get not only Wick versus Kane, but Wick versus Koji as well. Rip. So here we go. Let's hear it. Who wants to watch the clip from John Wick 1? Yeah! Very good. How about John Wick Chapter 2? Yeah! How about John Wick Chapter 3? Yeah! How about John Wick Chapter 4? Yeah!
Probably number 4.
I think we're watching number 4. All right, back room, let's get Enter Kane ready for the end of the panel, please. But we have much to discuss before that. I want to start at the beginning. That seems like a pretty good place. In a lot of ways, I think that this franchise sort of cracked the code for establishing new IP in the 21st century. You started with a modest budget and a very focused creative direction. You layered things on top of that. You made the budgets kind of align with that. So I want to know how your approach to making the John Wick films has changed since you started making them, and what has stayed exactly the same?
Probably easier to say what's stayed exactly the same. I mean, it's always been Keanu and myself in a room. We've always got, you probably heard the stories, we have a big room with this big whiteboard in it, and we write down, the 20 films we love, 20 films we hate. And we write down everything that we love from Greek mythology, even a word in Japanese, like Mananowari or Hagakure or Kamikaze or something like that, or a Greek term, or we'll write down Odysseus or Sisyphus, and we'll write down these stories. And it's just this big, chaotic idea or slurry of ideas. And then as we start writing, we start building, okay, honor, trust, and we'll just start building scenes around that, and we kind of throw it together, and then at the same time, we have another board over here that says Paris. Okay, gotta shoot in Paris. Or we'll have like the Jordanian desert. We love, Lawrence of Arabia, so we want to shoot where they shot. And we kind of just piece ideas together and start building it. But it's, again, as you guys can tell, it's a movie, but it's also a cinematic reverence. We like Good, the Bad, the Ugly. We like Zatoichi. We like Kurosawa. We like David Lean. Anything from the Circle Rouge, the Assassin, French films, to Amélie, to, I don't know, pick anything that we love, and we try to put, I have a museum fetish. You can probably see that. I guess I have a neon club fetish, apparently.
Brutalist architecture. Someone's got to think for brutalist architecture up in here.
I think there's a lot of that. I think I have a lot of issues. But, the music, there's just things we love. Keanu's a musician. We love music, so a lot of any chance we have to do classical music or a club scene or anything that we can get our composers in on that we can help do that is great. Tom Cruise runs, Keanu walks, so we need cool places to walk.
I mean, it plays into that idea. He's Baba Yaga. He's almost like a horror movie character in a way.
Yeah, we read this Russian myth back in the day when Dave Leitch and I did the first one. We're like, okay, we need something cool. He's a Russian hitman, but we need some mythology. Open Russian mythology book, little old witch. We're like Baba Yaga, and he wasn't supposed to be the Baba Yaga. You guys did that. We're like, he's the guy you call to kill the old witch, and then suddenly he became the Baba Yaga. Yeah. As far as what has changed, I mean, obviously, when you go up, the more money you make, the more money they allow you to budget, which is it's a good ratio. But that allows us to try different things, and it allows us to explore, whether it's VFX, practical effects, stunts, or something like that. It helps us create the worlds. I guess also, remember, it's not like we had this 10-year plan. We're we're going to do the first one, and then we got the second one. We had no clue. I'm talking no clue. We thought we were never going to work again after the first one. Literally, I was like, okay, fries. I can cook burgers. I'm good. But as you go through it, you're constantly learning. People like you guys, they ask me, is your favorite 1, 2, 3, 4? What's your favorite? I always compare it to high school or college. Your first year anywhere new is this wondrous, oh my God, it's terrifying, but it's wondrous, and you're like, oh, this opportunity. The second year, okay, that's when you start to figure things out, or you meet your true love, or you actually care about learning. The third one is oh, you start forming about who you want to be, and what around the world informs you creatively and as a director. And the fourth one is thank God I didn't flunk out. And then you exit and you graduate. So they're all very close to my heart in one way or the other, and they're very different learning experiences.
Yeah.
And luckily I had a great mentor in Keanu Reeves that allowed me to make mistakes and kind of help guide me through it.
Yeah. Now go back to mythology a little bit, because that is one of my favorite aspects of this franchise. You pull from Greek mythology, you pull from Russian mythology. What do you look for in myths that you want to be folding into the John Wick world?
One is always hero, whatever you think the term of your protagonist is, whether he's a rogue or a Ronin or he's struggling to get home. What does he want? Your typical Joseph Campbell kind of thing. We look for that and how to twist it. The adventure or what the obstacles are. I think it's important to have an antagonist, not necessarily a bad guy, but what's the obstacle? And I'm also a big Leone and Kurosawa fan. So there's a good guy. There's Luke, and then there's Vader. But we always like third-party interference. Donnie Yen's a good example. Like when you hear Keanu Reeves and Donnie Yen, you want to see Keanu fight Donnie Yen, right? Okay.
Clearly.
But you also want to see Donnie Yen and Keanu kick the shit out of everybody else too, right? So we know I'm the same. So you go in, every action movie has this, again, some of the things we thought were holes in regular action movies is you get the good guy and he kicks the shit out of all your ND, that's nondescript for movie language. He kicks the shit out of all the stunt guys and guys in black leather jackets, you can't miss them, etc., right? And they kick that, and then your bad guy comes on screen for that last scene, and then where he's either the intellectual bad guy and he's got the big, brooding, hulking stunt guy next to him, or, it's unfortunately someone that's not up to the action part. So, and you've spent all your money on Keanu, you spent all your money on Donnie, they better fucking fight. You know what I mean? But, I like them both. I like both characters. So when we look at myths, a lot of times the characters are frenemies. They're changing alliances. So the first act, they're friends. The second act, they're confrontational. The third act, they have to team up and then fight each other again. I think that's really interesting. And that's one of the things we look for in all the mythologies, is trying to find out this rolling alliance thing. And then on top of that, they should always be struggling with the third-party interaction, whether two guys fighting on a roof, it's raining, it's snowing, or the police are after them, or a third-party bad guy is after them. So they can always try to team up and, in this case, the high table or something, so they can always team up and go. Other than that, it's ceremony. Whether or not, we steal a lot from Bushido or chivalry, but we just kind of turn it on its head. I think everybody likes that sense of code or honor or that standard to live by, and I think that's important to drill into some of the characters.
Now, on the topic of sort of mythology and deities and all this, I have kind of a serious one here for you. Is the TikTok man death?
We kind of originally modeled him off something, if you remember back, in a way, yeah. I'm a big Jim Henson fan. I don't know if you guys seen the documentary. Okay, right? It's awesome if you like Jim Henson. But he did this little documentary about time. Yeah. And that's kind of where we got the idea for TikTok. It was Henson's always his obsession with not enough time to do what he wants. And you'd see these interviews with Jim Henson always going, TikTok, gotta go, TikTok, gotta go. And I remember seeing it as a kid going, I'm gonna steal that. And that was my little reference back to Jim Henson.
That's great. And getting Jason Mantzoukas in these things
was awesome.
A master stroke. Yeah. What a good dude. I also want to know, a lot has changed from a technological standpoint in how we make films in the last 10 years. I want to know, what of those advancements has been the most helpful in creating new John Wick films, and what do you really wish you had on the first one?
Knowledge, actually. That would have been helpful to know what I was doing. Whether it's lenses or camera technology, the new Alexa LFs, or what we're doing with anamorphic lenses, that's all cool. But it's whatever helps you get the shot and expands and keep people safe. I always think, people think that we're kind of anti-CG or anything. I'm not. I love, some of my best friends are visual effects supervisors and artists and stuff. I think CG alone has probably saved more stunt guys' lives than any airbag or any safety requirement that we do with wires. I mean, if you saw what we had to do, when I was a stunt performer, it was hockey pads and hope the driver didn't run you over when he backed up. You took the hit. Now with what we can do with wires and removals and what we do with pads, that sequence you see in John Wick 4 with the cars, we're hitting the guys with the cars at really high speeds. For for those who've never been hit by a car. And stunts, if you're around 10, 15 miles an hour, I know that seems really slow, but if you do the mass times acceleration of 2,000 pounds times
Can
50
somebody
miles
get
an
on
hour.
that out in the audience?
When I was coached by the guy that was coaching me to race motorcycles, he put us in a full helmet and leathers, and he's like, run into that wall as fast as you can. That's about 7 miles an hour, and it'll knock you out. So imagine 150 miles an hour. You're like, okay. So when we hit guys with cars, it's usually around 15 to 20, and if you go above that, we call it weeboo time. You get in the weeboo ride to the hospital, right? But with John Wick 4, we could go up to 20, 25, 30 miles an hour because it allowed us to put visual effects and special pads on the mats, on the ground that we could erase out. I mean, the tracking programs, some of it AI-based to track pixels and move stuff, it's phenomenal now. And that, it allows us to try more, even practically, and not do completely digital rendering. I think that's a little lazy, but to take what we've always wanted to do and push practical effects and practical stunts to the limit, oh yeah, they got to be part of it for sure.
Yeah. You know? Now, another thing that this franchise really celebrates is international cinema and international action cinema, really, too. Can you think of any movies that, for fans that are just kind of coming into international action cinema, what are sort of your 3 easiest recommendations?
Oh my God. Jesus, you got an hour. Look, you got to hit Sergio Leone, right? We all agree. You got to get a little good, the bad, the ugly in there. If you count that as international, we'll count it as Italian. Okay. I think you got to hit a little Kurosawa just to warm yourselves up. And then from there, I'd say, okay, you either got to jump over to France for a little bit with Le Cercle Rouge or The Assassin or something like that, or you got to jump to Korea, hit The Old Boy, I Saw the Devil, something like that, or you go deep Japanese to Zatsuichi. You know, I think those are good places to start. All right. And that'll point you in a direction, I think.
All right, you've got your viewing list for the weekend after you go home from IGN Live. I think you guys are probably ready to watch a clip, huh? You guys want to watch a scene? All right, if we could get the back room to please queue up Enter Kane, which is only my name for this, not Chad's. It's not trademarked. So I'll just, I'm going to set the table for us here as this gets started. As we all know, John's old friend Kane has grudgingly accepted a contract on John's life from the high table and has tracked him to the Osaka Continental, where he is being given shelter by Koji Shimazu. And here we go. We're going to get that going. Now, something I love about how you frame this first shot in the sequence here is you've got Kane still sort of sectioned off here. He's still imprisoned. Can you talk about how you use set design to tell the story in these movies?
As you, again, lighting is almost everything for us. We're always trying to come up with lighting designs or set pieces where you can see practical lighting. I'm a big fan of westerns and samurais. What they typically call a cowboy shot allows you to see mid-thigh, the gun and the sword. And then we try to get, we fill the set with glass and artwork like this, so you're always seeing something in frame, so every frame has a character or a style or a color to it, and that allows you to shape. And if you went back to the dailies and saw editorial in this, we're moving, there's no continuity. I'm moving those glass cases like literally every shot, just because I'm like, it doesn't matter, it'll look cool. Give me the yellow one over here. Drives continuity insane. But look, it works.
But it's not. Talk about the importance or less importance of continuity in action.
No, continuity it's very important. You need an anchor. You need a thread. You need a through line. But that doesn't mean you can't bend it a little bit.
When you need to.
I always say get the shot.
Yep. Now, talk a little bit, obviously, when you've got a blind character that is swinging a sword and firing a gun, you've got to come up with some pretty fun moves for him.
Yeah, no, doing a gunfight with a blind guy is not easy. But that's a lot with Donnie. Like, Donnie, he's like, I swear to God, he's like a cat. Even, like, he's 58 right here.
Yeah.
And he's like a cat. Like, he's so fast. Like, I got to work out with him a couple times. He's amazingly quick twitch.
Now, was there any hesitation on your part to cast him, because like we know Donnie Yen appeared in Rogue One as a blind, not a Jedi quite, but a blind Force user, Force follower. Was there any hesitation on your part to kind of put him into
not at all. I just know I wanted him to be totally different. Donnie had a little hesitation, but like Donnie's a very smart guy. We got on the phone and we talked for hours about everything he hated about the script. And it was all the way I was trying to portray Donnie, which was probably a little bit more like the blind guy. And he's like, nah, I want to wear the suit. I'm going to be like the blind John Wick. I'm going to be cool. I'm like, all right, fair enough. And we kind of did it like that. And then you have to create the situation with the glass and all the stuff so you couldn't see John. So
Yeah,
but
and you're
that's
also
the fun part.
And the practical thing that I like about all this glass flying, these bullets going, is that you're seeing action and reaction. Everything has sort of a consequence.
Again, what we were saying before with visual effects, you can do that now, so I don't have to, injure the actors with exploding glass or anything like that. We have the chance to make things as safe as we can to get the kind of shots that you want.
Now, was this the first scene with Keanu and Donnie that
It was.
you shot?
Yeah,
Oh, really?
This is how they got together.
met.
Donnie would come by and watch Keanu do the nunchucks. And I don't know if he was nodding with approval or nodding with shame. I couldn't tell because he's pretty good with nunchucks. But at the end, it was like, he's like, wow, Keanu's really, he's going for it.
It seems, are the nunchucks the thing in this franchise that Keanu feels the most sort of like, oh, I wanted to, I even know that he still feels a little shaky about how he did.
Yeah,
even though it looks incredible.
you'd have to ask him, but I think he did a really good job. I think
do
he
too.
gets like, he loves driving, like that's his thing.
Yeah.
Like in the car, that's when he goes for it the most,
Yeah. So these two are still going at it here. Can you also talk about, obviously the first part of this is just about done, but maybe this also has to establish that Wick and Kane are of equal power.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit how you worked that into the choreography and the beats of this scene?
I mean, just if you guys haven't been on a set or stuff, there's a couple ways to do action. Like if you're doing what we call like a blood sport fight, two guys fight in the ring. It's fairly choreographed, and the guys have rehearsed for weeks, and they get in and they do the sections, unless they try to do it as a master or a long take. And then there's the conceptual stuff where you're trying to tell a story throughout, or there's what we call like a Jackie Chan or a running fight, where it's through mazes and streets and things. And you would think we'd have a really concise vision. We really don't. It's a little bit looser than you think. We have a storyline, we have character beats, almost like you'd write a scene. So I'll write the story, antagonism to get here, this is going to say the line, and then they're going to hate each other here, but this is where the dog stares at them. We kind of block it out. And then the stunt teams will choreograph these great pieces, and then we'll mold them on the day to fit. We're kind of different than most other stunt teams in that way. We train the guys to be good at certain sections and pieces, then we kind of mold it. And as you're, just like doing a dialogue scene, you'll be in the scene, you think it's going to read one way, and you hear the actors doing it, and you're like, oh, this is not working, or wow, this is way different than I thought it was going to go. And you kind of got to roll with it a little bit. You can always be the director, that's not how I see it, and you got to bend them to your will, which happens sometimes. But with action, it's very organic. It's like dancing. So we try to see where it's going, and we've cut whole pieces out because, it seemed really cool in the gym, but when we get out on set with the glass and the guns, it's just not, or it's boring, or we don't think it's telling the right story piece. So we'll fit it to lens about, okay, this is where he twitches his hand, or this is where he wipes the blood off and tastes it. Like, you come up with these moments, and you rely on the cast to sometimes. That's why I don't like using doubles that much. It's the actors that sometimes, in John Wick 3, Keanu actually slips and falls right on his ass fighting the two Indonesian guys, and we're like, oh, that's great. And he didn't break character, he just stayed in. The two guys were looking like, and we kept it, and it was beautiful, and then we played it off like that. With Donnie, that fight that you guys just watched, we had choreographed this whole piece where Keanu's going ding, 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 ding. Oh my God, it was like 90 seconds of just sword work. I'm not kidding. The second take, Donnie decides to go into Donnie mode and goes, what? And Keanu literally turns and runs away during the take. And then I yell, cut, and we're all laughing, and he comes over, he goes, I'm not buying it, man. I'm like, what? There's no way John Wick could beat this guy. So we're like, and I wanted to go, well, just do, I was like, no, you're pretty right. Donnie looks a lot faster than you, I'm not going to lie.
We got a room full of Kane fans here, right? Yeah.
No, so we're like, no, we're not going to do that choreography. You're just going to run from the whole fight and try to shoot him. Like, okay, that sounds better. So sometimes it happens like that.
Yeah, we're setting up here. Akira is taking an injured Koji out into the garden here, and here's Kane waiting for them. Now, what was it like working a scene with both Donnie and
two of my biggest
Hiroyuki Sanada?
My biggest crushes, Hiroyuki Sanada and Donnie Yen.
Oh.
It's cool. I've been trying to work with Hiroyuki for 3 John Wicks. So just our schedules keep missing. And I actually hired him on John Wick 3, but right before he flew to us, he broke his Achilles tendon, or he tore his Achilles tendon. So he had to bow out. And that's luckily a good friend of mine, Mark Dacascos, came in and got the role, he did an amazing
He's fantastic
job.
as a pro.
So you get Hiroyuki Sanada, and then you get Donnie Yen. And like Hiroyuki is everything you think he is. He is like he will practice 1,000 times to get it right. He likes knowing the choreography. He is very traditionally trained in Aido and Kendo and Kenjutsu and stuff, and he's great. And then there's Donnie, who is just fly by the seat of your pants. Let's just go. So I had a great time. I don't know how they felt that we had to put them together. And Donnie's always changing and making it flow, and Hero's being so respectful and trying to keep up and adapt to their choreography. But when it clicks, you're like, okay, we have a good, as soon as we saw him rehearse, we're like, okay, we have a good story here. We're good.
And did that make this one of the harder fight scenes in this film to choreograph because of those different styles?
Look, once you let go and just dance and not worry about adhering to some pre-notion of action or stuff or what's in your head, we're just letting the two best of what they do in the world do their thing and click. Again, it's very easy for me. I put the ideas and we guide them through the motion of what works for camera and story and let them do their thing. It's great. Now, there's a little frustration back and forth. Of course, you want to make it good and you're trying to match each. And Donnie's trying to do a fencing more Chinese style, and it's got to fit with what Hiroyuki is trying to do. And that's a little bit of nurturing and molding. But like, no, logistically, like this is one I was like, I'm going to sit back here and enjoy this. This is great.
Let these guys do their work.
They're very cool. And again, I mean, they're both in great shape. I mean, Hiroyuki's like 60 here and Donnie's 58. They're amazing.
Man, I couldn't
great
get
men.
half of this.
Man.
Now, I love, one thing I love about this scene is that you set it on this sort of gangplank-esque narrow platform to kind of keep them constrained together.
Yeah.
How can you think of any of like your favorite examples of using production design to sort of create tension in a fight scene in this franchise?
I'm a big fan of anime as well. So I got to recently work with Shintaro Watanabe, like we talked about, like the guy that directed all the Cowboy Bebops and Samurai Champloo. I'm a big fan. He heard I was a big fan, so I got to work with him 2 years ago on his new anime. I got to be the action director for him on something called Lazarus. But if you go back to Cowboy Bebop, like, I don't know, you guys know Cowboy Bebop?
Yeah.
Like it's you know, all right, Spike and Vicious, you guys with me on that? All right, cool. Like, no comment. I have friends at Netflix. Like, look, I think that's a good design. Like, any good anime usually takes great use of it. And if you look at any Jackie Chan or any great, all the influences that I have, especially from Wu Ping or Crouching Tiger or Fist of Legend or anything, like, it's a big part of Asian choreography or of Asian anime is the set design helps define what it is. So we always look for a staircase, a phone booth, a waterfall, and we just try to take it to the next level with color and sound and what that could mean. I mean, I think Tarantino did a great job in Kill Bill 2 of like the Lucy Liu fight and the snow and the thing, like, you know, but even he borrows from a lot of Asian cinema where the mise-en-scène of the set piece and the music and the mood all come together to really accentuate. Because again, if we took this and I showed you in front of the stage here, it's two guys swinging a sword. But if you can get the colors and the emotion and the water and just, it gives you opportunities for the sound, right? The water, the crickets chirping. It gives you ideas with lighting so you can frame them against the light and I can put lanterns up, you know. But if I did this fight just, you know, on Santa Monica Beach, it's probably not as cool. Maybe it could be cool.
Yeah,
Sunrise, I don't know.
Put it on the list.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're coming to the end of this scene here. This is obviously setting up, you know, something we might come back to at some other point in the future, but we're not going to dwell on it too much right now. We got Akira and Kane here parting ways in quite a sad moment.
Yeah, we like tragedies.
Don't we all? Yeah. We are, hey. Now, I do have one last little treat for you guys because Chad has been good enough to agree to take some questions here today. So, what we're going to do, if anybody has a question for Chad, I'd like you to very slowly walk to that mic over there, and we're going to have time to take just a few. So if anyone has any questions that they'd like to ask Chad, now would be the time.
No, you're first.
All right,
Come on,
you guys go.
ask away.
No one's elbowing. We're all being kind to each other. My friend, do we have that mic hot now?
Check.
Hey,
Check.
that's pretty hot. Could you tell us your name?
My name's Adrian.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to ign-live. Don't hashtag that. What's your question, buddy?
My question is John Wick still alive? And if so or not, is there going to be a part 5?
You're killing me, man.
I'll give you the aesthetically pleasing and artistic answer, and then I'll give you the realism. Look, it's supposed to be a myth. You're supposed to read into it however you want. Did John die or did John Wick die? Keanu's always kept it apart as two different characters, two different sides of a coin. So in order for one to be free, the other one's got to go, right? So you could take it like that, mythologically. And like, look, if you ask us about commerce and making them, like Keanu and I would work together. We do John Wicks to the day we died. Like, they're fun. I love my crew. I love Keanu. Look, it always happens, like, and I know you hear me say this before. If I woke up tomorrow with a good take that didn't feel like we were cash grabbing or we had a really good story, I'd be in production tomorrow. So if Keanu calls me maybe tonight and goes, hey, I heard you on IGN-live. I got an idea. Like, I'd be like, ah, cool, let's talk about it. Like, look, if you think you can pull it off without being cheesy or cool and it's fun, right on, man. Like, I'm just like you guys. I don't want to see stuff forced down my throat, but at the time, if you got a good idea, you crack it, you make me go, wow, I'm in.
Nice.
Thanks a lot for your question. Hello, sir. Can we have your name and your question?
Were you laughing the entire time on sets during the final infinite staircase? And in a side serious question, in choreographing that, are you using storyboarding and previs to plan, or is it just like, it'd be really fun?
Inside, I'm laughing. I'm laughing being here. I still think somebody's gonna find out.
If you guys listen closely, you can still hear John Wick falling down a staircase.
You can still hear me on the track, just laughing my ass. No, like when on set, we have a pretty serious mindset when we're doing big gags. Like you gotta be focused because it can go bad quick. So you keep it very serious, you keep it going. But yeah, Vincent, Keanu's stunt double, the guy that actually did the crazy stair fall on the second take, that whole thing. Yes. Like, we're trying to be cool and keep it serious because that's a big gag, but at the same time, you're going, holy fuck, he's doing it. And he keeps going, like, oh, and we never thought, like, we were actually betting Vincent he couldn't do it all in one go. First time he got stuck on, like, the 5th step, no joke. And we're like, this is going to be a long night. And he just went, and he just launched. And that guy, I don't know if you ever jumped backwards down 200 steps.
No?
Big, brass, right? You know what I mean? Like, he had to go. Like, there is no concern for your health. So he goes all the way down, he's halfway down, and we're literally going, oh, this is going to be good. But yeah, in a way, yes. With vehicular stuff, I'll do keyframes in boards. I have one of the best storyboard artists in Hollywood, a guy named Todd Harris. He's amazing. He gets me. We get the frames. We're same references. So, like, to get conceptual ideas, because you got to get your ideas, the Bob Fosse quote, right? 50% of directors being a little kooky. The other 50% is finding people kookier than you to do it. Okay, well, you got to get those ideas to people, and I can't just go, rah! Like, you got to show them. So I'll keyframe and board, even though I may not know how to do everything. The staircase we were scouting, and we're up Sacré-Cœur because I knew I wanted to duel up there, and we looked down the stairs, and me and my stunt coordinator, Scott Rogers, went, oh, yeah, I know, he's going down these. Is it like with freaking with The Exorcist? We wanted a staircase that we could do better than that. And that's what we found. So it's a little bit of boards, a little bit of stunt viz, a little pre-viz, and a little bit of just, we went and built like 20 steps in the gym so the stunt guys could practice certain little things with the railing. But most of it, we got there a day early and we were rehearsing. But yeah, so it's a little of everything. It changed, like most, like the glass fight with Donnie and stuff, I don't really board, I'll just keyframe, meaning I know the frame's gonna be here, so this is what you have to build. We know the blue screen's going here, we know we have to build a pond, and then we're gonna need this level of bamboo forest. Like, I'll do things like that for the crew, but not action details. That I'll do with the stunt team.
Super cool, thanks.
Thank you very much for your question. Unfortunately, this is going to be the last one. So, Xbox shirt, could we have your name? And your name's not Xbox shirt.
Yeah, my name's David. I'm here for The Win Gaming. And Chad, I love the movies, 1 to 4. My question is, they actually are not just like pure action movies. There's moments where I'm like laughing hysterically, and then there's like really moving moments when, he's looking at pictures of his wife and stuff. And I guess my question is, how do you manage to make those swings where it's like 1 second, this is the sickest action I've seen in my life, and then the next second I'm like almost crying, and then the next second I'm laughing hysterically because there's just like a beat and then like a funny line, and I'm like, this is the best. How do you manage to do that? What's kind of the process there?
It's, I wouldn't, you know, there are people, there are writers, and there's crews that somehow, I'm sure there's writers and directors far better than me that have an algorithm for that, or they know they need to laugh. Look, you got to hang out with Keanu Reeves a little bit to get the inside scoop. Like, and not to speak out of turn, like I'm spent a lot of time with Keanu, like being his double, and we came through the matrices together and stuff. I don't know. Sometimes they see you as the kind of like the you're supposed to be the tough stunt guy. I watched Up 2 nights ago. Just cried on the couch with a bottle of scotch.
Yeah.
I consider that kind of fun. Like, you know, I don't mind.
Yeah.
You know, so Keanu's kind of the same way. He likes being moved. Like, he crying to him, laughing to him, or going, holy fuck, that was awesome. Like in a Die Hard movie. Like, those are all equally pleasurable to him. I think we're very secure in our entertainment masculinity to enjoy all that, and we like the swing. So when we talk, and with the stunt teams and film, like just like everyone else, we've all had our share of losses, wins, heartbreaks, and all that stuff. It's just when you're in a group where you can be creatively open, it's okay. Like there's not a time where, like in the first John Wick, you know, where Helen, Bridget Monahan dies in the hospital bed, and Keanu walked over and said, "No matter what, don't cut. I'm going to go to a dark place, you know. But don't cut. No matter what happens, it's okay. I'm going to be okay. And not going to get into it, but he's had some things happen to him where he just drew on that and he let it go, and that's what made the scene good. Wow. I guess what I'm saying is in the room, like in John Wick 2, Gianna, we got together and we talked about someone or a friend or someone we knew had someone in their life commit suicide, so we talked about how to handle that in John Wick 2. Like, but then again, 20 minutes later, we're talking about how to decapitate people with a shotgun. Like, I don't know. We kind of roll like that just in our lives about how to jump, and I think luckily I work with people that are mature enough in emotion and immature enough with emotion to have fun on both, and we know when we come to a John Wick meeting, we know we're very self-aware of what we're doing. We're making a cartoon. We're taking the best of Buster Keaton and Harold Lloyd, but we're also trying to mix it with the happiness of Amelie, or the sadness, or the directness of Point Blank, or something like that. And I think that's what's fun, right? Because like we don't do it as an overall plan, but we do it per scene. Like we know this is a scene, and we're like, Keanu. Literally, when you're writing with Keanu, he stands up, he starts acting it out, and this is where I'm gonna cry, and it's gonna be so awesome. Like, what are you talking about? Like what? And like this is where the puppy, like, you know, like we're all dog guys, so like when they thought we were kidding about like stomping on a puppy, but like, you know, we're like, look, we're going to do it in a certain way with the baby lens, and we're going to make you feel something, and that's going to be the click. And it's not so much that, it's what happens afterwards. It's how he buries it. And a lot of that is who Keanu kind of is. And like he's, you know, when you direct, your lead actor, that's your anchor. Like he's kind of, like you guys always know, like whether it's a superhero movie, action movie, tone is always the hardest thing. There's always two things when we were fixing second unit movies, right? There's always tone, because it felt like 2 or 3 different movies, right? You're like, am I supposed to laugh? Am I supposed to cry? What do they want me to do here? Like, and then it's pacing, right? Sometimes it's really fast, and then they go, okay, exposition scene, exposition. Those are always the two things that plague action movies, right? Oh, it's really shitty action, but like besides that, like you try to infuse it. So if action's not, it's like a good Godzilla movie. Godzilla -1. I'm prepping. I think it's awesome. Right? So if Godzilla's not on the screen, what am I watching? Right? Some other studio should be listening to this. Like, you gotta keep it going, and if it's not just exposition, is it happy, is it sad? I don't care, just move me, do something. So it's action, it's fine. Like, have that bromance between Hiroyuki and Keanu. Have that sadness of burying a puppy, have that thing of losing somebody, but then whiplash me in, because by the time I show you that, you're gonna love the action. You're gonna be like, yeah, let's chop some heads off. You know what I mean? So I just like slingshotting emotion like that. But also, like, I don't think I'm a good enough director to do this straight, hardcore, emotional, rip your heart out love story. I wish I was, because I think that's awesome. But like, I know I can bend you a little bit to help you appreciate the action more, and that's kind of what I focus on. It's like a good anime, right? Yeah. It can kind of tweak you a little bit. I don't know, does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Unfortunately, that is all the time we have. If you asked a question, please find us at the back. We got a little thing we got to have you sign real quick. That is all the time we have for today. Chad, thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you, guys.
Have a great time at the rest of IGN Live. Have a nice night. Thank you, guys.
IGN Live is presented by Lenovo Legion.
Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is, wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event.
We are live.
Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
You're watching IGN Live. PC gaming is thriving and better than ever. Who here is a PC gamer? Yeah. So with me, I've got some experts to discuss the future of PC gaming. We've got the founder of Digital Foundry, Richard Ledbetter.
Hey. Cheers.
And from NVIDIA, we've got Jacob Freeman and Guillermo Simon. So thank you very much for coming to IGN Live. We've seen a huge leap in technology in recent years, thanks to the advancements and innovations in PC gaming. Things like DLSS upscaling, some of the amazing things happening with AI. So I'm curious about how we're feeling about the next kind of big evolution and where you kind of see everything going. We've got some new shiny toys coming up soon. We've got a lot of amazing things that you guys are doing with ways to help gamers. So what do you see as kind of the next kind of 5 years looking like?
Well, there's definitely a lot to talk about there. If we can start with something pretty simple, like lighting in games. You know, if you look at full ray traced lighting or path traced lighting, it's actually not. It's not a relatively new concept in the world of computer graphics. You know, it's been done in CG for a long time. But what is new is ray tracing for gaming.
Yeah.
You know, it's really the holy grail of lighting, and the way that you light a game really impacts how realistic it looks, how the reflections look. You know, a lot of people think of ray tracing, they think of it as reflections, that's definitely a part of it. But when it comes to full ray tracing, there's a lot more. You know, if you just look around the room, you know, you see the way that light interacts with objects, the way it bounces off objects, all impacts how realistic it looks. And because of the advances in not only hardware, but in, for example, in AI and games, DLSS, frame generation, has really made it possible to be able to do that at 60 FPS plus, which we really weren't able to before.
Yeah, I think it's really important to point out how difficult this is. NVIDIA put out the first ray-tracing hardware in 2018, and my colleague Alex is really into this. He just couldn't believe the presentation because he just didn't think it was kind of possible. But since then, it's just kind of come on leaps and bounds because developers just really love the technology. And there's a huge amount of research being done that just makes it faster and faster. So in 2018, we couldn't believe that ray tracing was going to be on a consumer-level graphics card, right? But in, now we've got like path tracing, which is like the ultimate form of ray tracing running in a game like Cyberpunk 2077, which I just couldn't quite believe that it was possible even at that time that happened. I mean, I heard some rumors from you guys that possibly something might be happening to get excited about, but I couldn't quite conceive that was happening. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on in the future of gaming, whether you're talking about ray tracing, whether you're talking about AI, whether you're talking about stuff like upscaling and frame generation, where we're in the Wild West now. This is like, the astonishing thing is we're kind of like in first/second gen stuff. So this is just the beginning, really. It's just quite remarkable, really.
Yeah, and kind of like what we were talking about earlier, we're relatively in the early stages of seeing full ray tracing in games. So I think we're going to see a pretty big turning point, if we haven't already, in the very near future.
Yeah, and you mentioned Cyberpunk there, and I know we have some Cyberpunk fans in the house, so they know what you're talking about. As a bit of a nerd, I'm fascinated by AI, and I know you revealed G-Assist at Computex. So from the outside, that just looks like, oh, this is going to help gamers. It's a new way to get game help. But I know there's more to it. Could you explain that?
Yeah, sure. So as you explained, it's essentially an assistant to help gamers with different things. So for example, at Computex, we had 2 use cases. One of them was an assistant that would help with game-specific guidance. So in this case, it was with Ark Survival Ascended. So it was questions about how you would craft a particular item or how you would defeat a particular boss. So that was one part of the use case. And the other one was just how configurable PC gaming can be, asking the assistant about how to extract maximum performance and efficiency from your rig. And so those are sort of the 2 use cases that we saw. In general, I think that it will change the way that we engage with our apps. I don't think that this would be constrained to just gaming. Of course, we see this in other aspects today, but gaming is often the very first use case that gets AI adoption. We saw this with DLSS. When was it? Like 7 years ago. It was, in my opinion, the first widely deployed AI for gaming, and now it's sort of become the standard for it. And so, yeah, I mean, I should say that it's a tech demo today, but it's intended to showcase a vision for how developers or the community could build assistants like these that would help for different tasks. And of course, we're collecting feedback and excited to see what developers might do with it if it becomes anything more than a tech demo in the near future.
Yeah. And Richard, I know you live and breathe PC gaming specs. So how do you see something like G-Assist changing the way that just a normal nerd like me might interact with their games?
There's a scene in like Star Trek 4 where Mr. Scott needs to use the computer, and he picks up the mouse and goes, "Hello, computer." And he doesn't quite understand that a mouse is a completely different interface. But this is exactly kind of what G-Assist is. It's a different way of talking to the computer to actually get the information you want, talking to it in a conversational way, to access features and to kind of get the information you want. And I'm kind of interested in it because we at DF we do like optimized settings, which is like the best balance of bang for the buck, for the best gaming experience. So, why not just ask G-Assist or some other AI assistant, can you optimize this game to run best on my hardware? So, yeah, I think it's really interesting to see what you can do with it, and also the stuff that it can give you, because it's got so much access to information under the hood that you just don't typically have generally as a user. So yeah, it's really interesting stuff.
Yeah. The other thing that you guys have shown off recently, which looked incredible, was the ACE technology.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of incredible looking kind of human faces. How will we see that affect games?
Yeah, I mean, ACE really is very, very cool. It's, for those unaware, it's essentially NVIDIA's initiative to make AI NPCs possible. There's a lot of moving parts. Generally, the way it works is a game developer would go to one of NVIDIA's partners, like In-World AI, and what they do is they essentially host the engine or the backend for how these AI NPCs are designed. And so there would be essays worth of a particular character's backstory, what motivates them, the triggers that might make them take action, all of these sorts of things. And then what NVIDIA is providing is all the models that would essentially bring them to life. So things like speech recognition, speech to text, something we called audio to face, which is how the NPC's face animates when they speak. And it's tied to the phonetics. So it doesn't matter what language they speak. It's at Computex, we had a multilingual agent. You could speak into it in Mandarin. It would come back in English. And of course, there's several other languages. But it doesn't matter what language they speak. The facial animations, which, by the way, it takes a lot of developer work to get right. It's just accurate. And so with Covert Protocol and some of the other examples, we had some examples of how AI NPCs will essentially enhance the experience. You might imagine like an RPG or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've demoed this a lot of times at trade shows, and people's minds are really blown by it. For the longest time, when we've interacted with NPCs in games, it's usually like you have a few options, and then they have a set of responses. But this really changes completely the way that you interact with an NPC. You can ask it anything. You can ask, tell me a joke. You can say, what's the weather outside? I mean, literally anything. But the character will stay in this story because they have a background, they have a story written for them. So it actually is pretty amazing to be able to interact with.
I feel like to a similar extent to how games change from 2D to 3D, it's eventually going to be one of those things where it's either going to reinvent current genres, or it's probably going to create new ones that we can't think of today. But with some creative developers, I think we're on board for some really interesting experiences.
Yeah, what's exciting for me, from my perspective, is this is first-gen stuff. This is like early tech demos that we're seeing at the moment. And so sky's the limit once this really takes off. And I'm thinking, other things. For example, let's imagine a game like GTA 6, for example. They've already got really advanced systems for controlling the behavior of all of the people in the city, right? They go about their day, they drink their coffee, they put their umbrellas up when it rains, that kind of thing. But, imagine that powered by AI, and imagine being able to have all of this conversational stuff in there. Imagine a game like Hitman, for example, where the whole gameplay is kind of based on what's happening in the environment in a particular context. It's about gaining information, adding that extra level of interaction with AI. It's just going to take things to a different level. So what we're seeing now is really interesting. But, I'm just thinking like 5-10 years from now, where is it going to end up? It's going to be completely different. That's kind of why I'm still in this particular industry, because there's just new surprises happening all the time. It's a really exciting time right now.
Yeah. We're seeing a real rebirth as well of kind of handheld gaming, which, in the past hasn't really been able to keep up with PC gaming in terms of, the looks or the performance. How do you see these technologies like DLSS and things like that. Do you think we'll start to see those in the handheld market? And what could those kind of technologies do on those smaller machines?
Right. Well, I can't speak specifically for the handheld market, but for DLSS, for example, it was originally introduced as 6 years ago, I think, right? So relatively new. And it was a way to essentially get better performance by using rendering at a lower resolution and then using an AI-based upscaler to match or exceed your target resolution. And so it actually has evolved, just like a lot of the AI technology we're talking about has evolved rather quickly. So we had DLSS, which is super resolution. And then we introduced frame generation, which is actually using AI to generate an entire frame, significantly improving performance. And a lot of the stuff that we talked about today, like path tracing and AI NPCs, a lot of it would actually not be possible without these technologies to run at a 60 FPS plus experience. More recently, we introduced in DLSS 3.5 a feature called ray reconstruction. And what that does is essentially improve the image quality, once again by using AI, improve the image quality of a ray traced image by replacing the denoiser in the game engine with an AI-based denoiser with virtually no performance impact whatsoever. So not only is DLSS improving the performance of games, adding more visual features, enabling things like ray tracing, it's also making the image quality look more realistic and better as it's doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, handhelds switched to. These guys can't talk about it, but it's going to be coming. And if DLSS isn't in it, I'll be very surprised. So yeah, I'd expect to see deployment of all AI technologies, like everything from super high end to handhelds. When the time is right. Yeah. So again, I mean, I guess the great thing about all of this is how scalable it is. You don't expect like 4K super high-end visuals on a handheld, but technologies like DLSS can definitely play a part. The lower down the stack you go.
Yeah. So these guys can't talk about it, but would you guys be interested in a Nintendo Switch that could do kind of real high performance? Just so you know.
Got it.
And tell me as well a little bit about DLAA, because I think people confuse that in DLSS a lot, and it's
So like I mentioned before, DLSS is rendering the game at a lower resolution and then using AI-based upscaler to render it at a 4K-like or even better in a lot of cases than the 4K native image. DLAA is taking the native resolution and then applying AI-based anti-aliasing on top of it. So basically, it's the ultimate in image quality. If you don't like to see a single jagged edge in your game, then DLAA is the best way to basically eliminate all of that.
Yeah, basically, anti-aliasing, right? I mean, if you don't have anti-aliasing, you have this really sort of horrible jagged image.
Yeah.
And DLSS actually is an anti-aliaser as well as an upscaler.
Right.
But if you can devote all of its resources to just anti-aliasing image at native resolution, you get like super pristine quality. So it's basically, the nature of PC gaming is how inherently scalable it is. So if you've got the performance, sitting in your GPU, and you want to use that for like better image quality, higher levels of anti-aliasing, as opposed to going above the refresh rate of your monitor, you've got that GPU power to spare to just make the games look a lot better. So
yeah, and that's one of the great things about PC gaming. As you upgrade, or if you want to play older games, you can apply things like DLAA to older games. If you have great performance already, and get even better image quality than you had a few years ago. So yeah, that's one of the many things that's great about PC gaming.
And just as a last question, because we are running out of time, even though I know we could talk about this stuff for hours, is just kind of, if each of you could give me kind of one of the technologies and which part of it you're most excited about in the games you play.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go. So for me, I would say it's lighting in games. We talked a lot about path tracing and full ray tracing, and actually I credit lighting in gaming as what initially got me interested in and into this industry was seeing Quake 2. They call it colored lighting back then, I think. In 3D accelerated mode, and I was just blown away. And I really feel like we're at that point again with full ray tracing or path tracing. That personally gets me very excited because I really feel, lighting is how we see the world. It's the best way to emulate our real world is by more realistic lighting. So yeah, for me, I'm excited about all the path trace and full ray trace games coming.
I don't know where to begin. I can't put it down to one. The path tracing, the lighting, it's just totally transformative, but it's incredibly heavy on resources. But the cost of that is getting lower and lower the further we move on with new technology. But equally, how well developers are using that technology. There's a thing called Restir, which is for path tracing, which has made stuff like cyberpunk path tracing possible. It's just like quite astonishing, really, when you see it. I mean, there's so much going on. Unreal Engine 5, for example, obviously that's scalable across a lot of technologies, but stuff like nanite, this ultra-high detail, and obviously, the better the hardware you've got, the more scalable it is, the better results you get, the higher the performance. That really excites me. There's so much going on, and
Well, I'm going to have to let Guillermo have a go because I know you could
absolutely.
go.
I could be here all day.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the wish list is long also. As a competitive player, give me 1,000 frames per second, give me 1,000 hertz of refresh rate, 5 milliseconds of latency. But I think to me, in terms of what's near future, it's probably AI NPCs and how they're going to change the way we engage with our favorite titles today and bring about some new genres that I can't really imagine today.
Yeah, no, I for one welcome our new AI overlords. So there you have it, a glimpse into the potential future of PC gaming. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got lots more ahead right here on IGN Live. And thank you again. That was great.
Thank you.
IGN Live is presented by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with Xfinity's blazing fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is, wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event. We are live. Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush you? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
This is IGN Live. I'm Kim Horsch here, and we have an incredibly exciting announcement. It's time to reveal the latest Magic the Gathering set And if you love video games, oh, do you like video games? What a question. You're gonna want to see these. Here to tell us more is senior game designer of Magic the Gathering, Corey Bowen.
Hello, hello.
But guys, first, I've got a problem. You see, I've got some packs that I need cracked. You know, including a set that just came out yesterday. But I don't have anyone to open them. Jada, where are you? Help me out. Where is she? Where is she? There she is.
Thank you, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Jada.
It's amazing here, but it's so many people. How's the crowd feeling? Awesome. All right, so we've got a bunch of packs for you guys to open. We're gonna have you guys open, and I want you guys to pick out your favorite card and show off your favorite card of your packs, all right? I'm gonna give you each a set. Go ahead and get these packs open.
Oh yeah, by the way, those are collector's packs. All right, my friends? Happy cracking. Keep your favorite card aside for us, and Jada will check back in with you a little bit later. We do have that announcement to talk about, don't we? So, Corey, would you please tell our fans a little bit about the latest Magic set?
Ooh, I have a little thing.
I mean, what's this?
Yeah, so we're doing a new Universes Beyond Magic set with Assassin's Creed, an awesome universe.
It's a good thing I wore this necklace for no reason.
Totally a coincidence.
So what about Assassin's Creed, the franchise, made it a good fit for Magic?
Yeah, well, Assassin's Creed has a lot of action, a lot of fantasy. Generally, a lot of video game universes fit quite well with Magic. And with Assassin's Creed, there's so many different assassin characters that we get to realize in Magic cards. Maybe you want to play them in your competitive 60-card decks. Maybe you want to take an assassin and play it as your commander, which is just awesome.
That's what I like. How does Magic the Gathering adapt the mechanics of Assassin's Creed? You know, there are mainstays to the franchise like Leap of Faith, Synchronization. Oh, who's that?
Yeah, it's a great art piece from our set. So yeah, Assassin's Creed is this kind of meta-narrative, right, where you're diving into the animus to relive these historical periods. And so the Magic set has a huge emphasis on history as a reflection of that, and has a lot of these cards that are showing off all climbing and doing all these acrobatic maneuvers as assassins as well. So there's a lot of mechanics that care about getting your assassins to do combat damage to your opponent as an analog of climbing and acrobatics and free running in general. And there's a lot of mechanics that will reference history and really appreciate your recognition of history throughout the catalog of games.
I love to hear that. And are Templars as groups incorporated into this? Is it just assassins? What are we looking at here?
Oh, the Templars are a huge part of Assassin's Creed. So, you know, there's a little bit of Templars, a little bit of Abstergo entertainment. Our focus is certainly on the assassins, but if you're a fan of the Templars, we've got cards for you.
Well, I mean, on that subject of Abstergo, the conspiracy card seems to confirm the cult of Cosmos, so let's talk about that a little.
Yeah, I mean, so this set will have a bunch of new cards, but we're also getting a bunch of reprints in this set too. And so we look through Magic's history and trying to find cards that really feel like they fit well in the universe of Assassin's Creed. Conspiracy made a lot of sense. the whole franchise. You're constantly battling against the conspiracies of these Templar Knights, how they're pulling the strings. We thought it was really fun to bring that card forward, a card that we haven't seen print in quite some time, and show it off in this universe's take.
Well, I mean, I did look at this art right now. There are some fan favorites, like, let's say, Ezio of the Assassin's Creed community. Can you tease how you'll be adapting that character's story and skill set into Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, I mean, Ezio is such a big character for this universe. When we were looking at what assassins we really want to emphasize, and maybe some that we didn't want to have so much in the spotlight, or rather lessen, we want them all to be in the spotlight. But Ezio was probably our top assassin. Our top three at the time, it's like Ezio, Altair, and then, and then Ivor from Valhalla was another top ticket for us to represent this set. So with Ezio, we'll have several cards showing him off at different points in his lifetime as well, which is very exciting.
It definitely seems that way. I mean, I have the same question. Oh, I love that art. For Cassandra, who I saw in there as well, how will her story be told?
Yeah, so Cassandra is the protagonist of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, kind of the Greco-Roman universe or age of Assassin's Creed. So for her card, in this game, you really have the one weapon, the Spear of Leonidas, with all these upgrades. And for her, we really strongly attached her to using that weapon, which will be a separate card in this set. So her card will find that equipment, bring it into your hands, and then her ability will greatly benefit you for using that equipment or any other legendary equipment if you wanted to find other stuff. And here's the spear itself. As you see, we make the horse, Phobos, which I just think is so cute, to actually make a token. That's the horse.
I like it. It works.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's check back in with Jada. You've had a chance to open your collector's packs. Let's see the favorites.
All right, who we got here?
I'm Dara.
Dara, what card do we got? Let's show it to the camera.
Ophelia, exuberant.
All right. All right, next up we got?
We have Eli.
All right, Eli. Eli, what you got?
I have a classic Birds of Paradise.
All right, and last but not least, who do we have here?
Kayla.
Kayla, what you got?
Hellkite Tyrant.
The Hellkite Tyrant. That's fire, literally. All right, we got some good picks in here.
All right, well, thanks for joining us again, Corey, and to the Magic the Gathering fans out there, be on the lookout for these Assassin's Creed cards very soon. We've got tons more IGN Live ahead, so stick around.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It turns out there are other video game shows happening this weekend, which I don't know who would have predicted that. It's only a summer of games, but they're not as cool as our stuff. But just in case you do want to know what all you missed, we've got our experts on a panel to tell you everything you may have missed at Summer Games Fest.
I'm Ryan McCaffrey with IGN here at Summer Game Fest, and I just got done playing a game that I was really looking forward to coming in, and now that I've played it, I only really want to play more, and it's behind me. It's Replaced, which is an upcoming Xbox exclusive, also coming to PC. This demo is comprised of 3 parts. There's sort of a story prologue part that sets up what's going on in this kind of cyberpunk crazy futuristic world. You're in Phoenix City, which I don't think has anything to do with Phoenix, Arizona, but we'll have to find out when we actually get into the whole thing. But then there's an exploration part of the demo, and then a combat part. And so the exploration part is what surprised me the most about Replaced, because those initial trailers that got me so interested in the game in the first place made it look very much like a Limbo inside kind of, 2D side scroller with some combat, but that would be kind of the extent of it. It was always beautiful, and by the way, playing it now, it's obvious it's even more beautiful than I originally thought. There's so many great lighting effects, so much great camera work in this game, but getting back to the exploration part, that's what surprised me, because there's a whole town with people to talk to and side quests to take and missions to go on. There's a lot more depth here on the gameplay side than I initially expected. So it seems like it's probably not going to be a tiny little 3-4 hour game. Like, I think there's probably going to be some meat on the bone here. And then I did the combat section to finish off, and that took a minute to get the hang of. They just kind of throw you into a brawl, basically, where a bunch of guys are attacking you, but you've got to counter a heavy attack that has to charge up. You've got a regular attack, and you can dodge as well. And that starts to feel really good. Once you get the flow of the combat, and you're dodging guys, you're dodging the heavy attacks, you're countering, it gets really good. It's a little light, kind of a light version of Batman Arkham Asylum, where you'll get a yellow indicator above their head, and that's when you can hit Y to counter. A red indicator above their head means you need to dodge with the A button. So I just came away incredibly impressed with Replaced, and I had very high expectations for it going in. We'll see when it's going to come out again. Don't know if there will be a release date for it by the time you watch this video, but for the time being, I am very, very high on Replaced. Can't wait to play more. So for more on Replaced, for more on all the games here at Summer Game Fest, keep it locked right here to IGN. Hey everybody, I'm Ryan McCaffrey here at Summer Game Fest in Los Angeles, playing a ton of games. One I want to tell you about right now is Stalker 2: Heart of Chornobyl. This is an Xbox exclusive, due out this September. We've been waiting on this one a long time. You know the developer's story. These are Ukrainian developers who have fought a literal war on their doorstep while trying to get this video game done. It's taken them obviously a little longer than we all originally anticipated, but I just played it, and I think the wait is going to be worth it. This game, A, looks gorgeous, which the trailers already made it pretty clear that was going to be the case. I played on PC, and this is very clearly going to be a deep, deep game. This is not just a run-and-gun first-person shooter, although if you played the first one, you already knew that, but I just started outside the zone. Starts with a huge cutscene, beginning of the game. Won't spoil it for you, but things get pretty intense pretty quickly. Even the weakest first enemy you happen upon is not a joke. So this game is, it's kind of got some survival stuff to it. You have an inventory system. There is a lot going on. There's crazy monsters. There's other humans to worry about. And again, visually, it is awesome. So the story here, I didn't even really get to scratch the surface. I just cannot wait to play more of it. The wait is not too much longer, and just wanted to give you some first impressions here because we have all been waiting quite a while to play this one. But the initial impression, extremely positive, looks great, plays great. I am eager to see how it's going to look on a Series X after I was playing it on a PC, but super confident in that. So stay tuned. We're going to have a lot more on Stalker 2 in the coming weeks and months here on IGN ahead of that September release. So until then, for all your gaming news and needs, keep it right here at IGN.
IGN Live is presented by Lenovo Legion.
Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is, wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event. We are live. Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
I'm Kim Horcher, and today I'm joined by some of the devs behind one of the hottest mobile games around, Marvel Snap. Please join me in welcoming from the Marvel Snap dev team, Julia Humphrey, Stephen Jarrett, and Kent Hagman.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for having us here, Kim.
I'm really excited to have you here, too, because I play this game. We'll be getting a sneak peek at what the team has planned for the game in the weeks and months ahead. And we've also chosen a few lucky members of our audience to get a chance to win not only a season pass for Marvel Snap, but you'll also get one of the devs' favorite variants added to your account.
You guys ready?
Pretty good. Get those player IDs ready. But without further ado, Julia, let us know what's next for Marvel Snap.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Kim. Yeah, we're really excited to be here today to talk about some of the upcoming new features for Marvel Snap. So one of the things that's really important to us on the Marvel Snap team is to regularly communicate with our players through our development roadmap so we can provide some transparency about what's coming up next into the game. So today, we're going to take a sneak peek into two of our upcoming features that we're really excited about. We're going to talk about alliances, and we're going to talk about Deadpool's Diner.
Yeah!
But before they're very excited for Deadpool. That's awesome.
Do you think they like Deadpool?
Yeah, I think they do like Deadpool, yeah. But really quick, before we jump into that, I want to give a shout out to something that's a little bit further deeper into our roadmap, which is draft mode. And draft mode is a classic card game mechanic. We are in the super early prototype phases for this, but I am super psyched to see how it might shape up for Marvel Snap. But now I'm going to hand it off to Kent to talk about alliances.
Right, that's right. Thank you, Julia. Yeah. Hey, it's excited to see you guys all here today. Now, I'm excited to talk to you guys about alliances. Now, what Julia didn't tell you is just how divisive it was on the team over what we were going to name it. Man, we had dozens of names up on the proverbial whiteboard, and we were battling them out, kind of whittling it down to 2 names until we presented it to you guys, our players, who helped us vote for what to name this feature. And it was really close, even with the players, until we finally settled on the name Alliances. And I'm excited to unveil it to you guys here today with some screenshots of some in-development artwork. Now, obviously, you'll be able to create and join an alliance with your friends and see what awesome decks you guys are winning with. But every week, you and your alliance members are going to be completing bounties and earning rewards at the end of the week based on how you guys all do. Now, we've been playtesting alliances internally for, I don't know, a few months now. And I gotta say, it really adds this new dimension to Marvel Snap that is just amazing. And as developers, we're also really excited about how this presents a new kind of foundation that we get to build upon even more awesome cooperative gameplay in Marvel Snap. And this is, oh, yeah, thank you. Alliances will be going live July 30th, and we're excited to get it in your hands. Now, I want to hand it over to my best bubs, Steven here, who's got a really exciting announcement for you guys.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you guys ready for one of the biggest moments of the year? Yeah. On July 26th, Marvel Studios' Deadpool and Wolverine is going to hit a theater near you. Yeah. Guess what, though? You're going to get to experience it the entire month of July in Marvel Snap with a season dedicated to our favorite Merc with a Mouth. But he's bringing with him a brand new game mode, too. Deadpool's Diner. Yeah. We've heard the fans. You guys want a new game mode. It's a limited time game mode. We're really excited to bring it to you. And you're going to have to turn... And you're going to have to turn on maximum effort because each match is going to have up to 5 snaps. Stakes are going to get really high. Yeah. And if you turn your opponent into chimichangas, then you can win exclusive rewards like a brand new card. Yeah. Cassandra Nova is going to be in Deadpool's Diner, and she's inspired by Marvel Studios' Deadpool and Wolverine. And we're going to drop a bunch more information on our website, marvelsnap.com. Go check it out.
So if I'm understanding this right, if players collect 2 million bubs, they get to hear a toilet flush. Is this Marvel Snap's next big emotional climax, like the end of the Infinity Saga? You know what happened.
I mean, I've played some matches at 200 million bubs, and it is intense. It is intense.
Well, that is exciting. I mean, nice. Cassandra Nova's part of this.
Yeah, I mean, she's a really exciting character. And, one of the most exciting things in the game as a whole is to get a brand new card. And so we wanted to create a brand new way for people to get new cards in Marvel Snap.
Well, this is some, yeah. This is some very exciting stuff to look forward to. And speaking of exciting stuff, our friends from Second Dinner here have brought along their favorite variants from Marvel Snap. And the first 3 of our assembled Snap fans to answer a question correctly will have one of them added to their account along with a code for a season pass. And all you have to do is be the first person who answers correctly. Right now we have our friend IGN's own Jada Griffin out there ready to rock out with us. Jada!
Oh, thank you guys. You guys are too kind. You guys having a good time? You guys like some Marvel Snap? That's what I thought. All right, I've got 3 lucky contestants here that are going. All right. What? Who do we have here first?
My name is Kaden. Nice to meet y'all.
Nice to meet you as well, Kaden. All right, what's our first question, Kim?
Julia?
Yes.
Do you have the first question?
Oh, my first question, yes. So should I talk about what the variant is?
Well, first tell me, what variant did you pick?
Yeah, okay. So I have picked a variant by the amazing artist, Rian Gonzalez. I love her. I love her chibi style. So I have picked Chibi Lizard. I love everything about this variant. He's got like a cute little lab coat on. He's just super adorable. So my question for you guys about the character Lizard. What is Dr. Kurt Connor's area of expertise?
Is it... Oh, Lord. I know. I'm going to say physics.
It is not physics. Super sorry.
So close.
All right, we're going to move on to our next. Do we want to give everyone a chance at the same question, right?
Is that how it goes? The
Yeah?
next
Do you have
person
another
can try?
question? We have other questions. We can move on to the next question.
Next question. How many fingers does the lizard usually have?
All right, you're going to give you a second shot here.
Oh, Lord, second shot. I'm going to say it is definitely most 100%, without a shadow of a doubt, it is 3 fingers.
What was it? I'm sorry.
3 fingers?
No, it is not 3 fingers.
Oh.
I have one more question. If we want to ask one more, give one more shot.
Everybody's got multiple questions, right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, okay. Look, you're getting third shots, man. 2 strikes, 1 more, you're out of here.
Okay, last question. What supervillain group has Lizard been known to be associated with?
Okay. If I miss this, please keep me out of here. I'm gonna say the Sinister Six.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yay. All right.
Thanks, Julia.
Yeah.
So, Kaden, you're going home with one of these exclusive little prints. You've got a code for Marvel Snap's season of Marvel Snap. And as she said, she picked Chibi Lizard, so that's going to be added into your Marvel Snap account just for winning that. Yep. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Thank you very much.
All right. We now have...
Should we do Steven?
This looks like next. Mockingbird.
Okay, I can go next if that would be good.
Sure.
All right. So, who's our
who we got
next contestant?
My name is Parker. Yeah, I just moved here. I just moved LA like last year, and I'm really excited here.
All right. What's the question you got for him?
Well, first of all, the variant I picked is for Mockingbird, one of our newer cards that just came out. So these questions are about Mockingbird. Could you name either compound Mockingbird was injected with to save her life and give her superpowers? Give you a hint. Other people have been injected with this same compound.
I'm being told we're running out of time.
Uh-oh.
Got a timer.
I don't think
Can I have
we
an
can do 3
option?
strikes
Can I have,
anymore.
like,
I
3
think this has got to be it.
What do you say?
No answer. Do you have some? Let's give him. Do you have 2 options? Give him
I got a quick backup question. Which human Avengers was Mockingbird married to for a short time in the comics? Think birds. Think birds.
Birds.
2 birds of a feather.
Faltix?
What was it?
Say it again.
Focus.
Falcon?
Oh, close. It was Hawkeye.
Hawkeye.
All right, I'm sorry. We have to move on to the last one. Only
All
one
right.
shot, though, okay?
Okay, only one round?
One
All right,
question.
one question. All right, who we got
One.
last up?
I am Lance. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah. All right, let's get that question. Rapid fire. Let's
All
go.
right, I got you. This one's easier. I got you. All right. What's the name of Deadpool's canine variant?
Oh, man.
I forgot. Dogpool?
Yes!
Yeah!
All right, everyone.
Also getting a variant, a season pass, and that variant for Dogpool added to your Marvel Snap account. Make some noise, everybody.
Congratulations to our winners, Julia, Stephen, Kent. Thank you so much for joining us. Marvel Snap fans have a lot to look forward to in the coming months and lots more to look forward to all weekend long right here on IGN Live. Thanks for watching.
IGN Live is presented by 5 Hour Energy.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account and a region selection tool that lets you cruise around the biggest maps with ease. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the games you are playing for free at IGN Maps today. Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Live. Razer has been making fantastic peripherals for PC and console games for ages. That's right, but their brand new Razer Kishi Ultra might be my favorite thing they've made yet. Here to tell me all about the Razer Kishi Ultra is Joey Hanna from Razer. What's up, man?
How's it going? Good to be here.
So, this is one of the coolest controllers I've ever seen for a phone, a tablet. Hold this thing up, because I want the people to see this thing. How cool is this? So tell me about the Razer Kishi Ultra. How did this come together?
Yeah, so this really started with a thesis from our CEO that mobile gaming is not what it used to be, and that mobile gaming is hardcore. We've seen massive developments from the mobile community, like iPhone, for example, introducing Resident Evil, Death Stranding, and a lot of direct console games over to mobile for the first time ever. So the mobile compute platforms are developing at a very fast rate, and the games and the graphical performance is all catching up with it.
Right.
However, the gaming inputs has never been viewed as a zero compromise product.
It's true.
And
let's give it a test drive. Just show the people what we got here.
So
this is us playing Dead Cells, which is obviously one of the best games ever made. Extremely twitchy, roguelite, action platformer, all that fun stuff. A little bit of Metroidvania. So what I really loved about holding this controller is we have two really comfortable sticks. We've got three sets of shoulder buttons.
Right.
And then we've got the fact that you can actually use this plugged in as a controller for PC gaming.
Exactly. It's a true all-in-one controller. And like I said, on the controls is zero compromise. So you get full-sized analog sticks that are coated with TPS-IV, so they're ultra durable. So no wear and tear over time. We really built this thing to perform like it did on day 0 on year 5. So we want this to last for many, many, many years.
Right. Now, this is way too light. Like, I've never said that about a controller before. It doesn't feel like I'm holding anything. It's incredibly light. I've used a bunch of these for a bunch of different phone grips and stuff like that. I popped my phone in this thing this morning, and it just immediately started working. So tell me about that. Like, you guys really created something that's just, you can chuck it in your backpack, you throw your phone into it, and you're good to go.
Exactly. And the lightness is really coming from our over a decade of experience in the console space. What we're really doing is porting over the same technology that we've had on our pro-grade controllers that cost upwards of $250.
Right.
And bringing that, feature for feature over to mobile, because we don't view mobile anymore as a space full of compromise. We want it to have the best gaming input to match the technology and the games available.
Yeah, and the fact that you can use it as a PC controller is awesome. It's not just it's not just for phones and iPads.
Exactly. At Razer, we started in PC gaming. We've obviously branched over to all gaming now. So we had to do something for our PC gamers out there. And they're happy about it.
They're happy about it.
Very happy about it.
Tell me about the sticks. I really like the analog sticks on this.
Yeah, so oftentimes on mobile controllers, they put little tiny nubs. These are full-size pro-grade analog sticks. They're Alps analog sticks, and there's anti-friction rings around the edge of it. So you can really blast this thing, and over time, you're never going to get issues developing with friction. So like I said, year 5, day 0, same performance.
And you have lights on it that light up.
Yeah,
like
RGB.
Right?
Is there any RGB fans?
Any fans of RGB?
Okay.
Give it up for RGB.
So,
well, dude, thank you so much. I seriously, I need one of these in my life. It's exactly what I need for my mobile gaming. It's perfect for me. Thank you so much for coming to IGN Live, man.
Yeah, dude, thank you for having me. I love to be here.
The Razer Kishi Ultra is in stores right now. We got tons more IGN Live ahead, so stick around. Thank you, guys.
Hello, everyone. This is the first panel in this room for IGN Live, so thank you all for coming here, starting your convention here. I heard it was hard to find, so extra thanks to all of you who put in that effort to do that. We've got a lot going on today. Of course, we know what you're here for, Alien Rogue Incursion, but then we'll have a Demon Spore demo, and then a screening of Transformers Earthspark, and then this one I'm gonna do again. We're gonna play Borderlands with the Borderlands cast and see how good they are at that. But let's get to what we're here for today. Of course, if you thought Alien games were terrifying and spine-tingling enough, which I did, think again, because Alien Rogue Incursion is the first ever Alien game to come to VR directly and completely envelop players in the terror of the Alien universe. Alien Rogue Incursion is proudly made by Alien fans for Alien fans. We're gonna bring up one of the creators here. Please welcome Chief Product Officer TQ Jefferson from Survios. Thank you for joining us, TQ.
Thank you for having me.
I'm a little scared. I hope this stays still. So this is Survios' first Alien game. What were your jumping off points when building it up? What were some elements you knew you had to include?
When we first started through the game, what we wanted to do is make something that was as authentic as possible to the IP, to the film franchise, something that fans would love. We're all fans ourselves over at Survios. I grew up with Alien. So we wanted to make sure that we nailed all the components that if you had a mental checklist for things that should be in an Alien game, we tried to hit them all.
Real quick, which is your favorite Alien movie? Nick was asking earlier. I know some of them answered.
It's got to be it's Alien.
Okay.
It's Alien. It's followed very
Proud favorite.
followed very closely by Aliens. They're two different experiences, and they're both wonderful. But that first Alien was it changed the game, as it were.
It really did. It made history.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we all know, speaking of xenomorphs, that they are the star of the proverbial Alien show. You've teased their kind of dynamic, unpredictable behavior. What can you tell me about developing the xenomorphs, and what can fans expect, oh great, when encountering them?
Yeah, this is how do you say I'm having a bad day without saying I'm having a bad day. The thing about the xenomorph is, our mantra is respect the xenomorph. We want to make them terrifying and powerful and fast and ferocious. They're called the perfect organism for a reason. So we want to make our xenomorphs stand out as an enemy type. So we've created a dynamic spawning system that works in the game that responds to what you're doing as you're moving through the world. So if you're clumsy, if you want to knock into stuff, or if you don't really care what you're doing, you're going to start calling more and more xenomorphs to you.
Cool.
So yeah, it's almost like dialing your own difficulty setting. If I want to kick things over and knock down doors, I'm going to call more Xenos. It's like ringing the dinner bell for them.
Well, we were talking backstage, and I told you I played Alien games before, and I was always scared, looking over my shoulder. So how are you turning that up with VR involved?
Well, honestly, there's no greater platform for Alien than VR. Just the idea of being quite literally face-to-face with a xenomorph, it comes across in a way in VR that it's unmatched in any other platform. So having these Xenos be smart, having them being very hard, xenomorphs being smart, being very hard to kill, being very fast, they also can move anywhere in the 3D space, and they're always trying to get to you. So they are using the environment, they're coming out of the walls, the floors, the ceilings, they're traversing multiple surfaces. They're very crafty, they're very intelligent, they're very intent on getting to you.
I mean, I expect it. I don't love it, but I expect it as someone who's scared of scary things. How can players fight back? Can they leverage the environment? We saw pulse rifles previously in footage.
We're going to talk a bit more about in detail later on, but what I can say is that the character that you're playing as, and we've hinted at it in the first trailer, with the presence of the pulse rifle, you can see that you have the ability to push back. So it's not a sneaking stealth, hide and seek sort of experience. This is more kinetic. This is more pushing back against the dark is, I guess, the poetic way of saying that.
So it's a much more like dynamic and active experience than maybe I've been conditioned to expect.
100%. And one of the things that's vital to delivering a good experience in VR is interactivity. What can I touch? What can I pull? What can I mess with in the world? So we're layering that in as well with you in your environment, creating a sense of presence by being able to pick things up, by being able to open up doors in a way that's like, I reach out, I press grab, and I open the door. That's a physical gesture in VR, and not just not a button press. Mm-hmm. So everything is almost, you're acting it out.
There's so much potential here for me to break things. So what situation will players find themselves in as the game begins?
Oh gosh, well that we're gonna the story is original. That I can say. It's an original story crafted by Servios, working closely with Disney and 20th Century Studios. So what you're gonna see is you're gonna see some things that you've never seen before in the Alien franchise. Mm-hmm. You're gonna see places you've never seen before, but there's also gonna be those familiar touch points where if you're looking at it when you're standing in the room, mm-hmm. you're going to get that feeling of, oh, I'm in the world of Alien. And it's VR, so you're literally in the room in a way that you've never been before.
Tell me if you can, any moments or maybe items in the game that could be of particular interest to Alien fans. We have a few.
Well, there's not much I can say, and I'm sorry if I sound like I'm being coy, but there are PR people that are watching me very closely to make sure I stay on message. Is you've seen the pulse rifle, and the pulse rifle implies a suite of weaponry, mm-hmm. and let's say gadgets that come with it. that are all going to be sort of at your disposal.
Can you
But
speak to that a little bit?
Not just yet, because we have more planned for later. But I think the alien fans in the room are reading between the lines right now, and I think they know what I'm saying. So there's that. There's there are entire systems for how we're going to play. We call the game action horror.
Mm-hmm.
It's action horror with survival elements. So that's another little hint as to what you can expect to find in terms of like what's in the world, what is at your disposal, what can you do to push back against the xenomorphs.
Do you have any advice for someone like me who is pretty... it's hard for me to do horror games. I do love Alien.
Well, yes, one of the things that...
Cry, pray, what
yes,
is it?
Get good with God. One of the things that we're doing, we're designing this game because we know that the Alien franchise fan base is broad. It ranges, a very wide demographic of people because of all the different movies from Prometheus to Resurrection. There have been so many fans that have been introduced to the Alien film franchise that we know we're hoping that people that are new to VR are going to come to this game and jump into the world and enjoy it. So we're designing the game in a way that allows for people to play in shorter increments. So if you want to take it on in sort of, no pun intended, bite-sized doses, you can. And you can get in there, you can play it for X number of minutes, then you can take off the hardware, you can save it, take off the hardware, rest, come back to it later. But the very world is designed to accommodate that sort of gameplay.
What is it like for Servios to work on iconic franchises like Alien?
It's been, Servios has a history of working with great franchises. Creed is probably our number one or best known title, but Alien is a new level, a new paradigm. Alien allows us to tell a very different type of story. It allows us to create a very different type of game and a different development process. And the collaboration or the work we've done with Disney and 20th Century Studios has been really amazing on this franchise because they're just so welcoming of new ideas. So one of the things that we really enjoy doing is finding our little space, a little section of the sky, and creating something original, creating something compelling, creating something authentic, and trying to add things to the overall franchise rather than just take what was already there and recycle it. So having a partner that lets you do that doesn't want you to just adapt this or just work on that, is liberating. It lets our designers feel free. It lets our designers design freely. It lets our engineers think up new and cool things to make. It lets our writers find a story that is not just servicing the gameplay, but really is drawing on something deeper.
Mm-hmm. You told me you had a goal for what you want players to do with their headsets.
I did.
In making this game.
So one of the many levers that we're trying to play with in the game is fear, tension, anxiety. We want people to creep through this game not because it's a stealth game, but because they're terrified of what's coming next. So when things get kinetic and the xenomorphs are coming at you, in mass, if I can get anyone, to so frightened that they pull off the headset for a moment, if they get chased out of the hardware, then I've done my job. That's if you look at any video of Creed on TikTok or whatever social it is, you're probably going to see pictures of people punching walls, punching TVs, punching family members by accident because they're so immersed in the world. Now imagine that level of immersion where you've got the perfect organism, chasing you down.
I was about to say, that's boxing. This is a different level.
Yeah, this is a fight for your life. That's what we want. We want it to feel like you're there. We want it to feel like, I don't know what's going to happen next. And part of our dynamic system will do that. Like, you can go through a hallway like this one here and fight 2 Xenos. You can restart it, do it again, and it might be 3, it might be 1, it might be 5. So it's you could go through this 5 different ways, and you'll have 5 different fights, and that's the sort of unpredictability that we want to bring to the xenomorph.
Do you have any last word that you'd like to add to this? We do have to wrap it up, though.
No worries. First, it's been awesome to finally be able to talk about this game that we've been working on for so very, very long. And it's a thing that we love so much. I'm sure there's some alien fans out there that have been waiting for this type of game, especially in VR. And I'm hoping that we don't disappoint. But I will say, as a shameless plug, wish list us on Meta, on PlayStation, Steam coming soon. So we're coming out this holiday season on all the VR platforms. And it really is, we're trying to make something special. And I really can't wait for you all to see it.
All right. Well, happy holidays, everyone. As an Alien fan, I am thrilled, and as a scaredy cat, my day is ruined. Thank you so much, TQ, for joining us, and thank you for telling us all about Alien Rogue Incursion, which, again, available this holiday season.
Thanks so much. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Exploding Kittens is a massively successful card game about, yes, kittens that explode. So the obvious next step was a Netflix animated series about God and the devil trapped in the bodies of house cats. If you're confused, don't worry. Joining us now on IGN Live are Tom Ellis, the voice of Godcat, and Matt Inman, showrunner, co-creator of the card game, and creator of the hit webcomic, The Oatmeal. Welcome! Now, while you're probably a fan of The Oatmeal, if you're joining us here, you still may have questions. Questions like, what will the show look like? And what's a Godcat? Well, Matt and Tom, you brought us a video to answer those questions a little more, right?
Let's do it.
All right, let's have a look.
This is the big fight. Good versus evil. It's go time. Humans are growing on me, and there's no way I'm letting you corrupt them.
Are you kidding me? I'm the one who invented open mic nights. Let's do this. It's gonna be lit.
I'm gonna need a can opener because I'm about to open a whoop can of ass. I'm gonna keep you from ruining my creation no matter what.
I'm evil. Evil always wins.
What's with all the fire and destruction? Oh, is this a gender reveal party?
I'm done doing things their way. I'm in charge now.
Antichrist on a cracker. This is really happening. Now it's time for you to die hard with a vengeance. Armageddon is on. Yippee-ki-yay, mother... Go, go!
Oh, that's fun. Matt, how do you adapt a card game into a show? And did you always think that could be a good idea?
No, I never thought that was a good idea. I love the card game, but it is nonsense. Like, every card is just a non sequitur. There's no story. So what happened was I wanted to make it a story. And this is like a little bit of an anecdote, but bear with me. I had an ex-girlfriend who had this cat, and he had a weird name, and he was a weird cat. Like, his name was like Oswald or Osmerlobalga. Like, a cat shouldn't have a weird name like that. And he was odd, and he was strange, and he moved in a weird... It doesn't make any sense. And her parents were deeply religious, and they became convinced he was possessed by the devil.
Oh.
And they actually performed... They had a priest come over and do an exorcism on him. And I would have given everything in the world to be in that room that day to see what a cat exorcism looks like. But I wasn't. On a cat, yeah, that's how... But I wasn't there. And so when it came time to create a story about exploding kittens, I just tried to approach it from what is the most interesting, funny version of this I could make. And that was this sort of God and the Antichrist being stuck in cat bodies. So praise Oswald for that. May he rest in peace.
You know, sometimes a weird moment pays off later, and this is one of those times.
Yeah.
So, Tom, you played the devil. I think people may be aware of this before. Now you're playing God. So what will you do now in your retirement now that you've run the gamut?
It's a very good question. Something biblical, obviously. Probably Moses. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a hard question, right? I mean, not many people have that distinction.
This is the first time, but when I signed up to do this show, I thought this will be the first question I get asked. But yeah. But it's a lot of fun to be on the other side of the equation. I spent a lot of time on Lucifer talking about God. Being God's much more fun.
So is that the one you feel more comfortable playing?
Yes.
Let's just go with that. The first exploding... Oh, nope, sorry. We're going to close up with a little game with the audience. Yeah, that's right. That's you. We like to call it Kittens or Explosions, where I'm going to have Matthew and Tom call on an audience member to answer a question I have about kittens or explosions. And the first person to answer correctly wins a very special prize, a one-of-a-kind custom drawing by Matt Inman.
Woo!
We're going to take you backstage. We're going to get it done. So do we have any volunteers?
You want to call on someone?
Okay. Do you want me to go ask?
Do it, yeah.
Yeah, call
So
it, Tom.
I asked that first question. At the front here in your mask, what is C4 made of?
Thank you, Seth.
This
gentleman.
This gentleman here? Oh. Where are they taking him?
What's... Okay.
They're escorting him off the premises right now.
Where did they take them after they've answered the question? This is
Live
quite
events
worrying.
fun. They're, you know, it's always a surprise.
Made of?
What's C4 made of?
Gunpowder?
I'm sorry, the answer is RDX, disodosebacit, polyisobutylene, and mineral/motor oil. And the ratios do depend on the source of manufacturing.
Sorry.
All right, sorry. The first question was pretty hard.
Thanks for playing.
But do we have another volunteer?
Who else we got down here?
Seth,
Who else we got? I'm coming through. Right here. I'm right behind you. Hi. What's your name?
Amy.
Amy's ready. Don't worry about it.
All right, bring it on.
Which movie holds the Guinness World Record for largest explosion in cinema history?
Ooh. Can I just say Mission Impossible?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
It's a James Bond movie. It's Spectre.
Really?
All right. Are we ready for another one?
Who else wants to answer the question? Right over here.
Right.
Oh. Don't worry about me. I'm just tripping on things. All right. Kip, let's hear it.
This is the last question, by the way.
Oh,
So
no
you're on the
pressure.
hook.
No pressure.
Which of these two men plays Godcat? You win. Oh boy, Seth, can you help him? But we'll meet you over here, and we'll get
Come
your
with me.
custom
We'll
drawing
get you the
straight
prize
away.
Congratulations, Mike.
Excuse me.
Congratulations, Mike.
Oh, I love your
You can
shirt.
catch Exploding Kittens, the show, on Netflix July 12th. And if you need a way to pass the time, you can grab the card game that it's based on wherever board games are sold. And you can stick around for more. Lots more here on IGN Live, right here on IGN Live. Woo!
IGN Live is presented by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with Xfinity's blazing fast speeds and smooth low lag connection.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is, wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event. We are live. Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Bring it in. Hello there. You're watching IGN Live. This August, that beloved galaxy far, far away is coming a little closer to home with Star Wars Outlaws, the brand new open world Star Wars game that we are so excited for.
Now, here to tell us all about it and hopefully answer our annoying questions about Bib Fortuna and Rancors is the creative director of Star Wars Outlaws, Julian Garrity.
Give it up for Julian Garrity.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Hello.
Now, Julian, as you know, here at IGN, editorial and journalistic integrity is some of the most important stuff in the world to us. Don't laugh. So we have to know, why is the robot wearing a coat?
Why not?
Perfect.
Do you want to see a droid?
There you go.
A
There you have
naked droid? Is this what you want to see?
I mean, does that mean the other droids are naked?
Maybe. It depends. Depends where your imagination goes. To be serious, I think the coat adds so much personality.
It does.
Something that you've never seen really before, which is a droid whose pose suggests that he has a huge amount on his shoulders.
Yeah.
And he's wearing this long trench coat. It's evocative. It's provocative.
It's
it makes
great.
you want to find out more. I think it's awesome.
It's weird because it really does suddenly make it seem like all the other droids in the galaxy, with the exception of the Magna Guards, which have little capes, and IG-88, who's wearing nothing but a belt, are all just shameless nudists.
Absolutely.
All right, droids
That's a
are
new
nude
perspective
perverts. That's
for you.
canon.
Give it up for nude droids. Julian, I promise we will not just talk about naked droids the entire time you're up here.
But on the subject of big
cloaks and fashion and all sorts of good stuff like that. We got to look at Lando in the trailer.
That's
Is that right?
Yes.
We can do a round of applause for Lando, I think. Yeah. Now, this takes place between Empire and Jedi. What is Lando doing playing Sabacc instead of hatching a plan to rescue Han? What's he doing in this game? What's his role? Tell us about it.
His role, he's an expert. He's one of these elusive characters that we've peppered across the open world.
Right.
That can bring new skills, new abilities, upgrades to your speeder, to your ship, to your blaster in the open world. So he's one of those experts. And it's our take on making progression really different from just putting points in a skill tree or something like that. So you actually go and try and find people who are going to teach you how to do something new. So it's our little spin on making progression a little bit more fun and grounded in the open world and grounded with characters that we hope that you'll get to know and love.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Speaking of progression and upgrades and stuff like that, Kay's grappling hook.
Yes.
You got to look at that. It's super cool. Is that something she's going to start out with? Something you can upgrade?
You start out with the grapple.
All right.
You start out with a blaster, but the blaster you can really upgrade, and it becomes extremely versatile as a tool. So you can stun shot people. You can get a blast charge to blow things up.
Hell
it's
yeah.
a little bit more powerful. There's ion to deal with droids. So it's a really versatile tool.
Now, I feel like there's a lot of jumping, a lot of traversal there. I'm kind of curious about the exploration and how it unfolds, because like the Jedi games have had almost a Metroidvania DNA to them. Obviously, you want to have a big open world for people to explore, but you got to hide some stuff behind certain things. Tell us about sort of how players get out into the galaxy.
So Metroidvania is also something that we've explored within our open world. So that gives you a real reason to go back to a planet, even if you've done the main Golden Path quests in it. You can always go back once you've found that blast charge for your blaster, because you've seen some walls that you know that module can actually destroy.
Right.
And behind that rock face, there'll be treasure, there'll be some good stuff for you. So it's a real motivation for you to go back.
Now, Julian, you love Star Wars.
Yes.
Our audience loves Star Wars. I love Star Wars.
Do you love Star Wars?
A little bit. I mean, here and there. When did you know you had nailed the feeling of Star Wars when you were working on this game? What was the thing that you were like, we have to get this right for it to feel like Star Wars?
It's a great question, because we started a few years ago, and I think I've said this before, but you think you know Star Wars.
Right.
But before you have to start designing a new droid, a new species, a blaster, a spaceship, then it gets, okay, you really have to know Star Wars. But I think when we started bringing Nyx, which is Kay's companion, to life, to give it a personality, a gameplay value as well, Nyx represents all of these attributes, and nailing that, giving it this personality and making it fit within Star Wars, within that original trilogy, that's when we knew that we'd leveled up and we'd understood what makes Star Wars Star Wars.
It's beautiful. Now, if anyone hurts Nyx, I will kill them.
In our contract, we cannot hurt Nyx.
Good.
So no cheap emotional points by hurting the little creature.
Thank you.
We're not doing that.
It's precious cargo.
Nyx will be there at the end of the event.
Beautiful.
Now, I do want to talk about Nyx a little bit. There's something that fascinated me. You guys did like a developer diary, and it showed a little behind the scenes, and Nyx was mocapped. Nyx was a puppet, which is so weird because like we're used to, in Star Wars, it's either practical or it's digital, but you made a puppet and you mocapped it and you made it digital. Tell us about that process. Were there ever other alternatives? Whose hand is that in the, like?
So it's true, and this is a while ago, but every scene with Nyx that we mocapped, we had to have a puppeteer on set that was playing Nyx. And there was a real interplay between the actress who played Kay, the actor who played ND5, and Nick's on set because there's somebody there. And true story, the last day of shooting, the person who was the puppeteer was crying because she was saying goodbye to Nyx at that moment. So it was a really, really touching moment.
We didn't even cue them for that.
Everyone's going to cry. Whoever cries the loudest gets a prize. Last year, I asked you about the Rancor.
Yes.
The large beast that in Return of the Jedi lives underneath Jabba's weird bed, and he drops things down there, and they get eaten. I was told we're not really ready to talk about that yet. Are we ready to talk about that yet?
Well, what I can say is one of the missions in the game will take you into Jabba's fortress.
Yes. Yes. I love it so much.
You're going to have to sneak inside. You're not a guest. Jabba hasn't sent you an RSVP. No, no, no. You have to sneak inside, and maybe you get to meet his pet.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes. Yes. It took 1 year, but we got it. We got the Rancor. I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Now, Brian loves Bib Fortuna. Brian has all the Bib Fortuna toys. He's obsessed with that weird snake-headed major
I think
domo.
I have like the most Bib Fortuna toys of anybody. And
I have been banging...
Usually I tell my therapist, but I'll tell all of you guys instead.
I have been banging the Dengar drum for some time. If you don't know who Dengar is, he's the guy who looks like a mummy. He's on Brian's shirt multiple times. Is Dengar in the game? Can you tell me that?
Dengar is not in the game, but Bib Fortuna.
Bib Fortuna's in the game.
Yes.
See, well, I'll take him. I'll take it.
My expectations are squarely in place. What's Bib doing?
Bib's working with Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the court that Jabba has. So you have Salacious B. Crumb. You've got the whole throne room is there. So
Maureen guards, all the creatures back there.
So Bib, of course, is there.
He's doing what he does best, which is let people in that shouldn't be able to get in, right?
Absolutely.
Ni Jabba, no Bada. Now, I want to talk about sort of the broader scale exploration because this is, the sort of issue with making an open world Star Wars game is there's multiple worlds.
Right.
And you want to have that player freedom, that exploration. Are planets locked behind story beats? How big are the areas sort of in relation to each other? And I guess what other kind of open world, open field Ubisoft games would you compare this one to in terms of scale?
Yeah, how does it all kind of connect together?
So this was one of the dev challenges that we were facing, which was how to create an open world that felt rich enough, rich not only with locations but activities, but achievable in a way, with enough space around each one of the planets or moons that we developed to make that space exploration in your ship really worthwhile too. So you can start off in a city, leave the city on your speeder, go to a smaller settlement, call your spaceship, jump in your spaceship, go into orbit, blast a few TIE fighters, hyper jump into the orbit of another planet, and land seamlessly, all seamlessly.
Come on. Come on.
So it's open world, but it's open space.
Freedom.
It is freedom because we want agency. We want the player to live that fancy of being the ultimate outlaw within Star Wars. And that's all about freedom at the end of the day. So thematically, it's intertwined with the core gameplay that we're proposing. Every planet that we're going to feature is very different as well. So you can't compare Kijimi to Toshara to Akiva to Tatooine. They're all very, very different.
It's amazing. Really quick before we go, backstage you were talking to Stig Asmussen.
Yes.
Who was just on the show earlier. He worked on both of the Star Wars Jedi games. This Star Wars Outlaws is going to join like a long history of hopefully awesome Star Wars games. What was one of your favorite Star Wars games growing up?
Growing up, Knights of the Old Republic.
Awesome.
So for me, that was classic BioWare. It was agency, it was choice, it was narrative, it was characters, it was Star Wars, but with a real difference. So I think BioWare nailed it, Respawn nailed it, DICE nailed it. There's a lot of great Star Wars games.
And you're going to nail it.
Thank
You're
you.
going to nail it. Julian, thank you so much. Give it up for Star Wars Outlaws. Out August 30th. You can see more of it at Ubisoft Forward tomorrow. You can catch us on the IGN pre and post show. Right now, there's plenty more IGN Live on the way. May the Force be with you.
I hope y'all like Ubisoft games because we've got a ton for you, and I'm quite literally surrounded by it. Specifically, the Rogue Prince of Persia, which is the latest Prince of Persia game to drop, and it's a 2D platformer roguelike, which means I'm really bad at it. But anyways, let's get back to the fact that we have more Ubisoft games for you. Let's head back to the stage.
Welcome back, everybody. You are watching IGN Live. Now, players have been begging Ubisoft to bring Assassin's Creed to Japan for years now. With Assassin's Creed Shadows coming this fall, longtime series fans have finally gotten their wish. Joining me now to tell me more is Brooke Davies, Associate Narrative Director on Assassin's Creed Shadows. What's up? So, are there any Assassin's Creed fans here? Good. You guys are in the right place. Yeah, it's true. I feel like Japan's been like the most requested setting for Assassin's Creed for a long time. Why was it finally the right time to take Assassin's Creed to Japan?
I think the dev team is as excited as our fans are to be bringing this setting to everybody. Every great opportunity needs a time and a place. The place was feudal Japan, is feudal Japan for the game, and the time was in 2020. The team decided to make it happen.
Wow. So 4 years we've been working on this.
Yep.
Wow, okay. So 2 protagonists this time out. Is it Naue? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yep, Naue.
Naue and Yasuke. Very different characters. What can you tell us about each of them?
Naue and Yasuke are an incredible duo and very different people. So Naue is our shinobi. She's a young Ign woman, Iga being the province, the birthplace of the shinobi. She's the daughter of Fujibayashi Nagato, a legendary shinobi, so she comes by her amazing shinobi skills very honestly. She's an intense person. She wears her heart on her sleeve. And we see this in many instances in the game. Her intensity is as brutal against her enemies as it is compassionate against the people who she's fighting for justice for. Yasuke is a terrific, steady, level head to this. Really helps bring some balance to her. Yasuke, our first historical character, is going to connect some very key players in our game's story. The daimyo Oda Nobunaga, one of the most powerful people in Japan at this point in history, and the Jesuits. And he and Naue come together. Don't get off to a great start, but do find a shared path together and work together to bring justice to the people of Japan.
So, at the start of the game, do they already know each other?
They don't.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of like gameplay-wise, are we switching back and forth between them at will, or is it the game handing you off as the story progresses?
So we do have separate personal stories for Naue and Yasuke, and you'll get to play through each of them. But they're going to unfold gently alongside of other elements of the story. So yeah, we'll really get a bit of both. And then, of course, beyond their personal stories, players will be able to choose who they want to play with, shinobi or samurai, Naue or Yasuke, through many of the game's missions.
Let's see. What does the audience think? Shinobi?
Up for both.
Or samurai.
Also samurai.
Pretty even there. So what's sort of what's the conflict that brings them two together, and what are they both sort of fighting for?
So from a narrative perspective, we were super lucky to land on this time period. We're in the Azuchi Momoyama period. The game opens in 1579. And what's happening shortly after the game opens is we're going to come to a time of war. And the daimyo that Yasuke is serving, Oda Nobunaga, he's going to go to the province of Iga, which I just mentioned, Naoe's home province, for the Second Tensho Iga War to conquer Iga as part of his mission to unify Japan. So the first time their paths cross, they're on opposite sides of a brutal war, and a lot of the people who Naoe loves and cares about are not going to make it through the conflict.
And so how realistic were you going for in the region of Ika? That's right. You know, there's always sort of there's some fantastical elements in Assassin's Creed, but you have a real historical character here. How sort of realistically are you trying to portray this time period and this setting?
So the story is a historical fiction. We start with research into the history to get to know really well this time in history, the setting, the culture, because we're going to Japan, basically to compose sort of the historical palette of the game. What are the facts? What do we know? And then on the narrative team, we come in with the story, and we take these story elements that have to fit the palette of the history that we're working with and start blending them together, but in a very harmonious way. The historical validation and research is an ongoing process from the start of the game, still ongoing now, all the way up until the end.
Will there be opportunities for romance and building relationships?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah. And the amazing thing about the dual protagonists that we had fun with on the writing team was developing these relationships, imagining these relationships that these two very different people could have with different people that they encounter in the game world.
So, yeah, people generally like romance in their games, right? So where is the Brotherhood at this time period in terms of their organization? And are Naoe and Yasuke members of the Brotherhood?
So I don't want to give away any any spoilers, but I can say you may have noticed Naoe wearing the hidden blade, and this blade is a super powerful symbol of the destiny that Naoe is sort of brutally pushed into at the moment of this war in Iga.
There have been a fair amount of recent games that have tackled feudal Japan in recent years. How is Assassin's Creed Shadows going to differentiate itself from other games that have a similar setting?
We've got our dual protagonists. We've got our amazing shinobi and samurai pair that not only do they go well together, but in coming together, they become so much more than the sum of their parts. And this same sort of dynamism that we see at this point in history, this time of civil war, intrigue, we see in the dynamic friendship that they build, and then we're going to see it in our world, the dynamic seasons of the world. We have all 4 seasons, and this is going to bring feudal Japan to life in a way that's just so detailed. There's so much potential, and it influences gameplay. So no 2 playthroughs are going to be alike.
Well, yeah. I love Assassin's Creed. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm excited for AC Shadows. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you so much for having me.
Assassin's Creed Shadows is out November 12th on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PC, Mac, and Amazon Luna. Stick around. Wait 1 second. We've got more IGN Live ahead.
IGN Live is presented by Lenovo Legion.
Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is, wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event. We are live. Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
From Ubisoft that brings together a ton of iconic franchises with lightning-fast combat. Here to tell me more is Mark Rubin, executive producer, and Seifi Seda, creative director. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you both for being here. Congratulations on the launch. How has player reception been so far?
So far, it's been amazing. First off, you guys have a really loud crowd here, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've been bringing the energy.
Yeah, they are. No, the reception has been amazing. You know, we've been kind of keeping the game kind of low-key, right? Like, we're not spending $250 million on crazy trailers. We're a low-key game. We're just here for the fun, for the fans, and building it with the community. You know, the game's been out for less than 3 weeks now. And the reception has been extremely positive. We hit way bigger numbers than we expected.
We love that.
We were 1 million in an hour. We were hitting 10 million within less than 2 weeks. So the numbers have been absolutely amazing. I think the important thing, though, for us is we're not concerned about winning the sprint. We're concerned about winning the marathon, right? This is a long-term game. And we want to be committed to these guys. And that's what it's about. So.
Well, and I'm so glad you said that, because how do you plan to keep that really healthy player count going for years to come?
So I would say that, xdefiant is a place for arcade shooter fans first. And I think there is some here. And basically, we want that place to grow and evolve with its community. And we are super lucky to be able to bring all Ubisoft IPs in the mix in order to refresh the formula over and over and make it grow. So that's really something we're excited about. And we're confident we can do that, yeah.
Amazing. Well, Mark, what can you tell me about XDefiant's approach to building the community?
We have been community first since day one. Literally, when we wrote up our first deck, it was like the pillars were be good at shooter, be good with the community. that was it. That was our deck. And we were like, this is the game we want to make. And I think if you guys see me, I'm on Twitter every single day, answering questions, doing tech support, whatever it is. I'm here for the community. And we listen to the community. We get their feedback. We make changes. We've made plenty of changes along the way during our development. One of, for instance, the things that players have been asking for in the two and a half weeks that we've been live is a TDM mode. And so we'll be seeing that in a couple weeks. Announced here that in a couple weeks we'll be seeing TDM. So that's where we focus. It's on these guys.
Mm-hmm. How do you determine maybe player feedback and decide, okay, this is a great idea that we want to implement, or maybe this is a great idea but not for our game?
That's a challenge.
I mean, as always with player feedback, it's first hard to compile all that, but we have great tools and great team to do that. But then we have also a data team that is allowing us to look at all the data that is coming from the game that is played. And then we try to combine all those things to see really what makes sense to change. Then we exchange, as Mark mentioned, on Twitter and other channels with the community. And we know if a change is not good, we can re-change it after. Again, it's a game that is there to evolve with its community. So, yeah.
And I think to add on to that a little bit, one of the big focuses for us has always been transparency. Mm-hmm. So, I'm planning on sharing the data that we collect, and not just saying, well, the data says we're not going to do that. I'm going to show the data, and we'll talk about it with our community and make decisions together.
Yeah, I love that, an open dialogue.
Yeah.
So what would you say the purpose is behind XDefiant, and what does your team want to deliver to players?
I think the purpose is simple. We knew that arcade shooter is something that first we didn't have at Ubisoft, so we really wanted to get a game there. But then something that installs for the long run, as Mark mentioned, for the marathon. That's really our main objective, which is why we want to listen so much, because that's the way I think we can stay for the long run. So yeah, it's really that first step also of having a great feel of the game that has been the top priority from the beginning. So having the fluid gameplay as the first step. And so far from the feedback, it seems like we are tracking on that. We're still going to improve, obviously, but it's really what we want to do.
Mm-hmm. So how does XDefiant cater to both FPS pros, the sweats, and casual players?
Well, the way we've been handling it is by mixing them all up in the same playlist. We don't have skill-based matchmaking, so players, you get in the game old school, OG style. If you're not good, that's your opportunity to get better, and you should see yourself improve and get better. So, that's been a huge part of our sort of our goal and our platform for this game. We will be adding, right now we're only in preseason. It's sort of a warm-up to get to the real game. Tomorrow at UB Forward, we're announcing what we're planning to show for Season 1. But one of the things that's coming is ranked mode. So we do have that sort of play casual, do whatever you want, play with weird guns that you're not used to playing with, enjoy yourself, have fun, play with your buddies. And then ranked mode is there for people to sweat if that's what they want to do, and grind those ranks.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I love that, because what I love about non-skill-based matchmaking is the games are so dynamic and it's not as repetitive, right? And you can just kind of go in, like you said, mess with some new guns and have fun, which is great.
Yeah.
So can we expect to see any updates pulling maybe more personality from the individual games into XDefiant?
Yeah, I mean, the plan is to really have a game celebrated at each season. So as Mark mentioned, tomorrow at UB Forward, we'll reveal what Season 1 will bring to the game.
Cool.
So a new faction coming from that game, 3 new maps, new weapons. So all that will, start that grow and expand principle I was talking about earlier. So yeah, each season will really celebrate a Ubisoft IP, basically.
Yeah, I think that's important. We promised to the community early on that we would deliver a map a month. So one new map every single month. And again, the thing that people sometimes doesn't click is Ubisoft has a huge portfolio of IP that has nothing to do with shooters. And they will make it into the game at some point.
Okay.
It's going to be cool.
For sure.
It's going to be fun.
That must be fun on the developer end as well. You're playing some Ubisoft game and, this might make a good map for us.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's fun to see the community already speculating about what could get in the game as a map, as a faction. And, who knows, we could take inspiration for that as well.
We're going to see some Rabbids backgrounds. Who can say?
Maybe.
Who can say? Well, super quick before we get going, what can you say about how abilities will continue to be balanced in xDefiant?
Yeah.
I mean, as I said earlier, we have a great way to gather the data, but we want also to see the behavior of players and what they talk about the most, what they pick the most. And we have to remember there are many different modes, so some abilities might be better in some modes and others, some maps. So it's always good to really nail down exactly what all that data means, and then we'll balance. And as always, sometimes it will be better, sometimes not, but we'll keep balancing over and over.
I think the fun thing that's been, game's only been out for 2.5 weeks, not even 3 weeks yet, right? And from day one, you get people going, oh, this is OP. Day 2, no, this is OP. Day 3, this is OP. And so we have seen a lot of, YouTube videos, whatever, talking about this gun's OP, this gun's OP, this is the new meta, this is the meta. It's only been 2.5 weeks, and we can actually see the data where people are sort of following these trends of what's popular at the moment and moving along those trends. So again, 2.5 weeks, it's not enough time yet to say we know what the balance is, but we will be keeping an eye on it. Again, we're going to be super transparent about it, and no stealth nerfs and no hidden agendas on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you both so much. Again, congratulations on preseason. Excited to see if any more news comes out tomorrow. xDefiant is out for free right now, so go get it. We've got plenty more IGN Live coming up, so don't go anywhere.
All right, what's up, y'all? I'm over here checking out these super cool Fallout collectibles right behind me. And while you can't touch them, you can pre-order them. So go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I might buy all of them. So hurry up and get on that. Anyways, let's go ahead and see what we've got on the main stage right now.
Earth is home to many myths and legends, but where do they come from? In Mythwalker, you'll explore Earth's parallel world, Mythra, using your geolocation. Here to walk us through this mobile geolocation fantasy RPG is executive producer Mike Madden and principal artist Andrea Daly from Nant Games. Guys, welcome to IGN Live. Welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Now, before we start this, I hear you guys brought us an exclusive reveal trailer.
We did.
Let's dive in.
Boxes all day long, in my heart a hero song. Onward to my destiny, the warrior inside of me.
Adventurers, now heed my call. Mythera will never fall.
All right, guys, so I need to know more. What is Mythwalker, and why was it key to make the game a geolocation-based RPG?
Mythwalker is a geolocation RPG where we turn the real world around you into the game space and allow you to adventure and progress your character and interact with the world's myths and lore that we've grown up hearing about.
So you describe Mithra as a parallel world to Earth. What does that look like design and art-wise?
So basically, if you're at the beach, you're going to encounter like giant crabs, like you saw in the commercial there. Pirates. If you go to a swamp, you're going to see rodents of unusual size. God, I hope I'm not too old for that reference. But yeah, so basically, you're going to kind of see the same parallels of wherever you are. Also, we have weather in the game, too. So if it's raining outside, you're going to see it raining in the town hub, and you're going to see it raining on the world map as well.
Now, we see a lot of creatures in these trailers. Now, talk to me about some of the creatures. Who are they? What are they? What makes them unique?
Some creatures? Oh, man. I don't know how many I can talk about, because, like, some of them are pretty under wraps right now.
Oh,
but,
gotcha.
A little bit under wraps, yeah.
No worries.
But goblins we have a lot of goblins in the game. We have so many species of goblins, actually, from all over the world, using, world myths. My favorite goblin? Oh, man, I think the hobs are my favorite. So, yeah, hobgoblins, guys. We got them. They're actually the only goblins that can use magic, and they do it very poorly, so it's hilarious. The VFX are kind of like crayon drawings, and they're just really fun-loving. And then we do have very scary goblins, too. We've got red caps, and you don't want to run into those guys.
Gotcha. Now, what sort of myths are the basis for Mythwalker? Walk us through sort of like some of the creatures that we're going to be facing in the game.
Let's see, which one's going to talk about? So actually one of our species, the Anu, are based off of the Anunnaki, which I think some people are familiar with through conspiracy theories, mostly. But there are actually a lot of feathered, like winged people in myth all over the world. So design-wise, I lost my corgi. Oh no, I put him right back here. Oh, sorry, guy. So sorry. Stick around, we're gonna give these away later. Yeah, I know, right? So, they're so cute.
Now, walk us through the gameplay loop. What does it look like when you log in and start playing?
Sure. So it's meant to be part of your day, not to eat up hours of it. So if you're going out to grab a coffee or have lunch with some friends, it's something you can boot up and play along the way. You fight some battles. There's mini games in there like forestry and mining, so you can grab resources that tie into a really deep crafting system that you would expect from an RPG.
Now, you mentioned combat. What does the combat system, how does that look in the game? How does that work?
Sure. So combat is as you're walking down the street and you're on your phone, you'll see different encounters that you can interact with. And they are representative, again, of your environment. So there's plains, city and urban, desert, mountain, and that's all reflected in what you fight and the environment you fight in. So you'll select the enemy, go into a combat instance, and then using very natural phone through swipes and taps, be able to get into some pretty in-depth combat that you would expect, again, from an RPG, not unlike what you get out of MMOs and other games in the fantasy genre.
Amazing. On the topic, yeah. On the topic of RPGs, what sort of classes are available and what are your favorites?
We have the Spell Slinger, which is my favorite. It's a kind of a Western-themed magician, where instead of just using a wand, your wands are kind of your six-shooters, your staff is kind of a shotgun, and that's depicted in all the animations. We also have the Warrior, and then we have the Priest.
The Priest, yes, and I love the Warrior because I am not very strategic person, so I just like to go in and hack and slash away at enemies. Yeah. Why not, right?
Now let's talk about some of the species. What are your favorites? I know some of them are under wraps, but what can you share with us?
So far, we have the Anu, which I mentioned already. They're kind of like our feathered bird folk. I actually based them off of David Bowie and K-pop, roughly. So they're very colorful and very proudful species. And then we have the Wolven, which you saw in the commercial as well. There are like small, hardy little dog folk. And we have so many options in the game that you could pretty much make your dog at home if you wanted to. Put him in the game. Yeah, right? I know I did. They're my favorites by far, probably. And then we have humans. And, you know, they're kind of OP, because why not? We're humans, right? We want to be like the best. So they can be any class that you want.
Love it. Now, what sort of variance is there between species using the same class? Like, example, like a Wolven warrior versus an Anu warrior.
We didn't want to have any extra advantage. We wanted you to be able to pick what you liked and to play it. So you're not going to find that one species class combination has a real urge to go any one direction with that selection. So it's pretty neutral there on bonuses, if you will. It's more about what resonates with you and what you want to have representing you in the game.
Hey, I'm always a fan of player choice. That's awesome, right, guys? Now, explain to me how the town hub functions. That's a first in mobile geolocation game, right?
It is, and it's something that the game kind of demanded because we are trying to add so much more depth to the geolocation game. So whether it's the crafting and merchants, as well as different NPCs that you'll meet that might give you quests and other things. Anything?
I got to paint the entire thing. So when you see it, that was all me, baby.
Yeah.
I did it all. I did it all, man. Oh, no, I definitely had input, of course, from the team, which shout out to the team. Love you guys so much. You guys are the best. I wish you could all be on stage right now with me. But yeah, the town hub was like so fun. And you'll find that all the NPCs sort of reflect their buildings that they're in. And right now we've got Madra, who's like this really cool Wolven, and he's got this crazy store full of just anything you want. And then we have Jamstana, who's a dwarf. I think we call them Doran in our game, which is actually more correct in terms of like old world myths. And she is like an ex-pirate, I think. But now she's your blacksmith, and she's going to help you dismantle your weapons, and she's going to help you make cool stuff.
Speaking of making stuff, I need to know, how does questing and crafting work? You talked about resource gathering. Does that play a part of it? How does crafting work in the game?
So you'll get recipes at different levels as you progress through the game. They'll unlock. And they'll allow you to temper and create new sets of armor. And so there's advancement trees that you will follow that will have certain requirements of resources. And so as you're progressing and as you're traveling out in the real world, you'll come across those resource collection mini games, the mining. And so there are the basic elements that you're trying to catch, you know, iron and whatnot, but there's also these catalyst items, and those are the ones that kind of allow you to hit those higher tiers. And so it's something you're always kind of gathering everything as you move, and like a vacuum as you're going down the street. You just want to hit those mini games. They're really quick, easy, and fun, and allow you to just, you know, get yourself some better gear, which allows you to then take on that boss enemy or whatever it is that you've got your eye on for a quest or whatnot.
I love it. Now, yeah. Now, in the trailer, we did see a lot of people playing together. Talk to me about cooperative play. How would it look like if the three of us, for example, jumped into the game right now and started playing together?
So you can play up to 2 friends right now. And if you guys play together, you can fight much stronger enemies on the map, and you get more loot. You get more XP, you get more gold, you get more cool drops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some more benefits for working together.
Gaming's always better together.
I could not agree more. Now, despite this being a geolocation mobile game, Mythwalker also supports tap to move navigation. which I think everybody can be excited about, right? You don't necessarily need to go out and walk. You can just do it from the comfort of wherever you are in case you can't move around outside of that. Aside from the obvious physically moving versus not moving, how does this feature change the experience for users?
Accessibility is a big focus for us, and this is kind of the first step on our plan for taking geolocation and making it available for everybody. Not everybody can get up and walk around, whether that's a physical limitation or you're stuck at a babysitting or whatever. You're stuck someplace. Tap to Move is a system where you are able to literally tap your screen and move your character. We've all played other geolocation games where something's just out of reach and there's a freeway or a fence or something that kept it out of reach. This mechanic, no longer a problem. Hit your compass, converts you into tap to move mode, and now you can go ahead and access those things. So.
I love it. Accessibility is a big thing, and I'm so glad that you guys are making that a big feature of your game. Jesse, Andrea, or Mike, Andrea, I heard you guys have a couple giveaways for us, perhaps?
Yeah, we do.
Can we bring some of those out? All right, so first off, I need to show this off because we can't be giving stuff away without showing you what it is. So first of all, we got this beautiful art on this t-shirt.
I made that, guys.
It
That
sounds like
was
people
me.
want these. And then we also have these woven plushies.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to give some of these away with me?
I think we should.
I love it. Guys, sign up for Mythwalker closed beta over at mythwalker.com. We've got more IGN Live coming up, but now let's give away these woven plushies, guys.
We didn't.
Oh. I'm a terrible throw. I'm sorry. Oh my God, I see some corgi owners out there. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome.
IGN Live is presented by PlayStation. Days of Play are happening now until June 12th.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery, I'm coming for you. IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it. This June, IGN Summer of Gaming
We are live.
Welcome back to IGN Live.
Is back.
Let's do it.
The gentleman to my left, Stig Asmussen, has been a huge part of some giant keyword franchises like the director of God of War 3, the director of Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, the director of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Now he's got a new giant in store for us, his brand new studio, Giant Skull. Here to tell us about that is the man himself, Stig Asmussen. Stig, thank you so much for coming out to IGN Live.
Of course. Thanks for having me here. I'm really happy to represent the team at Giant Skull.
Yeah, and it is a team that is off to the races here. You've been at it for 9 months, I believe you told me, and you're...
We opened up the doors September 29th, 2023, so do the math.
So building it, you've shipped a couple great games with Respawn, of course, the Star Wars Jedi games are possibly the best Star Wars games ever made. They're in the conversation, at the very least, as the best Star Wars games ever made. And so, my natural first question for you, because you and I have known each other for a bit here, why leave? It seems like you did have a really good thing going at Respawn with Star Wars. You were set up to maybe just keep going, make another Star Wars Jedi game. So yeah, what was kind of the decision for you to go out on your own?
It's a really good question. It's a fair question. And it's not something that I was looking to do, to be honest. I love the team at Respawn, loved the whole experience. They're really proud of being a part of that. But an opportunity came along that I wasn't even looking for, found me, and it was all about starting a new studio. And I will say some of my fondest memories making games were the early days at Respawn. And we were kind of like a garage band, building up the team from scratch, and the idea of being able to do that again, it was something that I couldn't shake. Yeah. And the whole experience, it's crazy because it's been the most exciting time of my life, but also the most terrifying. But fortunately, there's been a lot of really talented and kind and good people that have joined the team at Giant Skull with me, and I feel the support from them every single day, and we basically feed off of this new energy that we have.
Yeah. So.
Thank you.
A common thread that we can draw from the last 3 games you've directed, God of War 3, Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, they are all phenomenal, single-player, narrative-driven, third-person action-adventure games. All those adjectives apply to all 3 of those last games you've done. So what kind of game do you want to make at Giant Skull? Are you going to be sticking to this incredible niche you've carved out? Are we looking to do something else? What's the thinking so far in the early days of Giant Skull?
We're making a racing game. No, we're sticking to what we do. Third-person action adventure is it's in our DNA. It's fortunately it's what we like to play, and we happen to be pretty good at making those types of games as well too. So it was starting a new studio. One of the things that's really important is that you stay focused and you do what you're good at. And we're sticking to our guns. We're not going to talk exactly about what the game is right now, and that's for a later date. But I will say, if you like those games that you just mentioned, you're really going to like what we're cooking up right now.
Well, I think we've got a room full of folks that love high-quality single-player games. And another common thread, another adjective I could have thrown on there a minute ago was none of your games have microtransactions in them. So I know you're in the early days of the project, but kind of in all seriousness, the monetization, the economics of the industry have changed a lot over the last certainly 10 years, but even 5. So, are you even thinking about that at this point? If you are making a single-player, narrative-driven, high-quality third-person action-adventure game, do you have to kind of think about the monetization and the realities of the money side of making games? Do you really worry about that now, or is that something that you cross that bridge later on in the course of the project?
Honestly, it's not something that I ever think about. So we're always focused on fun. We're focused on the experience, moment to moment, and to me that seems like a distraction at this point.
Clearly, the Jedi games and God of War, they sold pretty damn well without asking for another penny from anybody. So it can be done, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the whole point, right? You make something that's awesome that people like to play, and they're going to pay for it, and we're going to make sure that there's value to that experience, so that money is well spent.
So it is a unique opportunity because I mean you started the Jedi team at Respawn, but not the studio. So there are certain things like the sort of the culture of the studio that's already in place, but now you are starting from scratch. You're starting Giant Skull, and so like culturally, what are some of your studio goals? Like, what do you want Giant Skull to be to its employees, and also sort of outward facing to the fans, to the gaming community? What do you hope the studio is?
So that was one of the first things that we did. I mean, we had to figure out what the concept for the game was. We had to figure out, the name of the studio. We had to figure out who we are as people and what kind of people are we looking to join our team, but also how do we want to speak to players. And one of the things that was a big part of Respawn and the culture at Respawn that we carried over was autonomy. We want to make sure that everybody that's on the team, we don't micromanage. We want people to have ownership. We believe that excellence comes from the collective. And I'm not, as a leader, I'm not a dictator. I'm here to support the team. And they're the pros that do all the hard work. One of the other things that was really important is curiosity. And we look for curiosity in our players as well, too. We want people that are going to join the team that are curious and that are always asking questions and trying to improve themselves. But we also look for players that want to really dig into the experiences that we're making and see what's behind the curtain. Momentum is probably, I would say, our biggest value. We're always trying to push forward. There's a rhythm to how we do things. There's a cadence and there's a tempo and we get charged by seeing the work that everybody's doing, and it fuels us as individuals to keep moving forward. And we're going to ask that of players as well that play our games, is that we're going to deliver something that has a rhythm and a cadence to it, so you'll want to keep on playing and you'll feel that momentum. And then last but not least is respect. We just want to make sure that we respect everybody on the team, that we create a safe environment for people to work in, but also we respect the players and we create authentic worlds, because we know the players are smart and they'll call out BS if we make something that's random.
I feel like you could put "we don't micromanage" on any job posting and you would instantly get 50% more job applications. But one thing you said that I found kind of interesting, is when you mentioned autonomy as a big part of studio culture. How does that gel with, because we probably have some young / aspiring game developers in the room right now, but autonomy, at least to me, kind of suggests a veteran, somebody that's shipped some games and made some stuff. So are you kind of trying to build more of a veteran team of people that have kind of done it before, or is there room for mentorship and bringing up young developers on your team too? I'm sort of curious how you're approaching that.
All of the above. We have right now, I think our average years of experience for our first 30 people is 15 years, which is pretty crazy. Wow. A very experienced team, but we're going to start bringing in young people to join the studio, because we need fresh ideas, and that's the best place to find them.
Do we have any aspiring game developers in the crowd? Yeah, look at it. There's some hands going up, because there's
apply at giantskull.com.
There you go. Well, where does the name Giant Skull come from? Is there you already shaking your head like this, maybe you were drunk at the time, or what? Is there a good story here?
It's a good story. Coming up with a name is really difficult, because you want to have a name that you can own, that could be part of your brand, part of your website. We wanted a .com, and one of the first things that we did, I didn't want to come in and dictate to the team this is the name of the studio. I wanted us to kind of discover it together. So we just started throwing out names, and pretty much everything that we threw up there was already taken. And one thing that we knew is, like, remember I talked about curiosity before. We wanted to have something that had mystery and intrigue to it. So people would ask that question, why Giant Skull? And so I love that question. But the reality is, like I said, we opened September 29th. Our very early days when we were searching for the name was during October. And, Halloween's a big, probably my favorite holiday. And one of the things that's was really big in LA, and I'm sure a lot of the people in the audience here have seen them, are the 12-foot giant skeletons that people put in their yards. I became obsessed with those, and Home Depot was all out of them. I actually paid double on eBay and got one, and set it up with my son. And the thing was so impressive, and it was actually kind of sad when I had to take it down. But there's always next year. But like during that, my coworkers and I, every time we saw one in LA, we started a group message and we'd take pictures of them. And then we started thinking, what about Skeleton Crew? That could be a pretty cool name. It's got mystery. It's got intrigue to it. That was taken. And one of the props I bought when I was like looking at the giant skeleton, there was a giant skull that you could buy, and it sits like about this tall. And one day I was like looking at we put it at the front desk at our office, and it had a tag on it that said Giant Skull, and I'm like, and it was just a white tag with black lettering, Giant Skull, and I'm like, it really spoke to me, and I'm like, this could be the name of our studio. And the team and I started talking about it. We let it stew for a while, and yeah, it's cool. I think that, the imagery, everybody's got a skull, right? And the imagery is like really easy to find. It's one of the best parts about it is it's a very impactful, like it makes a statement. It's a brand, and we look at the studio as like a brand. It's a brand beyond the games that we're making.
Yeah, and here I thought
sorry, that was kind of long-winded.
No. My first assumption was, one of the co-founders has a giant head, and you just went with Giant Skull. But that's a better story. I like that. So another part of making games, besides the economics that's changed over the last 3, 4, 5 years, is where you work and physically, how do you make the game? So. A lot of studios are some are getting back to full time in studio, in person. Some have always been completely remote. So where is Giant Skull on that spectrum of, are you wanting everybody in your LA area studio? Is it remote? Is it hybrid? Like what's that part of the studio culture that you're wanting to establish?
It's totally up to the individual. We support full-time remote. We support people coming in, hybrid, full-time in the office. We try to create an inviting place in the office for people that come there and want to collaborate there. But I get it. Like everybody worked through the pandemic. The Jedi game, Survivor, was made entirely throughout the pandemic.
And you did we deal with so many game delays, which are obviously harder on you developers than they are on us gamers, as much as we mourn them on Twitter, like, it delayed again. But you guys shipped Jedi Survivor on time, other than a little tiny extra little cushion at the end. But like, you guys did that like in 3 years, basically.
Yeah, I think it was closer to 3.5, but. It's one of those deals where we had to learn, we had to kind of retrain ourselves, just like everybody did, no matter what industry you're in. And we found some successes and like ways that maybe you can operate a little bit better under those conditions. And we tried to kind of, encourage those practices, and we were able to get the game done on time. It was a great achievement. But at the same time, I learned how everybody kind of has their own personal needs, and I didn't want to, mandate with Giant Skull that people have to come into the office. Again, I like to come in pretty much every single day, but that's my preference. I understand that everybody else has a different way that they're going to get their work done, and we will support that.
So last question I have for you is, you're thinking about this new project. You've worked with one of the biggest IPs in the world in Star Wars. and I'm sure there were ups and downs through that process. Have you thought yet whether Giant Skull's first game would be partnered up with somebody to work in an established world, or are you thinking create your own world?
Well, right now we're creating our own world, but it's not out of the question to work on licensed property again. You know, we've done it and we've had success in it, and it's not something that I would shy away from, but it would have to be the right opportunity. It would have to play to the strengths of the type of games that we as a studio make.
Fantastic. Stig Asmussen, the director of Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, God of War 3, the founder of Giant Skull, who's making a new single-player, narrative-driven, third-person action-adventure game for all of us here. We can't wait to see what you guys are hooking up, Stig. Thank you so much. Stick around because we've got tons more IGN Live, including Xbox's Phil Spencer, coming up a little later.
Tabletop RPGs out there. I mean, yeah, you get to play as a Marvel character or make your own. And somehow, it's getting even cooler. Our friends at Marvel have given us a sneak peek at some details from their latest excellent expansion. Let's break down the highlights, Jada.
We got some X-Men fans in the house. Well, good news for you. Here's our first look at the character sheet for the expansion exclusive, Rogue. Woo! Now, it's no big surprise that her power control powers are based on physical contact, with other players allowing her massive control over their abilities. That continues to play out on her stat line, which favors melee and agility.
And you will notice this version of Rogue is Anna Marie LeBeau. Whose last name is that? It's not Magneto's, anyway.
It's not. It looks like this Rogue chose differently.
There are also different vehicles, power sets, and maps coming to the game. We've got the X-Men's Blackbird jet here. And you can tell the designers had a real attention to detail on this one.
Yes, the Blackbird's vertical takeoff and landing capabilities accounted for, and there's Cerebro tech on board in case you and your friends need to track down more mutants to recruit to your cause. You've got power sets like Sixth Sense, too, which will give your mutants precognitions, a skill tree to work through. And of course, you can't roleplay X-Men without a place to call home. We're just getting a look at the first floor in this image, but we all know Professor X keeps Cerebro and the Danger Room in the basement next to the beanbag chair and ping pong table.
I
love y'all too.
I love this floor plan of the X-Mansion. I've never seen it like this. But Jada, can you tell any last details for us?
Yeah, first off, I'm surprised it's still in one shape. We know how often the X-Mansion gets destroyed. But this is a big expansion. I'm talking massive. There are 82 new mutant profiles to start playing, and you, of course, can create your own mutant to fight alongside them all. There are also new maneuvers, so you can recreate some famous team-up attacks for X-Men history.
I mean, you could do, like, I don't know, the fastball special.
Hey, that's a classic.
Throw a tiny, sharp Canadian, see what happens.
Heck yeah.
Well, some very cool stuff to look forward to here. You can get your claws into the X-Men expansion when it comes out to Marvel Multiverse on August 7th. We've got tons more IGN Live here, so don't go anywhere. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
everybody? Welcome to a very special ign-live episode of Game Scoop. Is everyone ready? To that, I say nicely job. Please welcome my Scoop co-hosts, Justin Davis, Nick Lamone.
I'm back, baby.
And Sam Claiborne.
Good morning, campers. Welcome to Goose Camp.
And we've got a great show for you this week. A hearty scoop to you all here with us at this taping. Scoop Nation is in the house.
Huzzah!
And Scoop Nation is also watching this live at home. We are live right now. Shout out to everyone watching from home. I love you all. Okay. All right. Here's what's going to happen now. We're going to check in with Game of the Year watch. Yes, it is that time of year, Scoop Nation. Wait, what's your favorite game of the year so far?
Stellar Blade.
One person responded.
All right.
I like it. Well, we shall see.
Any Balatro out there? Balatro? There we go.
See, I told you nobody likes Balatro.
There was like 4 of them.
There are dozens of us. Well, we'll see when we dig into Game of the Year watch. And then, is anyone a fan of Video Game 20 Questions?
Not me.
Well, we're not going to play Video Game 20 Questions today. Yeah, but we are going to play something else that's very fun. It works great in a live situation called Who Am I? I have selected popular video game characters for each of my co-hosts. They will try to guess who they are. It's going to be great. Please be excited. But first, does anyone want to go on a date with me? I mean a play date, of course.
They're so cute. They're so cute.
Are we just giving those out?
Playdate
What's going on?
is the cutest gaming console. An awesome black and white screen, plays lots of fun, simple games. And Playdate was kind enough to provide some that I can give away to you here. So, yeah. We've got, hold on. We've got some breaks coming up where I'll be handing them out, but I have noticed that this young man right here has been with us all day long.
Yeah,
I want
Scoop
to-
shirt.
There you go, man. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we'll do more of that a little bit later on. Let's get it. I love you. All of you. And I love my wife, who's here somewhere. I love you. Okay. Let Game of the Year watch continue.
It's fine. We'll put it in post.
We'll add it in post, just like always.
I'm being told we're live.
Post live. There's a VOD. There'll be a VOD.
It's fine.
That's just industry speak for video on demand. Okay, we are halfway through. I don't know if I'm supposed to say here or here. We are halfway through 2024. It's time to check in on Game of the Year watch, our ongoing look at the best games of the year, and a countdown to IGN's Game of the Year awards in December. Let's break down the contenders so far. Let's just look at some cold, hard, unemotional numbers.
Numbers.
No game.
Let me get ready here.
No game has received a 10 out of 10 from IGN this year. Although I would wager there's been a couple 11 out of 10s off the charts released this year. Yeah, there you go.
You got them going
There's
on the
another
card
one.
games.
Any Unicorn Overlord fans?
Woo! A few.
Okay, these are the games that have gotten a 9 out of 10, which is a good starting point. Like I said, just data. Something called 1000X Resist. Never heard of that one, but apparently it's great.
It's next on my list.
That's next on your list. Okay.
Did you beat it? No, so you next on your list. Okay.
Animal Well.
Woo! Wow, a lot of Animal Well fans.
V Rising. Yeah, feel free, if you like these games, feel free to cheer. Hades 2.
Oh, audience
Is in
favorite.
early access.
I think that's the most popular one yet.
Yeah, well, you can say I haven't heard Balatro.
Yeah. Okay. They didn't cheer earlier.
Unicorn Overlord.
Okay.
Ooh.
Sons of the Forest.
Where's Mark Medina? He likes that one.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Okay.
Let's go!
Helldivers 2.
Wow. That's a big one.
All right, all right.
Persona 3 Reload.
Yeah! Persona.
Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Oh.
And Tekken 8.
Wow. You got a Tekken audience.
I heard loud applause for Helldivers 2,
Yeah.
And
Final
Tekken.
Fantasy 7, and Tekken. So, my gut tells me that the front runners would be like Helldivers 2 and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, but I polled an informal poll of IGN staff what their favorite game of the year is so far. No one picked Helldivers 2 or Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. The only games that got more than one vote were Hades 2 and Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Yes.
They're great.
Yes.
I also polled Scoop Nation in the Facebook group, which you should join, and I'm aware that telling someone they should join a Facebook group is the lamest thing you can say to someone in
I think
2024.
it's cool.
It's a good place.
But it's a good group.
You
of
can say
people.
happy birthday to your parents on it.
It is pretty cool to do that.
It's great. It's a Facebook claps.
They narrowed it down to a very short list, which feels good to me. Let's see how I feel about this. So a short list of possible Game of the Year contenders would be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Helldivers 2, Balatro, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, and Unicorn Overlord.
It's a good short list.
What do you think?
We left something off, clearly. I don't know what it was.
What do we think? What's so personal favorites? Nick, what's your personal favorite? I heard Celebrate, yeah.
All right, I know I tend to
Celebrate.
be.
I think Mark Medina would pick Celebrate for this, and he's backstage, I hope, and I'll bring him out later. I'll allow him to come out later.
So I know I tend to be an open book about these things. You know, I'm a big Final fanboy. Everyone thinks Nick's gonna love Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, snore. But I'm a little bit torn between Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. What are we thinking? My boy Kazuma Kiryu.
Which one's longer?
Which one's longer? That's probably Infinite Wealth if I had to guess.
All
They're
right.
both a million
That
hours
wins.
long.
I did 100 hours each though, so we're good.
Oh boy.
Did you ever finish Rebirth?
Oh, I was playing.
Nobody
it backstage.
did.
No one
I did.
Wait, has anyone
forever.
finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
Yeah!
You got
All
some people
right.
out here.
All right.
You got some people.
But only one game made me cry.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
Infinite Wealth.
Infinite Wealth.
Infinite Wealth
It's
made
very.
me cry.
I'm not going to spoil it, but the story goes places. It's very
Beautiful.
emotional.
How did it hurt you?
And also very silly.
Shark
silly.
attack. Yeah. The shark attack really got me.
Yeah.
Justin, favorite game of the year so far?
It's got to be Unicorn Overlord so far.
Yes.
I mean, look, it's made by Vanillaware.
Yeah.
And they don't miss, right? Like it's just hit after hit since Odin Sphere on the PS2. They made a game a few years ago called 13 Sentinels did anyone in the crowd play it? That's a three
There he
people
is. He's over there.
that sounds about right. You and me are the two copies of that game that were sold, but it was really underrated, really good. And you know, Unicorn Overlord, it just look, it ticks every box. It's beautiful to start with. It's got this sort of strategy RPG combat system, a little bit like Tactics Ogre Battle. We don't get games like that anymore, and it's very hardcore. Nick, I think did you play it? I think you would like it.
I'm obsessed with it. Like I'm just obsessed with a game that kind of adapts its like old school roots and really wears it like a badge of honor, and it's just wonderful that there are
really cool
developers out
combat
there
system,
still making it.
Yep, yeah. So for me, I've been obsessed, and I've been playing it every single night. Yeah.
I want to get Sam's thoughts, but since we're on the subject of Unicorn Overlord, for me it's between that and Balatro. And I don't know, so Unicorn Overlord, it's everything you said, but it's more than, whereas Balatro is just it's focused and simple. It's just pure gameplay. There's no story, no voice acting. So I don't know. I've spent more time in Balatro, but I love Unicorn Overlord, and it provides more. So I don't know. This is sort of the battle that's happening in my soul right now.
It tickles the right part of your brain faster, right?
Yep. Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. Okay, Sam, favorite game of the year so far?
Okay, so Nintendo's had a little bit of a slow start of the year. I liked the Princess Peach game and but Paper Mario seems to be pretty cool. I haven't tried it yet. But there's a lot of Nintendo likes this year, and one of them is, I'm going to start with Animal Well. That was a Metroid-like, right?
Yep.
It's pretty good. I liked it. But I think Prince of Persia, the Lost whatever, what is it?
The Lost Crown.
Lost Crown. It's hard to keep track of all these. That's my favorite Metroid-like of the year. And I just think it was so much cooler in the way that you could get around and get around in different ways. And then the combat, I think, was really good. And that game is just the Metroid game to play this year because we don't have any other Metroid games. What are you going to play? But Animal Well's good too. But my favorite Nintendo-like this year is a twist. It's a game that I don't think we're going to get any applause for except from my man Nick here. Mini Shoot Adventures. It is a Zelda.
Yeah, let's get Mini Shoot Adventures love.
You'll get applause from me, Sam.
Yeah, and you played a bunch of it too. But it is a top-down, old-school, the Zelda 1 or maybe Link to the Past Zelda game, but you're a little spaceship, and it's a shooter mashed up with Zelda, and I think it's really cool. So that's kind of tied with Prince of Persia for me right now.
Cool. All right, I want to gauge the audience a little bit. Voting by applause, by show of applause. If we pit some of these games against each other, if it were Helldivers 2 versus Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Helldivers 2 and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Okay. I think it's Final Fantasy.
Slight edge?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth.
Nick's just screaming in my ear.
Are they just going to top each other every time?
The second one seemed louder, but it was shorter, you know? And the fact that Final Fantasy VII was longer made me think that's the winner.
I mean, FF7, like, I goofed on it a little bit for being 1 billion hours long, but like, it's this game does something so interesting where it is a remake and kind of spoilers, sorry, but it's also a sequel, right? And like narratively in a really big budget game like that, it makes really bold choices and it doesn't kind of take it easy.
I'm going to cut you off right there. We are live. We have to take a quick break, but you can't talk about 6 months worth of incredible video games without needing to take a little break. Let's do just that. IGN Live and GameScoop will return after this.
IGN Live is presented by Lenovo Legion.
Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is, wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event.
We are live.
Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
Welcome back. You are bearing witness to GameScoop at IGN Live in front of a live audience. A fantastic audience, by the way. This is so cool.
Yeah.
I'm having so much fun. It's been too long since we've all gathered around the campfire together at Camp Goose.
Yeah.
It was PAX East, in February of 2020, the last time GameScoop was in front of a live audience. At that PAX East, I was joined on stage by Sam, Seth Macy, and Tina Amini, who I believe is backstage. What? And could come out later if Phil will let her. Phil Spencer, please let Tina come out on stage later. Okay, let's scroll up here. Let's go ahead. Okay. So at that PAX East, we played a game called video game Who Am I? Which is something we like to do in these live situations because it involves all of you out there in Scoop Nation. So here's how this works. I've selected a famous video game character for each of my co-hosts. We'll bring up an image of this character on the monitor behind them. They'll close their eyes so everyone will know who they are except themselves. Then they will ask you yes or no questions to determine who they are. You will all help them determine their real identity. Now this is a game. No one ruin it by yelling out the answer, the name of the character, anything like that. We're all gonna help them figure out who they are. Everybody cool? Okay, so we're starting with Sam. Please cover your eyes, Sam. And Red, behind the scenes, let's see who Sam is.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay, everybody understand?
Am I ready?
Let's take that down, Red.
Okay.
Let's take that down. Okay, Sam. Let the questioning begin.
Am I human?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, everybody shout out.
Was I born in the present? Oh, okay. A past human.
What?
Oh, a future human. Let's see. Was I born in the future? Okay. Am I from a sci-fi property? Are there aliens? Interesting. Let's see. Do I wear a hat? Even in the future, there's no hats. Okay. Let's see. Hatless future human. I think I know it.
Okay.
No, I don't. I don't know it. Let's see. Do I shoot things? Am I from a 1980s thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Was I in an arcade game? Really? That's fun. That's fun. I don't remember it though.
This is really hard.
Is it really hard?
I mean, I don't.
You think my selection
You're
is
getting
hard?
led down a rabbit hole I don't know that you're prepared to dig yourself out of.
Oh,
I
no.
thought I selected an easy one to start with, but we'll see.
Okay.
Okay, they get harder from here.
Wait, was I can't remember. Was I a shooty person?
No.
No. Okay. Was the game I was in made in Japan?
Yes.
Okay. I have no idea. Let's see. And how did you know I was from the future? That's so
there's
special.
no aliens in the game, but maybe there could be something else
are there
common in the game.
Are there zombies?
No.
Are there robots?
Yes! There we go.
All right. Am I some sort of robot cop?
No.
Okay.
Yes, though.
I could shorten that name, but I decided not to. Let's see. It's a peaceful future filled with robots.
We didn't say anything about peaceful.
Oh, do I use a sword?
No.
Do I use... Oh my goodness, do I punch things?
Maybe you should figure out if you're good or bad.
What? How is that even possible? Am I the bad guy?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Did I make a bunch of robots? Yeah. Do I have a mustache? Did I achieve a doctorate? Am I Dr. Waiwi? Yeah! Woo! All right. Now I won, so I don't have to play anymore.
That's the image I used.
Oh, look at him go! He seems like a normal doctor.
I didn't know he could grow that big in game.
Well.
I don't think he's a real doctor. Don't
trust me, I'm a doctor.
If you were evil, could you just lie about being a doctor?
They get harder from here. I think that was hard.
Well,
okay.
I think I can be redeemed for another 10 games. Is what I'm trying to say here.
Well, let's see.
Okay.
I'll say this. I was not trying to be particularly difficult with any of them.
Got it.
I meant as Dr. Wily for another 10 Mega Man games.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Eyes down.
Justin is closing his eyes. Red, let's see who Justin is.
Oh, man.
All right, everyone is on board with this? Okay, let's go. Okay,
Great.
Justin.
Such a good.
Cool.
I don't know, man.
Justin, let the questioning begin.
Okay, am I a human? Okay, am I a man? Am I a woman? Okay, am I young? Am I a kid? So I'm a grown up. Okay. I don't know.
The buzzer's too much.
The thought process is great.
Okay, am I from a fighting game? Okay, am I from a Japanese game? Am I from? Oh God, I don't even know. I know I'm a woman. Okay. Do you play as me in the video game?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I shoot guns? Do I shoot 2 guns at the same time? Oh, okay.
Well, okay.
Well,
you can, but that's like not your defining feature.
Yeah, I don't rate.
I know where you're going
No,
with this. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, I forget what I just asked. I got the brain scramblies up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you was I in a game in the last 2 years?
It's been a while, buddy.
Been a while. Oh,
But-
do I munch pellets?
What?
I don't know, what's that question?
I thought I was Miss Pac-Man.
Okay. First of all, those are cookies. It's well established.
What? Really?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Was I on the original Nintendo?
No.
Was I on a 16-bit console?
Nope.
Oh God. I need a hint.
Well, keep going with that.
Keep going with that.
Keep going.
Was I on a 32-bit?
No.
64-bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh God.
You're so close.
I don't feel that close.
You're a
Human
lady
woman
on a
in
64-bit console.
In a 64-bit game.
Okay.
There's like 15 games on N64, dude.
Yeah. But you play as a. Oh. Did I have a new game that that was re-revealed at the Xbox? Am I Joanna Dark?
Yay! Joanna Dark, everybody.
See, it's pretty hard once you get into the questions, isn't it?
It's not as easy from up here. Let me just say that. Thank you all for the help.
I agree. You did great.
All right, Nick, we've got a few minutes. Close your eyes. Let's see who Nick is. Nick is.
Okay.
All right. Okay, Nick, you may open your eyes and let the questioning begin.
All right, I'm gonna go for the jugular. Am I a Final Fantasy character? Oh man, I'm SOL. Am I a man?
No.
Am I a woman?
No. But
hold on.
Ask a different version of that.
Am I a creature? of
Yes.
some sort?
Okay, yeah. Yes.
Do I walk on 2 legs?
Yes.
Do I shoot guns?
No. Except only a very, very particular time.
Am I from a Japanese developer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no, this is hard. Was I in a game recently?
Probably.
Sort of.
Yeah.
It's been a little while.
Yeah. No, recently. You're kind of always around.
Yeah. You should get the Animal Kingdom down. That's my
You
suggestion.
haven't had a titled game in a while.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Are you You want to know what kind of creature you are? That's what I would recommend.
Am I a reptile?
No.
Am I a furry creature?
Yes.
Oh. Am I a bear?
No. Warmer.
What's warmer than a bear? Am I in a platformer?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Do I have a foul mouth?
No. You're getting very warm though.
Japanese developer.
You're kind of in the platformer.
That's a good clue.
Do I eat fruits?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do I wear jorts?
No.
Who's he thinking of?
I was thinking of Crash Bandicoot.
Where did this come
You're getting
from?
very warm.
Yeah.
He shoots a gun at one point.
Getting warm.
Oh man, the pressure's on. Do I have a sidekick?
Yes.
Oh.
Is that sidekick a robot?
No.
Jeez. I'm running out. Oh, do I have an Otzel sidekick?
Nope. Nope. You're.
Dude, I'm struggling. Oh, Japanese developer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, think about the Japanese developers.
Cooper.
Think about the Japanese developers. Which one?
Do we need a big clue or do we have time?
Am I blue?
No.
We're about ready to crash out of this.
I think it's time for the big clue. You wear a tie and nothing else.
That didn't help.
Am I Donkey Kong?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm so embarrassed.
I thought you were going for Funky Kong when you said Jordans. I was like, whoa, that was a big leap. There we go.
No. It's
Donkey Kong. Oh, yeah.
Donkey Kong.
Oh, yeah, that's
Some
right.
say he's the leader of the bunch.
Donkey Kong. One more time, we go. DK. Donkey Kong. And one more time. DK. Donkey Kong. Okay, great job, everybody. All right, time for a very quick break, but when we return, we've got tons more Game Scoop right here on IGN Live. Stick around.
IGN Live is presented by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with Xfinity's blazing fast speeds and smooth low lag connection.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event.
We are live.
Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Dark Side Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Ladies and gentlemen, Game Scoop at IGN Live will be coming to a close in a few minutes, but let's react to that pretty good Xbox showcase today. What do you guys think of the Xbox show?
Yeah.
It was darn good.
Look, Damon, you can say what you want. I like the Xbox showcase.
That's a hot take, Justin. Speaking of Joanna Dark,
she's here today.
She's here today. We were talking right before the Xbox show started. We were just saying, there's no way we're getting Perfect Dark.
Yeah. 10 more years, I said.
So happy to be wrong about that. I thought, so we finally got to see Perfect Dark gameplay, and it looked awesome.
Yep.
Right? Perfect Dark.
It was my favorite game that they showed off.
I mean, wow. Yeah.
Oh.
My favorite game as well. Ryan McCaffrey claimed it as his favorite game as well. I was worried because I love Perfect Dark, by the way, one of my favorite games of all time. It's been so long since the original. I think it was 2000, so basically a quarter of a century since the original Perfect Dark.
Did you play the 360 one?
I don't like that.
Did you play the 360 one at all?
Perfect Dark Zero. I didn't even play it because it was a launch 360. I didn't get 360 until later, and it wasn't reviewed that highly, so I just never went to it.
You're a cameo guy, huh?
No, I didn't play Cameo either.
I mean, but it was like, so, new team, new developer, went dark for years, and now, I was so impressed with what they showed off today. Like, I really, really like first-person games that are not just, I thought Doom looked awesome too, but like games that have a little bit more going on, gadgets, spycraft, just
parkour.
Parkour, it was very kind of Mirror's Edge.
Very Mirror's Edge.
It was pretty impressive. I thought it was great.
Nick, what'd you think?
I thought it looked outstanding. I wasn't able to watch the entire presentation because I've been working behind the scenes, but from what I saw, it looked like this kind of immersive sim to some extent, a la like a Prey or something like that.
Deus
And
Ex.
I just really love the kind of elegant UI interface that was going on. And it just looks like it's able to elegantly package a bunch of information in an easy to digest way, and it just looks cool. It has style.
Yeah. Sam, what'd you think?
Yeah, so I'm super into it. I always liked Perfect Dark because it wasn't just about a spy. It wasn't just another James Bond game. It was about aliens, and it kind of had these kind of X-Files-y themes, and it was goofy. And I didn't necessarily see, playful, goofy, rare stuff in this necessarily, but it did show some alien stuff, and it showed some kind of
At least alien worlds.
and it showed, gadgetry, which is sci-fi and futuristic, and I really need that in shooter games. I need them to kind of, throw a bunch of weird twists at me, like Doom also.
Yeah, and like you're saying, the first one had that goofy side. It had the alien named Elvis.
Yeah,
right.
exactly,
It would follow you around. Yeah, shout out to Elvis, the alien. So it's interesting. Like, is this like a reboot, or is it a sequel to that silly game?
Yeah.
We still don't know yet. It is Perfect Dark ''. So whatever that means.
Those are in there?
Yeah, it's in the title. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect Dark, something like that. Anyway, I'm super excited for Perfect Dark. No, don't know when it's coming out yet, but at least we know it's still a thing and it looks great.
And we saw what it looked like when you played it.
Yeah. What was that? Did someone say Doom? Doom, the Dark Ages.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, even. Yeah.
Right?
Also looked pretty good. When I heard it was gonna be like set in the medieval times, I was like, I don't know about this. Where is he gonna get all the guns?
Yeah. It's definitely one of those games where I had the same, and then after 5 seconds of gameplay footage, I'm like, okay, I get it.
Yep.
I'm on board.
Yeah.
No, I was a little bit worried that it was going to be extremely, it's all melee combat now, but it feels like they're striking a really good balance between kind of melee and gunplay. I like the new chainsaw shield, whatever that thing's called.
Yep.
Looks awesome.
Yeah, it looks so good. It looks like there's gonna be a lot of dismemberment, blowing off limbs and whatnot.
The big thing was the shield for me, because it's like, if you a parry in a Doom game sounds incredible. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be so fun.
Yeah. And the big gun that he's loading in skulls, just ammunition.
Munching the skulls.
Just the skulls loading in looks so good.
It's so gory, it's like Mortal Kombat, the shooter.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Why hasn't Mortal Kombat ever made a shooter?
Well, don't give them any ideas.
You gonna play Doom?
Yeah,
Dark
absolutely.
Ages?
What happened at the end of that? What was the mech flying thing? They
Nobody
showed
knows.
1 second of the kind of
yeah.
flight
You also get in some kind of a big giant mech suit or something.
Yeah.
Grow big size. Yeah, it ended with a shot stolen from Godzilla 2014. Right, where the dragon
That's fine.
blowing fire into another dragon's mouth. Godzilla did it first, is all I'm saying.
You're allowed to steal shots if they're that cool.
You guys know I love Godzilla. Any Godzilla? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Shout out to my man, Godzilla. Probably not, man. I don't know. Shout out to Godzilla. What about Metal Gear Solid Delta?
Yeah.
So into it.
It
How
seems like
good does it look? It just looks
it looks
so
outstanding.
really good.
And it seems like Konami had this sort of uphill battle to try to win fans' trust again. And I think they needed to come out swinging, showing, one, how faithful it was to the original Snake Eater, but also just showing how this is a plussed up version. The way you can elegantly go CQC, knock somebody down, and then hold them up. And it's like, oh, yeah, I win. The original game didn't work quite that elegantly, so it's really nice to see how seamless it is now.
That's what, so Metal Gear Solid 3 rules, but it's also the most in need of, an update and a modernization. And so I'm so excited to see what they can do with the camo system this time around. It did stealth better and different than almost any other game ever made. So It's gonna be rad.
It looks like it's getting that Capcom treatment that Resident Evil's gotten.
Yeah.
And you know, there's not enough of bringing games back that look like that good. And I'm like worried about Silent Hill, for example. Like, I want it to look so much better. I want it to look so next gen. Like Resident Evil 4, 3, and 2 remakes were just unbelievable. And this is what that looked like to me.
I thought Metal Gear looked great, and I've actually never played Metal Gear Solid 3.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But I think, is it true they're using the original dialogue? They're not recording new dialogue?
Yeah, I heard that they are getting the same voice.
But I thought it was
actors,
clever in the sort of trailer that they showed today. They were using the dialogue, explaining the mission to Snake, naked Snake being dropped behind enemy lines, basically naked, having to find your own weapons, your own food. That explained what the game is to me, and I'm like, okay, this sounds great. I'm totally on board.
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
You're pretty good.
Pretty good. Another game I was super impressed with that I wasn't necessarily on board with until today was Fable.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like I like Fable, but we've just had sort of, you know, there was the initial very short teaser, and then years went by, and then last year we got that piece that was, you know, mostly cinematics, even though they said there was some gameplay in there, but it was hard to tell. But today we got a lot of clear gameplay, and it looks great.
Yep. I mean, Skyrim with a sense of humor. Hopefully, that's what I hope it is.
Right, like, and that's what's always been, you know, fantasy games have a tendency to be very dour and very serious and very, you know, the world is ending. And so that actually, and Dragon Age, what we got a sneak peek at, seem a little bit more lighthearted. And, you know, Fable's obviously always been that way. So, you know, it's filling a gap in sort of like fantasy fans, giving you something a little different.
Yeah. This Fable we can actually show people here. How long has it been since Fable 3?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
I mean, end of the
60
Xbox
years.
360 era, right? Just about?
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's been a long time.
You gonna play Fable, Nick?
Oh yeah, I love the Fable series. I think that one thing that's always drawn me to Fable as you know, just an IP is just how cartoony it is. You know, I was drawn in by the allure of, hey, if you headbutt that guy, he's gonna remember you forever. And so I am curious if they're gonna carry forward that sort of the player is the author in the game. And I want that sort of like, I am crafting the experience here and the game will react to me. So I'm curious to see how that translates. Again, I haven't had a chance to watch all of this, so once I get home, I'm gonna watch the entire Xbox showcase because I think it actually deserved it. And yeah, this looks impressive.
You remember Fable pub games?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fable pub games to come back. It was so cool.
I got so many coins.
All of Xbox Live Arcade should come back.
Yep.
Okay, there's some copy in the prompter that I'm not familiar with, so let's read it and see what happens. Now it's time to check in with the IGN Live audience.
Hey, audience.
Hold on. This is not my copy.
What is happening?
I don't know. This is not my copy. I'm not going to read this. Maybe we can scroll past this.
Okay.
If we have some Goose Camp counselor friends that are backstage, they could prepare to come out. Now would be a good time to do that.
Whatever do you mean, Damon?
Well, we've got some friends right there, but some real talk. Real talk, real quick. This whole thing, IGN Live, was a lot to put together, but you guys showed up. Keanu Reeves in the movie Hardball said the most important thing in life is showing up, and I am blown away by your ability to show up. So thank you.
Yeah.
Also, thank you to listening to GameScoop every week. I've been hosting this show for 18 years.
What?
It's my absolute honor and pleasure and privilege to make this show for you guys. I love it. I love doing this. If I have friends backstage that could come out now would be the perfect time.
I hope they're just not there.
I know. I mean, I hope they're there. I don't know for sure. We'll find out. Scoop Nation, I love you guys. This is great.
Come on down.
What do you think? Am I going to see all you guys at IGN Live 2025? I can make no promises.
IGN Live will return.
I need rest first, please.
If our friends are not prepared, we can go ahead and move on. But I think the live audience would like to see some friends like Mark Medina. Woo! Mark Medina's here, a Scoop regular. Thank you. Thank you. Also, fan favorite, Tina Amini is here. Woo! Yeah.
Stand up.
Sporting a very sharp
They don't have
Xbox
mics.
jacket.
Hello.
And he who drinks bagged milk himself, CJ Gibson, is here.
Under siege.
And he has the microphone. Wait a minute. CJ's also wearing an Xbox jacket.
Collusion.
Are you also at Xbox now, CJ? Is that what's happening?
I wonder what your jacket's about.
Oh yeah, no.
Yes. Officially, a few months ago, I'm with the Xbox team working with Tina. It's awesome to work with amazing people. And of course, much love to everybody in the IGN crowd and Scoop crowd too.
Damon. Stellar Blade is my game of the year
Thank
this
you.
year.
You know him so well.
Okay, we'll wrap this up. You guys know how this works. That's all the scoops that we have here this week. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Mark. Thank you to everyone working behind the scenes to make this episode possible. It's a lot of people. My name is Damon. This is IG Game Scoop, and we're out.
Night, everybody.
IGN Live is presented by 5 Hour Energy.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account and a region selection tool that lets you cruise around the biggest maps with ease. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the games you are playing for free at IGN Maps today. Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Today, we got a brand new Xbox game showcase from Phil Spencer and his team featuring a ton of reveals and surprises. There's a lot to talk about. Who better to talk about the present and future of Xbox than the
Ryan
Xbox
McCaffrey
himself? They want to hear from you, my friend, not me. Phil Spencer, thank you and welcome to IGN Live.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, everybody.
So
your energy's incredible.
We have 1 hour together on the dot and we have some friends coming in halfway through, some other awesome Xbox developers. So
people who actually build games.
I don't want to waste a second with you here, and I want to start. I said this earlier on this stage. I think you just had the best showcase you've ever had. I really mean. I said it before you got here.
Thank you, Ryan.
It really was fantastic. Now, I know you plan these things months and months in advance. For anybody that doesn't know, that like the planning for this starts like the beginning of the year kind of thing.
That's right.
It's crazy. So, I'm curious. At what point do you, with this one this year, do you get a feeling that, oh, this one's looking pretty good?
Yeah, you know.
Don't be humble. Just tell us the real answer here.
Honestly, like, until our fans, the customers, you guys give us the feedback, like, Aaron Greenberg and I were talking about this 2 weeks ago. Now, the thing that probably hit me the most was obviously just the passion of the teams of putting their amazing work on stage and seeing so many teams do great work. But it was based, I'd say 2 months ago, when I just looked at the kind of scale of the franchises, how much work the teams were doing to show up in the way they did, and the partners that we had in the show. Like, I was in awe of this show.
There's a couple games I want to ask you about specifically before we'll talk about some other stuff too, but the one that I said, right, for me, of all the great stuff from today, stole the show for me was something I wasn't expecting to see today again, which was Perfect Dark.
I knew you were going to say that.
Perfect Dark. A first-person spy espionage, some parkour, a little Mirror's Edge in there, which I love.
All playable, like all in-game. Somebody.
And that game's been cooking for a long time. We know that we've followed the
partners at Crystal have been doing amazing work there.
Yeah, Crystal was brought in to help it keep going. So what has it been like for you to kind of follow the very long trajectory of that game from, you know, it started with Daryl Gallagher starting a studio. And
just
now,
down the street.
Yeah, and now we're finally here. Like, so how has it been kind of getting to this point with Perfect Dark?
Yeah, you know, in parallel building a studio while you're building a game and something that Perfect Dark back to N64 and obviously us with PDZ on 360, like there's just such anticipation for that game, and I really appreciate everybody's patience because we've been talking about this for a long time, and like my team can verify this. When I saw it, I said, this is the one that Ryan's gonna love because we know his love for Spy, and I said, this is the one. And just so proud of the team, and it really just came together so well. And I mean, a cool little story, Daryl had our other studio heads down at the studio just yesterday and walked through that same section in-game to show them, like, this is a game being played. And I love seeing our community of creators coming together that way.
Well, another, the one more thing, which we were all hoping for and got, was a new Gears of War game, but it wasn't. It wasn't Gears 6.
It was not.
It was not Gears 6. So, what you have a visibility into everything, but I'm curious, when you're in a meeting with, maybe it's Matt Booty, maybe it's Alan Hartman, but the Coalition folks, like when you learn that they've gone down the E-Day road, the prequel road, rather than Gears, like what was your reaction when you found out that was going to be the next direction for Gears of War?
Well, you know this. We've had some changes in leadership of the studio. Rod, who was there, is now leading Diablo for us. So I actually thought, a Diablo game I'm playing a ton of, I thought it was a nice opportunity for that team to establish their Gears, right? And following on Gears 5, just because the numerical thing, like I think it would this was an opportunity for them to take it back to an origin story that I know you know, that has a lot of like real depth to it in terms of Emergence Day, and tell that story through the Coalition as it is today. I thought, like, what a great opportunity. I was excited. And then you probably saw, I know you heard it, the Mad World tune in the piece.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for those of us who remember the 360 commercial, like, how iconic was that? So when they went back and sourced that and brought that through the piece, I think it just showed that they kind of stay true to what Gears is, but tell a new story, new arc.
Now, you're wearing a very cool Xbox Pride shirt today, but a year ago at the Xbox Showcase, you freaked out people like me by wearing a Hexen shirt, which is a game that I have very near and dear to my heart. And now, well, then too, you had just acquired Hexen. You owned that as a part of many other things. But then today, I see the reveal for Doom: The Dark Ages, and I go, well, wait a second.
How awesome was that?
Hold on. Are you secretly making a Hexen game in the Doom universe? Because I know you and I share the love for this.
Yeah. No, I would like to say I'm actually smart enough to predict anything like that. I wasn't. But definitely, if you look at Doom: Dark Ages, and thanks to Marty and the team, they let me introduce that. Right, so I got to come out and like I was going through all my old school stories. For those as old as me who remember it's Doom 1 on a floppy going, my only PC that could run it was my PC at Microsoft. So I would sneak it at night, put it in so I could play. So the opportunity to stand there and get to announce a Doom and then Doom: Dark Ages, which definitely has some Hexen in it. And I just thought, Hugo and the team, fantastic work. I'm so proud.
Now, I can't help but bring up something that's been a topic of conversation a lot recently, which is that Doom: The Dark Ages is also going to ship on PS5, something that you've done with some other games. So can you, from a business level, like, can you walk me through, you paid $7.5 billion to acquire Bethesda's ZeniMax. So what's the calculus, like, what's the process there for deciding, like, okay, new Doom, let's keep it multi-platform as it has been, or just put it on Xbox. So what's kind of the thought process there?
Well, on Doom, it's definitely one of those franchises that has a history on so many devices.
Yeah.
I think they have like Doom running on a lawnmower somewhere when you go back. But and it's a franchise that I think everybody deserves to play. I'm really proud of what the team, and to be honest, like I was in a meeting with Marty and the team a couple of years ago, and I asked Marty what he wanted to do. And he said he wanted to ship it on all platforms. I said, let's go do that. Like, it was as simple as that. Now, I want to bring it back, though, because I get a lot of questions about, hey, if I'm an Xbox owner, what does it mean? And what I want to say, and I thought it showed up so well in the show today, you saw an amazing collection of games that are coming to Xbox. They're going into Game Pass day one. And Game Pass showed up so well. If you buy the game on our console, you get to play it on PC. You buy it on PC, you get so the cross entitlement stuff is all there, and we're focused on future hardware with forward compatibility. Our commitment to our Xbox customers is you're going to get the opportunity to buy or subscribe to the game. We're going to support the game on other screens, and you are going to see more of our games on more platforms. And we just see that as a benefit to the franchises that we're building. And we see that from players, and the players love to be able to play.
Well,
thank you.
There you go. I have to do the journalistically responsible thing now and bring the mood down. Otherwise, the internet would tear me apart. So I wanted to ask you, you haven't really commented publicly much in the last couple months. So I wanted to ask you about the studio closures and Tango Gameworks and some of the thoughts behind the decision making there. I mean, you had a critical darling in Hi-Fi Rush. You had folks like Aaron Greenberg saying it checked all these boxes for us and did all the right things here. So, walk me through the decision of why. Really, Tango specifically, not to disrespect the other studios that were closed, but that was the one that really seemed to kind of stick in the community's craw a bit. So I'm hoping here that you can take the opportunity to address that closure and some of the recent changes in Xbox.
Yeah, the closure of any team is hard, obviously, on the individuals there, hard on the team. And I try to spend all of my focus, as you said, I haven't been talking publicly about this, because right now is a time for us to focus on the team and the individuals. It's obviously a decision that's very hard on them, and I want to make sure through severance and other things that we're doing the right thing for the individuals on the team. It's not about my PR, it's not about Xbox PR, it's about those teams. In the end, I've said over and over, I have to run a sustainable business inside the company and grow. And that means sometimes I have to make hard decisions that frankly are not decisions I love, but decisions that somebody needs to go make. We will continue to go forward. We will continue to invest in what we're trying to go do in Xbox and build the best business that we can, which ensures we can continue to do shows like the one we just did.
On the the Activision Blizzard saga, that's all been that probably maybe
called it Saga.
Well, I don't know. Did it from covering it and watching it, it felt like it put like 5 years on my life.
Yeah.
Just as somebody that covers Xbox, I can't imagine how it was for you. But as that came to a close, and you started integrating them into Activision Blizzard King, into Xbox Studios, has that changed the way that you think about running the business at all? Because the organization just got quite a bit larger, almost overnight in a sense.
No, I mean, we're still, and I hope we show this today, we're going to be about building great games for people to play, about giving them choice on Xbox to go play. We've got a broader library of games. The thing I'm starting to see, which I really love, is the organic collaboration between our teams that are coming out and trying to build that community of creators that, I mean, you and I will go back to the time of Xbox where we basically had 4 games. Fable, Forza, Gears, Halo. And we would just literally every 4 years, and I would have to come to E3 and I'd somehow try to make those 4 games seem different every year for the community. And now what we have in gaming is just an amazing collection of teams and franchises that are doing great work. So I think, I feel an added responsibility as somebody who loves this industry for the franchises that show up on our stage. But I still think in the end, it's about putting amazing games out. Like, I'm really proud of the work that Ninja Theory did with Hellblade and how Hellblade's been the response to that. And we have an amazing internal team now that's focused on us doing a bunch of Unreal games as an example. And then you see things like South of Midnight, which might have been my game of the show. I thought it looked so good. You got Perfect Dark, you have Gears. So like for us, as the organization gets bigger, I think it's just more important that we can take bets together and try to do innovative, creative things. And that will continue to drive us.
All right, well, we've got to take a very quick break, but we've got lots more Phil Spencer talking all things Xbox right here on IGN Live. So don't go anywhere.
Thank you. That's so cool.
IGN Live is presented by Lenovo Legion.
Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
The average Cinefix.
Story, IGN has just the thing to pass the time until Rockstar turns us loose in Leonida, GTFM. A brand new original show all about GTA. Tune in for hard-hitting Grand Theft Auto 6 analysis. Who is Jason anyways? The internet's biggest and most out-there fan theories.
I would make the argument that based on the universe, it's actually not Lucia.
Interviews with the most infamous stars of past Grand Theft Auto games.
Call me Franklin, all y'all want to say, or Mr. Clinton.
And so much more.
We are back.
For everything GTA, it's GTFM. Only on IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Welcome back to IGN Live. Give it up for Phil Spencer joining us at IGN Live. We still have so much more to talk about, Phil. You know, you and I in the past have talked a lot about the past of Xbox because there's a lot of great memories, but the present, as we saw today on the Xbox Game Showcase, is great. The future looks super promising here. And the Xbox business has changed dramatically.
It has.
Dramatically.
No doubt.
Just in the past few years. And so when you make a almost $70 billion acquisition, do you start hearing from your bosses more, or are they still staying out of your way and letting you run the business? Because that's not an insignificant amount of money to spend on growing.
It's definitely not an
insignificant
insignificant amount of money. No, the support we get from the company, and my boss is the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella. Hey, Satya. We are given a ton of leeway to go and run and grow our business. But I'll say the thing that we challenge ourselves to do is to try to do new things. Like, I think if I go back 8 years ago, we said, hey, we're going to go ship all of our games on PC and console, and if you buy one on one, you get it on the other. And I got some reaction from people of, this is the worst decision ever, this is going to be the end of Xbox. We announced Game Pass, and we started doing Game Pass. And I know some people looked at that and said, oh, you're going to teach people that games are free, and you're going to undermine the value in games. And what I can say sitting here today from our decisions on cloud, on Game Pass, on console, right now, we have more Xbox console users than we've ever had in the history of Xbox. And even when I look at things like the impact of Game Pass, because I watch that and I love Game Pass, how it showed up in the show today, I think was fantastic. But we also want people to be able to buy games. So I go back and I look and I say, okay, over the last 5 years, what's happened to third-party game sales on our platform? We're up double digits every year over the last 5 years on game sales on Xbox consoles. So when I look at it, I will just, doing a $70 billion acquisition will push us to try to do more. It'll push us on cloud. It'll push us to go find customers in new places, continue to think about access to amazing games, enabling creators to do great work. But I actually think for the team, that's just a self-motivation that the team has, and it's fun to be a part of.
Black Ops 6, day one Game Pass.
Black Ops 6,
sweet, right?
Some people said I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, most people in this room have probably been used to spending $60, $70 on it every year. Now, if they're already subscribing to Game Pass, good to go.
But it's a choice. We didn't say to anybody, you have to subscribe to play. If you want to buy Black Ops, it's great. It's great for us. It's great for the developer. If you want to subscribe, it's also great. I want to give you the choice on how you play your games and who you play with, and not try to do slimy platform things to force you to do what I want you to do. Give the players choice and what they want to do and who they play with.
So the Activision Blizzard thing, we watched it play out in courtrooms and regulatory
with
places.
my tie on.
Yeah, I'm curious, what was the biggest unexpected challenge for you and the team at Xbox during the course of that?
For the management team, Sarah Bond, Lori Wright, Linda Norman, who's our lead lawyer at Xbox, we all had our same job of running Xbox and doing the things that we needed to go do, Matt Booty. But then we actually added this second job in the time of having to work through regulatory. And I didn't, it's my fault as the head of the business. I didn't really internalize that in the beginning of what a drain that would be on the team. And I think we saw that. I think we saw it in our execution on a couple things that we were doing, multiple things at a time that we hadn't planned for. And I'll say it's really nice to be post the acquisition, working with those amazing teams. I mean, how they showed up in our show today, fantastic, right? I just thought it was great. I mean, we had World of Warcraft in an Xbox show. It's just crazy.
Was there ever a point in the process, because it really, between the CMA and the FTC and all these places, was there ever a point where you thought, oh, this might not happen, this might get rejected?
Well, we always have to plan for all contingencies.
Yeah.
We consider everything. You have to in running the business. But we felt like we were on the side of right. Like, meaning we weren't doing this so we could pull Call of Duty from PlayStation players. It was never in our plans. I mean, I think my whole inbox leaked on the internet. So if anybody wanted to find that was the plan, you would find it somewhere, and it wasn't there. So we believed we were in the right on getting this deal done. So we stayed convicted, but there were dark days, like with when the CMA came out and said, no, this isn't going to go through. And the drag on the teams at Activision, Blizzard, and King, like they're dealing with this uncertainty. So it's so nice to have it pass behind us, and now we can just focus on building great games together.
On that topic, like we talk about all these huge changes to not just the industry, but again, specifically your business, the Xbox business over the last 5 or so years. What is today, like, as we sit here now, what's the thesis statement? What's the modus operandi for Xbox today, and how has it changed over the last 5 years?
Yeah, and I see some of the feedback that our messaging from some people that maybe our messaging hasn't been consistent. And I always hear the feedback and I take it. Like, feedback is great. I will say from early on, we would say when everybody plays, we all win. Like, how do we get in a place where everybody can play video games? And we've made different progress on PC. Now, like, PC is a huge business for us. We love that we have so many PC players, more than we've ever had. Our console's doing so well. But I think if you sit back and you try to frame this industry through the lens of the tradition of who sold a console today, and that's the only solution to making gaming better, I think Xbox is doing something different than that. We love our consoles, we love our PC players, but really it's about creators and players and amazing games coming to them.
It has, admittedly for all of us, creators, players, it has been a weird generation because it started weird in this pandemic. And I'm curious, would you do anything differently in this Xbox Series generation if you could kind of go back and tell yourself,
I'm not really a regrets guy. Like, there's 100 decisions I make that, like in hindsight, maybe I would make it different with all the data. But you got to just bet. You got to bet on yourself and bet on the teams, have a vision of what you're trying to do. When you get punched in the face, you get back up and you try to go do things. So, like, I'm not really one who looks back and say, I wish I would have done this or that. If you're in a position like this, you just, with the team that we have, you just have to believe and you have to keep pushing forward and take the feedback from amazing customers that talk to us every day.
Has the calculus changed? You kind of spoke to Game Pass a little bit and how much of a value proposition it has increased after today even, but has the calculus changed on how much Game Pass subscriptions are valued at Microsoft versus direct sales? Like, because now, when Game Pass started, it was, wow, this sounds really cool, and you've pledged to put every first-party release in there, and at the beginning, there weren't a lot of those, but now you're almost like you had a whole show full of them. So kind of how does that metric for success, like how does Game Pass influence the success of the business?
The thing I look at every morning is how many people played on our platforms and how long did they play. If they played through the subscription or they paid buying their games or they're playing a free-to-play game, I honestly, that's not the most important thing. Game Pass, I love it. I think it's the thing I really love about Game Pass, let me think, in our show today, a game like Mixtape. Like, a game like Mixtape is a game that we can go, Nathan, Val, and I can have a conversation and say, with a team that's been in Game Pass before, when you think about the studio behind, they had great success. Now we're going to do a second game, or like Winterborough, another like just awesome game that we can go invest in. And Game Pass gives us an ability. You can go invest in Call of Duties and Diablos all day, and we love that. But you also get to invest in new things that come out. And we just think that's a really important part of the equation. So we don't have like one now, Game Pass is up double digits. Like, and in most of its growth, we said it, PC is growing really well, cloud's growing really well. But if somebody decides they want to buy their games and build their library, peace. Like, there's no, we need to turn everybody into this or that. We just want people to play.
I want to talk about Fallout for a second. So you guys are currently having an awesome pop culture moment.
Fallout TV show.
Months.
Yeah, so good.
So good. But I can't help think about that a year or two ago, I was sitting with Todd Howard with a camera rolling, and I asked him, well, you know, Fallout 5, is that, you want to do that yourself, or maybe now there's all these Xbox studios, you could maybe have some help with it? And he said, no, I want to, that's mine. I'm going to direct that.
Yeah.
But
Todd likes his things.
But does the massive success of something like Fallout, I would argue is Xbox's biggest cultural moment in quite a while. Like, it transcended
Outside of gaming, yeah.
And so, you know, after the TV show blows up and there'll be a season 2, and I'm sure it'll probably keep going past that. Do you talk to Todd about, like, you know, you can't stop the Elder Scrolls 6 and say go do Fallout 5, but you have all these studios. Like, do you have a conversation about, like, well, how can we do a big new Fallout while the iron's really hot here with the TV show?
Yeah, I'll just say that Todd's recognized the success of the television show on his own, right? He doesn't need me to kind of go, and it is amazing to see how gaming is now playing such a role all up in pop culture. If you go back, like, as an old comic nerd, I go back like 10 years, and it seemed like every Hollywood thing came from the comics. And now you see video games and this art form that we've loved for so long, whether it's the Mario movie, Last of Us, Fallout show. Like, you see our creatives in our industry being recognized for the worlds and storytelling that they can go do. For us specifically, Fallout's been amazing. And yeah, Todd's kind of looking at the plans on what he's doing. I'm not going to get into it, but I'll say Todd has recognized the success on his own and is thinking through what that means.
I guess while we're on the subject, have you seen the Elder Scrolls 6 lately? Because I know you get to take a look at a lot of stuff.
I'll refrain from comment.
I think we all know what you mean by that.
That's right, boomy. Boomy.
Oh my goodness. Well, ask Todd to, you know, I know you can't hurry.
Speed it up, Todd.
We're waiting here, pal. There's one other thing I wanted to ask you about that I thought we actually might hear something about from you. I mean, you had a great show. I'm not complaining. But I thought, well, there's something that's been rumored, that's been talked about. We talked about it on the pre-show. There was a big reaction from our audience here, and that is an Xbox handheld.
Yeah.
So you're a guy. I mean, you have the gamer score to prove it. Like, you walk the walk. You are not a guy that runs the business and never touches a game. You actually pretty much do nothing but play video games. And I mean that as a compliment.
I do work sometimes, but yeah.
But really, seriously, like
I love that. I don't do anything but play video games. It's kind of true.
You know, you've been building the business around this mantra of go where the players are. You know, whether it's on PC, whether it's through the cloud.
So we should have a handheld.
I think so.
I think we should have a handheld.
Do you want to say anything about
No, I don't want to say it. I think you have to have Sarah on. Sarah Bond, our president of Xbox, which is awesome. But like, the future for us in hardware is pretty awesome. And the work that the team is doing around different form factors, different ways to play, I'm incredibly excited about. Today was about the games.
Yeah.
We showed some of our Gen 9 consoles, Series S, Series X, the work that we're doing. But we will have a time to come out and talk more about platform, and we can't wait to bring them to you guys.
All right, I'm not going to let you off the hook quite one more time.
Tried.
So hypothetically, if Microsoft did an Xbox gaming handheld, you know, PC device, would it be a Steam Deck-like dedicated piece of hardware that I can play offline, or would it be something I would need a Wi-Fi connection to stream things from?
No, I think what I'm finding, I'll do it this way. So I like my ROG Ally, my ROG Ally is my Lenovo Legion Go, fantastic, my Steam Deck. I think being able to play games locally is really important.
You can read between the lines on that, as you will. All right. We're going to take a very quick break, but we're not done with Phil. We're going to bring in some friends, some Xbox developers. So stay tuned for that right after this here on IGN Live.
IGN Live is presented by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with Xfinity's blazing fast speeds and smooth low lag connection.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event.
We are live.
Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Dark Side Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
And we're back with more IGN Live. Xbox's Phil Spencer is still with us. Also joining us, though, some friends from the Xbox family. Hugo Martin, the creative director on Doom, The Dark Ages at id Software. We have Tiffany Watt from the Diablo team at Blizzard. And from the Call of Duty Black Ops team at Treyarch, we have Miles Leslie. Yes. All right, Hugo, I want to start with you, my friend, because like Phil, I go back to the 3.5-inch floppy disk days with Doom. You guys have been such amazing caretakers of the Doom franchise.
Thank you.
And you're taking a hell of a swing here with the Dark Ages. Like, the play it safe version would have been to do Doom Eternal, but slightly better.
Right.
But the Dark Ages is not the safe play. You are doing some interesting stuff here. It is quite the pivot. It's arguably the biggest pivot for any mainline Doom game.
Yeah.
And so I thought maybe, well, the Doom Slayer storyline seemed pretty wrapped up at the end of the DLC.
Well, this is a prequel to Doom 2016.
So how quickly do you land on this prequel concept when you're kicking around ideas after Doom Eternal?
Oh, we wanted to make this game for many years. That first, in the Slayer's Testament, in the first stage, in the first battle, when the shadows first lengthened, you're going to play that game. That's what Doom the Dark Ages is.
Well, that's... Yes. Love it. How much is melee combat going to factor here versus traditional Doom gun combat?
Yeah, it's a fantasy sci-fi FPS, a medieval war against hell, and when you say the word medieval, you got to have melee weapons. So you saw in the teaser, he's got a flail. He's beating the guy to a pulp with that. You use your hands. You use your shield. Each of these things kind of come together, and there's a great synergy between your toolkits. And I think it's going to be really fun for fans to explore all the things that you could do this time in this game.
So one of everybody's favorite parts of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal are the glory kills.
Right.
They're so good. They're so much fun. Can you throw like a number at me of how many like we're working with for the dark? Is it like in the hundreds?
The melee
at this
system
point?
really introduces a whole new dynamic where you could approach enemies kind of any way you want. And I don't want to talk too much about that yet. We still got a ways to go, but I think fans will be really pleased with the amount of freedom that you give you on how you finish off the demons this time. No restrictions.
I love it. Friend of IGN, John Romero, he's been here before. I'm curious, has John Romero or any of the old crew seen this game yet?
No, not really, but
they have now.
I hope they like it.
Now, yeah. So I am curious, Miles, was today the first time you've seen Doom, or had you gotten a chance to take a peek at it before?
I haven't seen it at all, and I'm like fans like you guys. I was nerding out with Hugo in the back. I was trying to get all the info you're trying to get too, so I was like, you got to tell me this, you got to tell me that.
Because you're also developing a major AAA first-person shooter, so when you see that, when you see what the Dark Ages is doing, what's your reaction as like, obviously Black Ops, totally different deal, but do you go, oh man, we've got some internal competition?
No, not at all.
I don't know about that.
No, I'm a fan, and we're fans, right? And so for us, it's like inspirational to see. I have a shield, and I have this weapon. Like, it's really, really cool to see. And no, there's no competition because we both offer different things to players, and they're both fun, and they both explore different worlds. And that was what we were kind of geeking out about. And even with Tiffany, when we're talking about, Diablo, it's just swapping stories and just nerding out together was kind of fun.
Well, Tiffany, you guys at Blizzard actually arguably out-violenced Doom the Dark Ages at the showcase today with that cinematic trailer. When the team is going through that and storyboarding and crafting it, is there a point where you have as a group you go, we should make this like more gross, or like do we dial down?
The version that everybody saw today is actually the dialed back.
Oh man.
So if you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. I've seen it be developed over the last couple months, and we toned it down. We didn't want to upset everyone.
Are you going to release an uncut, like a full-blown version where it's extra gross?
No. I'm actually looking forward to seeing the reaction videos online. I know I've seen some of just people that we work with at Blizzard, but I think it really sets the tone for the story of the campaign of Vessel of Hatred. It's a really good time to jump into the game, and I'm really, really excited because I'm a big fan of Mephisto, and seeing the impact that he has on the world of Sanctuary is pretty incredible.
Well, Vessel of Hatred, so I personally I go all the way back to Diablo 1, Phil, I think you do too. And the Diablo expansions historically, every Diablo 1, Hellfire, 2, 3, they have a long history of adding a ton of stuff to the game.
Yeah.
We got the 5th act for Diablo 3 with Reaper of Souls. So what has the team been focusing on for Vessel of Hatred to kind of live up to that Diablo expansion standard?
For sure. There's a lot, so I'm going to try and remember all of it. But obviously, the campaign is kicked off with this incredible cinematic that you saw today. So we're following Neyrelle into the new region of Nahantu, so it's a jungle region. And we're going to see the impact of Mephisto on that region itself. We also announced the brand new class today, which is the Spiritborn. It's the first time this class has ever been featured in Diablo, so super exciting that brings us a brand new class, because the base classes of Diablo 4 obviously revisited some of the classes from the original game, so it was really amazing to be able to develop something brand new that really grows on the region and the culture that they come from. So we have more to share in July, but I know people are excited to see the Spiritborn today. There's been a lot of chatter about what the class is going to be, and so it's been exciting to finally reveal that. Obviously, with the new region, there's going to be new dungeons, there's going to be new strongholds, new monsters to fight. We're going to have mercenaries, so if you're a longtime fan of Diablo, mercenaries are coming to Diablo 4. They're going to be able to level up with you. They have their own skill trees. Again, not too much to talk about today, but there's more to talk about in the future. And then we're going to have a new co-op endgame feature, an activity.
Go on.
That we're going to be able to talk about again more in the future. Very excited about that. There's just so much that's coming to the expansion. Obviously, we're growing upon the original 5 classes. There's going to be new skills, new Paragon boards, new legendaries, new things to do with the Tree of Whispers. There's just so much more game that we're adding. So.
Who's your main in Diablo? Who's your class, Phil?
This year, season 4, Necro.
That's right.
Yeah, Infinimus Necro, L100.
Nice.
L100, yeah.
Well played. Tiffany, how is Game Pass, like you overnight you probably had a massive influx of players. How has Game Pass, if at all, how does it, the game's already built to be supported and improved upon and added to for a long time, but has Game Pass kind of changed the way the team approaches anything about Diablo, or?
Not our approach. So I actually got to work on the original console version for Diablo 3. I'm a huge, long-time Xbox fan, decades of fandom here. So, like, coming to Game Pass for me was like a dream come true. And I think Phil said it best when you were talking to him earlier, like, the more people that are playing games, we're all winning. And so to be able to expand the audience of Diablo, bring people to Sanctuary that maybe haven't had the opportunity to try it out before, has been incredible. And I don't know, seeing people's reactions, and then now, they can try out Vessel of Hatred in October. It's very, very exciting.
Yeah.
Phil, when do you get to, when the switch flips and Diablo 4 goes into Game Pass, do you watch like the back end and just watch everything?
Yeah,
like?
I do.
Is that fun?
And it was really great to see all of the players who came in. I mean, sometimes you think everybody who was going to play probably has already played, and that you put it in Game Pass, and you've got a couple million people who come in to play it for the first time, and you're like, more people getting to play the game. So good.
Miles, you've been on you've been on every Black Ops since the beginning, which is insane. Black Ops 6.
OG Black Ops.
Black Ops is back, of course, with Black Ops 6. We had the Call of Duty Direct immediately after the Xbox showcase today. And for me, an old hat, I love the campaigns. I mean, multiplayer, full respect. But I still love a good Call of Duty campaign, and it seems like you guys are leaning harder into campaign this time around. Is that fair to say?
Well, I think it's fair to say we're leaning everywhere hard as possible. Black Ops 6 is really trying to give the story campaign players more, the multiplayer players more, the zombies players with RBZ back more, right? You can hear it from them. But really coming back, what we tried to do, and I have been fortunate enough to be on every single Black Ops ever since World at War, which is, kind of Black Ops adjacent with Reznov, right? Is really how do we deconstruct all the things across all the Black Ops and pull the best elements from them, and in a way pull the right ingredients that all those types of fans want, and then how do you kind of redefine them and put them together? And that's what Black Ops 6 is. It's got a lot.
Well, so real quick, just first thing that pops off the top of your head, what's your favorite? You can't say Black Ops 6. What's your favorite Black Ops?
Oh.
Come on, just do it.
That's really how you're putting me on the spot. I'm gonna offend someone somewhere back on the team, but if you had to push, it'd be for different things.
Yeah,
you know,
fair.
right? So it's like I liked what we did on Black Ops 3 with the movement and redefined that. That Black Ops 6 has that with the Omni movement that you can move like you've never been before, right? You talk about refined maps in Black Ops 2, we got that in spades. You talk about a mind-bending story like Black Ops 1 with some I can't say that last word, but you know what I'm thinking. We got that too. So again, it's pulling a little bit of everything.
Love it. Love it. All right, we are going to take a short break right here on IGN Live, but stick around because when we come back, we're going to keep the conversation going, talking about all things in gaming. Thank you so much to Phil, to Miles, to Tiffany, to Hugo. They came out.
Let's go.
IGN Live.
IGN Live is presented by 5 Hour Energy.
Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one. This is incredible. I mean, this is, wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event.
We are live.
Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
We are back with more IGN Live. Hugo, you've got it. Give me something else.
Yeah, come on, Hugo, give us something else, right?
Give me something like when you're, all right, how about this? When you're deciding how to unveil a game, like this is, because, you know, again, you're not unveiling just another Doom sequel. Like you're going in a new direction here. How do you decide what goes in that trailer that we all saw today?
You know, it's tough, right? It's what you don't want to fire all the bullets. You want to save some things because we've got a ways to go here. So you just want to make sure that you capture the essence of what it is you're trying to make, and make sure that people get a really good first impression, which I think they do. We have a dragon. We have a giant mech. We've got the Doomslayer. We got a shield. So yeah, you just try to cherry pick all the elements you feel like give them the best impression.
Now, something I sure was quite intentional in Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal was there was a lot of lore in the game, but you kind of had to purposely go off and read it.
Right.
Which, you know, it's a fast action game. I imagine you wanted to sort of set that aside in case some players just wanted to go shoot stuff.
Which most do.
So I guess that maybe that answers my question already is there any sort of change to the narrative approach and the way the narrative is delivered in the Dark Ages?
Well, I mean, the whole experience is more cinematic. I think it's kind of part of the genre, you know, the fantasy medieval genre. And there is a story there, like there has been in the previous games. I would say less kind of out of the codex and into the story. We wanted to kind of put it on your main path. And it's kind of a roller coaster ride, summer blockbuster kind of story, lots of twists and turns, very fun, purely entertaining, you know. But it should be good. It'll complement all the ripping and the tearing well.
Now, Tiffany, speaking of story, the Blizzard team, the Diablo team, has always excelled at, especially, I was telling you backstage, I mean, I genuinely don't think there's anyone better in the industry at making cinematics, like just it's incredible work, and it goes back to Diablo 1. Yeah. I mean, or probably even further back than that. So, how much of the awesome cinematic work, in addition to what we saw today, can we expect in Vessel of Hatred?
Well, I can't give everything away. I mean, what I think is amazing about Diablo 4 is the incredible amount of story we actually put into it. So you play the base game, we have lots of, I mean, there's the incredible cinematics that our story and franchise department puts together, but we've got the real-time cutscenes, we've got the in-game cutscenes, and so we've got, you know, just like an extension of the campaign, so we'll have a lot more of that for the player to experience, a lot more gruesome cutscenes for everyone to check out. And yeah, I love to go back and look at the cinematics myself. I actually rewatched all of the Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 ones last week to hype myself up for this event. Because, I mean, I agree. I grew up as a fan of Blizzard games myself, and they're so damn good. Yeah.
We'll stay on the topic of cinematics and story. Miles, I mean, I told you backstage, Black Ops 1 is my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
And part of it, like, I just love the twists, the turns, like
the numbers, Mason.
The numbers, Mason, exactly. It was such a great. And in the trailer that kicked off the show today, we got to look at some former actual real life presidents in there. So like, how much fun is it for the team to lean into this sort of real life, but not, you know, sort of this interesting narrative hook that you guys have?
I think that's the fun of Black Ops, is we take inspiration from real things, and I think this is what we've always done well, is like weave the stories through. We want you to believe that it's real, be inspired by that, make it plausible so that when you're playing and you're immersed in it, and we have these cinematic stories that you think, well, that maybe this could happen, right? Maybe there really is an Adler out in the world, and you know, MK Ultra, you go back to BO1, that's a real thing the CIA did that really influenced us. There's a lot of surprises in BO6. Like I said, we're leaning into that mind-bending story. There's some teases in there already out if people pick it up once they play, but we're really excited for players to see Black Ops 6 and when it's delivering on that, because it's coming.
Phil, is Black Ops 6's launch day going to be another one of those where you kind of sit back at the office and you watch the player count?
Just
on
players,
Xbox?
yeah. I mean, it's so. The funny thing with all of these games, I've got my own little story and like getting to showcase. Like the Black Ops 6 one was the team comes in and like they're wondering, they're part of Microsoft now, and there's some how should we put it, political intrigue in the trailer. And they say, hey, we need you to look at this. Are you going to be okay with this as Microsoft? True story, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, and so Rob Koch is like, we're going to watch the video, and I can see him watching my face. Like, am I going to freak out that there's no way Microsoft can put this trailer in our show? And I said, I think we should open with that. Right? And it was just like so good. I love giving the teams the creative freedom. You know, I could say the same thing about Diablo, and the only trailer in our whole show that we put its own disclaimer that, hey, you might want to get ready for this one. You know, and then on Doom, like the challenge the team, as you've been hitting on, took to do something different. We had a lot of good discussions, both at Bethesda and as this has been coming, and how do you introduce such a new setting to Doom in the show? And I asked, obviously, if I could be the one to intro it, because it just, like, you get few opportunities to do something like that in your life. And I wanted to go do that. But I'd just say, like, seeing all of these teams and both the creative risk and the challenges they put on themselves to put amazing work in front of their great fans. And then, like, today is just such a payoff. I've seen it in all of them and the other teams. Just the, like, hey, could every day be like this, right? Where we get such positive response from what you've done. But thank you all and to the teams, because it's been incredible.
It had to feel good. There was a long stretch of time, I guess the 360 era, a lot of it where you would debut that year's the new Call of Duty on your stage, and now you've got that back forever. That's gotta feel good.
And it wasn't lost on me on my line that everybody gets all of the Call of Duty data, a game at the same time. That wasn't that started by Xbox, that we kind of broke the community.
Yeah.
And now getting back and say, like, everybody gets the same maps, the same game at the same time, I think it's just like, it was another thing I wanted to hit in the messaging. But yeah, I think it's been over 10, 11 years since there was a Call of Duty on our stage. I'm trying to remember what the last one was, but it's been an awful long time since we had a Call of Duty in the show. And it was just like a really special moment.
I am curious, Hugo, with Doom, have you had a chance to look at any of the reactions to the trailer.
A little bit,
today.
yeah. It's been great. They can see it. It's grittier. It's darker, and they seem to be responding well. So I'm excited.
Like when Doom Eternal reviewed exceptionally well, I was one of those. I adore that game. Do you let your ego go for a few minutes before you kind of gotta like bring it back down and go, oh,
No,
we got to do this. We have to prove ourselves all over again.
All you need to do is keep reading the comments, and they're in there. So it's exciting to see how pumped everybody's getting for all the games. It's just as he said, it's just been a great day.
Tiffany, I'm sure there are a lot of internal play tests happening with Vessel of Hatred right now. When you get like probably Microsoft folks playing it, like how valuable is that internal feedback loop when you're tuning this to get it ready for October for all of us?
Super, super valuable. We actually, when we were working on the base game, we were getting internal feedback even from Activision and King as well. So I don't know, Miles, if you ever got a chance to play Diablo 4.
Where's my invite? Where's the invite? Where's the Vessel of Hatred invite?
But I know one thing we've talked about with the acquisition was like, hey, can we get in touch with some of the other studios? Because man, like we rely on that internal feedback so much. Blizzard's been always about quality. Our community, the Diablo community, is very on top of us about the quality of the game that we put out there, and so that internal feedback is key, and trying to get that as early and often so we actually have time to adapt and pivot and have a feedback loop is really helpful. So yeah, absolutely critically important. So you guys should definitely be playing more Diablo.
Looking forward.
I know Phil plays a lot already.
Yeah, let's go.
Miles, before we go, I did want to ask you, I selfishly asked you about campaign because I love campaign, but there's a lot of people that play Call of Duty primarily for the multiplayer.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm curious if, I think there might be an embargo that's lifted by now. Is there, can you talk about kind of maps or anything like the actual,
absolutely. This is a huge game. We dope dive onto the campaign. Multiplayer has 16 original maps day one. We're super excited about that because they really lean into we're in 91, we're in this era, and what does that mean? MP fans are gonna be very happy with the maps, the weapons, the operators, the Omni movement. The list goes on and on. But I don't want to forget the Zombies fans because we also talked about it, right? 2 new maps day one. We've got an original crew again, even though you can still play all operators. So again, it's a lot of the stuff we talked about is listening to the community and really taking that feedback and working with the teams and iterating to give something really special in Black Ops 6.
Fantastic. Well, Phil, Hugo, Tiffany, Miles, thank you all so much. This has been the highlight of my IGN Live for sure. We've got lots more IGN Live still ahead, though, going strong all day long. So don't go anywhere. We shall return.
Thank you.
IGN Live is presented by Lenovo Legion.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it. This June, IGN Summer of Gaming
We are live.
Welcome back to IGN Live.
is back.
Let's do it.
Hello, IGN Live. How are you doing today? Thank you all so much for joining us. I'm really excited for this next one. We are doing a Rewind Theater, and it is very special to me. So yeah, welcome to the special edition of Rewind Theater featuring Killing Floor 3, the newest installment in the iconic action horror series that's co-op. I'm so excited to get into the trailers, so please join me in welcoming Brian Wynia, Studio Creative Director at Tripwire Interactive. Hey guys. Brian, thank you so much for joining us. Now, without giving too much away, what are you most excited for people to see in Killing Floor 3?
Well, thank you for having us. I am a kid of the 80s and 90s. I grew up on a steady diet of like rubber monster movies and violent comics and whatnot. So there's a lot of monsters and weird, creepy things that you see in here. I don't want to spoil it because there's some new stuff in case you haven't seen the trailer now. But you'll see some stuff in there that we spent a lot of time developing that I think you guys will enjoy.
All right. You guys ready? Let's check out the trailer. Roll the clip. Oh,
Who's ready for a bit of fun then?
wow, Brian, that was so cool. It was jam-packed with a ton of details. So without further ado, let's break it down. You ready?
Good. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so let's check out this first clip where right off the bat, we get the Tripwire logo as well as a little tidbit about the locations that we are going to be exploring in this game. Let's check out that first clip.
Absolutely. In general, just one of the things you guys will notice with most of the clips that you guys will see today is like we try to hide stuff for the future, just alluding to what could be coming next. So that's really important to us. Like even in this first shot here, obviously you see Tripwire, you see it's pre-alpha. We're still, obviously developing the game, but we want to show you what we've been up to. And you're going to see, this kind of like slightly futuristic military base that this Z outbreak is happening at. But you also see an American flag. So you're starting to allude to where this location might possibly be, something slightly new for the franchise. But once again, every frame we're trying to hide something for you guys to allude to the big picture and what could come next.
All right, in this next clip, there's not much hiding in this next clip because we
No.
see crawlers all over the place. They're on the walls, they're on the ceiling. Let's check out the clip. Talk to me about how it sort of works to develop, this new way for crawlers to get around the map.
Yeah, so these things are pretty disgusting. I have pretty intense arachnophobia. So when we were working with our team, you know, obviously we've wanted to have crawler on the walls. Like if you guys are a fan of the franchise, it's something we've tried to do since the beginning. And it was fairly difficult, but we have a really talented team and they have it working. And it's pretty terrifying now to be, you know, normally fighting Zeds, you see a few things kind of side by side and you shoot their heads. But now when they're crawling on the walls and on the ceilings, it just makes that much more difficult and kind of pushes that action horror vibe that we're going for. But yeah, and they're just absolutely disgusting looking. You'll see a close-up shot here in a second of it. The goal was to basically kind of cross a serial killer and a spider, put it in a blender, and pour it out. That's kind of like Horzine's like thought process on making a bioengineered monster.
Yeah,
it's not ethical at all.
Let's check them out in this next clip so we get that closer look. Because I also want to call out, there's like a lot of hairs on these guys. They look creepy but cool. They're terrifying. In this next clip, we get a sort of look at the sort of like weird bulb thing they have on the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk to me about these guys.
So even this, we have a really talented concept art and creature art department. And for me, like I said, being a kid of the 80s and 90s and having this kind of obsession with monsters is really important that we made something that felt memorable and iconic. We wanted to obviously tip our hat to the previous design, but like how would this creature have been evolved over that time period? So you'll notice it doesn't have one eyeball. It has like a cluster of many little eyeballs in its skull. You want something to look gross, just put little hairs on it. Like if it's wet and hairy, it's usually going to be pretty disgusting, so they did that.
Love it. Up next, we get a return of one of the iconic enemies. We see the Husk right here with a new jetpack. Talk to me about the redesign of the Husk for this game.
Yeah, so as I was saying before, in previous Killing Floor games, a lot of the enemies were very similar heights, somewhat similar scales, all very humanoid. Our VP, Alan Wilson, used to talk about the cone of danger. And the cone of danger is fairly small, like you could kind of scan across a crowd and all these heads were at these different levels. But now that cone of danger has increased dramatically with crawlers being on the walls, husks having the ability to kind of propel and jetpack around. There's some really terrifying sequences, like the building that you actually see behind them right there. They can jump up on that and kind of flank players and things like that. So when you're playing the game, you have to keep your head on a swivel or you're going to be overwhelmed really quickly.
Yeah, they might pop up behind you and then you're going to be in real trouble.
Yeah.
But up next, we get to see a look at a returning character, Mr. Foster. Talk to me about bringing him back to Killing Floor 3.
So this was obviously a fan favorite character, and it was pretty much the first thing that we established when we knew we were Killing Floor 3. We knew it was going to be called Killing Floor 3, and we knew Mr. Foster was going to be there. You guys are going to learn a ton about him more in the very near future, like how old is he? How did he survive? Is he a clone? I don't want to give away too much just yet, but it's awesome to have him back. It's really exciting to be able to play as him. He has a really unique set of weapons. He is that kind of classic commando perk evolved into this specialist version of Mr. Foster. He's really enjoyable to use, his kind of like assault style weapons and just rip through Zeds.
Now, in this next clip, we get a glimpse at the weapons for Killing Floor 3. I always love the designs for them. Talk to me about how you sort of take weapons that are maybe in the real world and then adapt them to this sort of like near future aspect.
Absolutely. So Tripwire is really known for their weapons and their guns. And even though some of these guns are like near future, like what would a Scar look like 70 years from now? What would a particular bullpup look like 70 years from now? Just like our creatures, our weapons, our locations, we base them on reality, right? So if you're using a gun that would feel like a Scar, what would it feel like just in the near future? Or like when you look at the crawler and you get that sense of a spider, or you look at that gun and you get the sense of like a stoner LMG, it's based on something real. So even though it's something new we're introducing to characters, they're able to relate to it much more and find that enjoyable experience or slightly terrifying experience when it comes to an enemy.
Awesome. In this next clip, we get a look at the Scrake as well, whose mask now covers their entire face, and this chainsaw looks crazier than ever. Talk to me about the design process. Am I getting some tones of Jason Voorhees in here?
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, like kid of the 80s, I have probably more knowledge of Jason Voorhees than a 41-year-old should. But, you know, there's elements of Jason, Texas Chainsaw. We're very big horror fans, and we want to tip our hat to some of our favorite franchises, the things that inspired us, and kind of sharing those with the new generation. The Scrake has always been really interesting, but there were classic things that we wanted to see. We knew you guys wanted to see the Scrake pointing, so we put that in here, right? It's something classic from the franchise. It's something that he's been doing. And when he points at you with a chainsaw the size of you, it definitely makes you feel pretty intimidated. He can get in your face very quickly now. The thing when you see a lot of like these kind of like glowing emissive elements on there, that is us communicating to you as a player, this is a threat, you should focus on this, you should target it. Like you can actually shoot that face mask off and expose this kind of giant critical zone on his face and take him out. If you saw our Scrake reveal video, you see a close-up of kind of that terrifying look. But even his chainsaw, like if he's really hassling you, why don't you use your weapons to disable what he's attacking you with so you can get the upper hand?
Absolutely. Now, of course, one of the things that's my favorite thing about the Killing Floor series is the gore that's included in it. In this next clip, we get a sort of a montage of different gore elements, including a pretty gruesome head stab. Let's roll that clip so we can check it out. Talk to me about how gore has evolved in Killing Floor 3, because, I mean, this just looks sick.
Yeah, I hope there's like no children in the audience. I know we were like age gating this, so if you snuck in Macaulay Culkin or whatever, I'm sorry. Yeah, obviously gore is a huge staple of the franchise. For us, gore in our game should be a celebration. It's an over-the-top experience. Like, when you see gore in our game, we want you to be like, oh shit, that's awesome, and not like, oh god, I'm gonna be sick, right? It's a way that we punctuate the action and the horror that we're doing in the game. All of the Zeds are built up with a variety of different meshes, so you can dismember them, you can shoot their face apart, their head explodes in multiple different ways. It's all about player impact. You have this big, giant, powerful weapon, and what is it doing to that enemy? Some of the Zeds now you might actually see later in a clip, but like if you shoot their legs out, they'll still be crawling at you and things like that. So really make sure that you are tearing them apart piece by piece. Some things that you'll even see is when you shoot a character, if it's like a smaller caliber, like if you use your sidearm like a pistol, it'll punch a small hole and you can kind of see their rib cage and internal organs and guts and kind of things like that. Once again, it's just really trying to communicate to players this impactful use of our weapons and that celebration of violence.
Well, I need to see some of the dismemberment, so let's check out this next clip to get a little bit more of that montage of gruesomeness because, oh my god, I can't wait to play and actually get to experience all these moments for myself. Let's roll that next clip. Okay, we see like heads popping here, legs going all over the place. You see like an arm falling off the side here. Talk to me about how to go about designing the different ways that sort of the dismemberment works within the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, that guy's not going to be okay. I just want to make that super clear. And all of you are probably on some sort of watch list as we like dissect this super violent video. So welcome to the club. It's really important, once again, that it's about impact. So if I'm using a small caliber weapon, is it shooting off just their arm? Like you can kind of see through the giant pile of blood. There's like rib cage and scapula sticking out. One of the things on top of dismemberment even is persistent blood. It's something that we've had in the franchise. Our environment team looks at our worlds like a blank canvas, so that when you're done with a wave and there's just blood everywhere, you literally have painted the world with the blood of your enemies. And seeing that splash all over the place, once again, it just kind of communicates that action and horror that took place in that space. So yeah, it's pretty disgusting, pretty gross. We have to look at some wild videos, and the team is sick and twisted, and I love it.
Well, it's definitely very satisfying to do it in the game. In this next clip, talking about satisfying, you talked about how weapons are a big part of Tripwire's sort of legacy. This moment right here is one of my favorites in the trailer. You sort of see them slowing down the barrel roll with the tips of their fingers. This isn't even me like pointing anything out like in particular. It's just me gushing over Tripwire animations. Congratulations. Talk to me about how you go about sort of staging these moments with the different inspects and things like that.
You just made our team's day, so thank you very much. Yeah, our animation team is wildly dedicated. once again, even though this might not be a real world grenade launcher, we want to base it on something that you could imagine would be a real thing, something that feels impactful, something that feels powerful. We look at real world weapons, we kind of ground that animation, the movement, the functionality into it. Every weapon has a series of different weapon checks. And this was just one of those moments that when we were doing an animation review and we saw this like bit of character where our specialist here was kind of reloading that gun and kind of prepping before he was going to go in. It just had so much character. It showed a level of fidelity, a level of attention to detail that our team really shines at with our weapons, and we were just instantly like, that's in the trailer. This kind of fun behind the scenes fact, this was the very first approved shot for the actual trailer. I'm glad you picked up on it because literally all of us were just like, put it in. That's exactly what we need to do. And every gun has this level of detail. I think there's anywhere from 3 to 4 various weapon checks for different guns, everything from checking your mag, pulling a bolt back, or, you know, kind of taking joy in spinning the barrel of a giant grenade launcher.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you included it because it's definitely for me, so thank you for doing that. In this next clip, we're actually going to get a look at, you know, we've seen a lot of very wide open areas so far in the trailer, but in this next one, we get a lot more up close and personal with a lot of the Zeds right here. You see this sort of cramped space, you see the shadows all over the place. How do you go about designing a level like this, and what are the sort of details that you put into it?
Yeah, so a lot of our maps are designed for gameplay, right? And for us, we now have the ability to have crawlers on the wall. And before, you guys saw kind of like what's called broken camera footage, where it's all in-game, but we actually take the camera and kind of move it around like a film director and kind of show you things that we're working on. But this, you know, is gameplay from a player's point of view, interacting with these Zeds. So seeing those Zeds in a very kind of tight, very intimate space where you can't constantly backpedal from them, and they're climbing on the ceilings, they're on the walls. This was another shot that it was just really important that we really suggest you guys watch it a few times because there's a lot of layered things on there. You see a new gun, you can see the level of fidelity, like in the shadows, you literally see the hairs in the shadows over there, which like I didn't even know we had that until we were like capturing this, and it was really cool to be able to see that. You see persistent blood. But once again, it's really about that gameplay. It's the crawlers. Having a map where you go from open spaces with a wave of Zeds and then going to something more tight and intimate, once again, it just kind of contributes to this action horror blend that we are trying to create for players.
Awesome. Moving on to the next clip, we get a look at some of the other body deformations, status effects like burning from this Molotov throw. Talk to me about programming those into the game. What's the sort of idea there?
Yeah, so it's like an affliction, right? Like if I'm using a flamethrower, and you're going to see more of it there, and we have some great screenshots that are coming out to support all this. It's not just shooting things and their heads popping or shooting their arms off, but if I use a flamethrower, catching something on fire, seeing it burn, there is a variety of different types of afflictions that your weapons and elements can do to enemies, and we're really excited to show you more of them. I think later we're going to see some electricity coursing through some enemies as well, so yeah, it's just a different way to tear the enemies apart.
Now, this next clip over here, we get a very, very cool thing that I'm so excited to talk about. We get a little bit more of this montage of bloodiness, exploding, lighting people on fire. That electric trap you mentioned, that head pop was sick, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's that was a fun one to do. It feels weird saying it over and over again, but shooting things in the head in our game feels really good. I hope you all experience it. I would love to shoot monsters in the face with you. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. But then...
Yeah, so this is the moment I want to talk about, the zip line. Talk to me about the different sort of modes of traversal, movement, and why you sort of implemented these in the game.
Yeah, so this is pretty big. Like previously in Killing Floor, movement was somewhat restricted. But as we started to increase what Zeds could do to you, I have no problem challenging you guys as players. Like, we should make really intense Zeds, really intense threats. But we have to give you the opportunity to actually fight back. Like, Killing Floor is at its best when you have like 2 rounds left and you're literally like wiping the sweat off your brow. But I can't tell you how many times that like a zip line has essentially saved my life, right? Like, We'll talk about who you see at the end. He's chased me a few times and I've had to hop on this guy and get out of there. Or I might have a teammate's in trouble and being able to deploy a zip line and get over to them. It just is like, if they're flying and they're crawling, we're gonna need you vaulting, we're gonna need you sliding. There's a dash that you'll even get to kind of see later, because now with certain enemies having projectile attacks, we have to give you not only guns, but some other tools in your arsenal to be able to kind of combat these enemies.
I love it. Yeah, let's check out this next clip because it's definitely something that I was not expecting to be included. You know, you see this sort of
get blasted by a husk right there. That's always intense.
Right here, we get a drone. What's that all about?
Yeah, so this is Mr. Foster's gadget. Each one of our specialists has a unique gadget that is unique to their gameplay. It was really important to us that each specialist had a really defined role on the battlefield. So Mr. Foster is that classic commando. If you like using various assault rifles, LMGs, SCARs, things like that, this is your character. You guys obviously saw the firebug. If you like setting things on fire, you like using flamethrowers, Molotovs, she's the character for you. And once again, each one of them has their own unique gadget. And the way we kind of describe these internally, it's basically your oh shit moment, right? So at this point, you see Mr. Foster about to be overwhelmed. You just mash that button, and it's essentially going to kind of give you that opportunity to be that hero, save your teammates, save yourself, and just escape. Once again, powerful weapons, various ways of traversals, tools and gadgets so that you can stand a chance against these enemies.
Yeah, it seems like the enemies have really evolved a lot, and so you need to be able to match that some way, somehow.
Absolutely.
And these are all the tools at your disposal. I love it. Speaking of enemies that have been leveled up, I got so excited when I saw this. In this next clip, we get a look at the Flesh Pound making their way back and killing floor 3. They just look so terrifying. I'm excited to see them back. Am I right, guys? That's so cool. And now they have like a whip for their arms?
Yeah, well, it's like when you already saw the original Flesh Pound, you know, the team for KF1 and KF2 and many of them still on KF3, it was already pretty intense. So it's like, how do you take this giant guy with meat grinders and make it that much more intense? And it's like, well, let's just kind of get him right in your face. And where the Scrake might actually run you down and try to saw you in half with this kind of giant chainsaw auger, we're just like, these should essentially giant whips and kind of maces that he can kind of smash on top of you. There's a lot of things to break down, even in this kind of section of the trailer. New gun, look at critical zones. You're going to see the slide. Lots of little things here for all of our fans. So please take the time, check it out, and see kind of all those subtle details that we're putting into it. But yeah, he's a bit intense to fight. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah.
And we wanted kind of players to think like, oh, that's the Flesh Pound. It's like their biggest bad guy, but you'll see where we kind of end the trailer.
Yeah, little do they know that up next we get a look at this absolute monstrosity that I just need to know more about. It's like a shark tank buster sword thing?
Yeah, I mean, maybe there was a little bit of...
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe there was a little bit of man-eater left in the tank. I've always liked sharks. I don't know. No, honestly, the kind of the creative pitch for this is when we start to design a new enemy for the game, we try to think about it the way that Horzine, as these are all engineered bioweapons, like they view these like a product, right? Like how would they build it? And for, you know, if the crawler is basically a serial killer and a spider mixed into a blender, this is essentially a silverback gorilla and an M1 Abram tank. This is what Horzine would sell to various individuals in the world if they wanted to start a war, right? So being able to fight against these things, it's intense. I don't want to spoil too much, but we wanted to show you guys, you've seen Reimagined, you've seen returning classic Zeds, but we wanted to show you something new. And this is just literally the tip of the spear, kind of no pun intended, don't get stabbed by that giant thing. And even in this shot, there's hidden stuff, like there's other weapons on him besides a giant blade, so... Sorry, it might be a bit intense. I've died by it a lot.
I mean, I'm excited just to get to experience being in a part of that fight because it looks absolutely terrifying and it'll definitely tear my head off a couple times. Now, right after this, we do get a look at the sort of key art. You've talked to me backstage about how you guys love to hide stuff all over the place. What might people not notice? You know, aside from obviously the wish list now, which you can go wish list it now, What else might people not notice in this key art?
Yeah, so we have a community out there that loves doing breakdowns of our various videos. You guys know who you are. You guys, we very much watch your videos. We very much enjoy them. Like I said, every frame we are trying to give the player more information about the game. These are the weapons that you're using. These are the enemies that you're fighting. But when you guys have watched our Zed reveal videos, we've kind of hinted at what the next Zed might possibly be. In this piece of key art, there are things you guys have not seen yet. So everything we're putting out, there is some sort of hint for the future. So I won't totally spoil it, but in that wave of Zeds and pile of blood, there are some classic returning friends, and also some kind of new horrors on the horizon as well.
I love it. Brian, thank you so much for joining us. Everybody give it up for Brian.
Thank you, guys.
I can't wait to join Nightfall and mow down hordes of Zeds. But before we go, we have a special clip.
Yeah, here's another kind of fan favorite, the bloat. Please don't eat during this. It won't go well.
That looked absolutely delicious. I can't wait to experience that for myself. Guys, you can all wish list Killing Floor 3 right now. It's coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC via Steam and the Epic Store. And remember, for all things Killing Floor 3, keep it locked to IGN.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I don't know about y'all, but I think it was a success. What do y'all think? Was this a success? Was it? Can I hear you? Well, it took a lot of hard work to make this happen, so let's hear it for everyone working behind the scenes, all the sponsors, partners, special guests, everyone who donated prizes, the Magic Box for hosting us, and our wonderful security staff for holding it down. Give it up!
But here's the thing. It wouldn't have been anywhere near this good without all of you, and we cannot thank you enough for making IGN Live really something special.
Doing something for the first time can be scary, and some of us were like, what if nobody shows up?
Or what if people are mean and they boo at us and they throw rotten fruit until we get off the stage? Give it up for rotten fruit. Please don't do that. But that's not what happened. That's not at all what happened.
No, instead, that's right. You all showed up and made the last 3 days feel like a massive party. So from all of us here at IGN, thank you for being so freaking awesome. So give it up for yourselves.
We love you all so, so much. We will see you next time. Good night.